Hello, very good morning, friends. So, we're going to start where I stopped yesterday. Going to complete that chapter. Going to search Speechify here. Yeah, Speechify or Speechify. Okay. Open that now. It's opening now. As you can see here. Yeah. Now going to open the chapter number 4 of the book Hands-on Machine Learning now. 21% has been completed already. Okay. Increasing the volume so you can hear it properly. Now a regularized linear model, considering it. Okay, pressing Control plus. Fine. Starting from here.
This is what is called a trade-off. Regularized linear models. As you saw in chapters 1 and 2, a good way to reduce overfitting is to regularize the model. The fewer degrees of freedom it has, the harder it will be for it to overfit the data. A simple way to regularize a polynomial model is to reduce the number of polynomial degrees. For a linear model, regularization is typically achieved by constraining the weights of the model. We will now look at ridge regression, lasso regression, and elastic net regression, which implement 3 different ways to constrain the weights. Ridge regression. Ridge regression is a regularized version of linear regression. A regularization term equal to -10 is added to the MSE. This forces the learning algorithm to not only fit the data, but also keep the model weights as small as possible. Note that the regularization term should only be added to the cost function during training. Once the model is trained, you want to use the unregularized MSE to evaluate the model's performance. The hyperparameter A controls how much you want to regularize the model. If alpha equal to 0, then ridge regression is just linear regression. If A is very large, then all weights end up very close to 0, and the result the flat line going through the data.
I think I have completed this yesterday. Okay, starting from logistic regression. Okay, this is I already completed yesterday. Only stopping I was doing, and fine. Logistic regression. Yeah, starting from logistic regression. Okay, I have done this regularized linear model yesterday. You can see the video of
Logistic
yesterday.
regression. As discussed in Chapter 1, some regression algorithms can be used for classification. Logistic regression is commonly used to estimate the probability that an instance belongs to a particular class. If the estimated probability is greater than a given threshold, then the model predicts that the instance belongs to that class, and otherwise it predicts that it does not. This makes it a binary classifier. Estimating probabilities. So how does logistic regression work? Just like a linear regression model, a logistic regression model computes a weighted sum of the input features. But instead of outputting the result directly like the linear regression model does, it outputs the logistic of this result. Equation 4 to 13. Logistic regression model estimated probability. The logistic noted sigma is a sigmoid function that outputs a number between 0 and 1. It is defined as shown in equation 4 to 14 and figure 4-21. Equation 4 to 14. Logistic function, figure 4-21. Logistic function. Once the logistic regression model has estimated the probability h that an instance x belongs to the positive class, it can make its prediction y easily. Equation 4 to 15. Logistic regression model prediction using a 50% threshold probability. Notice that O less than 0.5% when t less than 0, and sigma greater than or equal to 0.5% when t greater than or equal to 0, so a logistic regression model, using the default threshold of 50% probability, predicts 1 if x is positive and 0% if it is negative. The score t is often called the logit. The name comes from the fact that the logit function, defined as logit equal to log, is the inverse of the logistic function. Indeed, if you compute the logit of the estimated probability p, you will find that the result is t. The logit is also called the log odds, since it is the log of the ratio between the estimated probability for the positive class and the estimated probability for the negative class. Training and cost function. Now you know how a logistic regression model estimates probabilities and makes predictions. But how is it trained? The objective of training is to set the parameter vector so that the model estimates high probabilities for positive instances and low probabilities for negative instances. This idea is captured by the cost function shown in equation 4 to 16 for a single training instance x. Equation 4 to 16, cost function of a single training instance. This cost function makes sense because log grows very large when t approaches 0, so the cost will be large if the model estimates a probability close to 0 for a positive instance, and it will also be large if the model estimates a probability close to 1 for a negative instance. On the other hand, log is close to 0 when t is close to 1, so the cost will be close to 0 if the estimated probability is close to 0 for a negative instance or close to 1 for a positive instance, which is precisely what we want. The cost function over the whole training set is the average cost over all training instances. It can be written in a single expression called the log loss, shown in equation 4 to 17. Equation 4 to 17. Logistic regression cost function. The log loss was not just pulled out of a hat. It can be shown mathematically that minimizing this loss will result in the model with the maximum likelihood of being optimal, assuming that the instances follow a Gaussian distribution around the mean of their class. When you use the log loss, this is the implicit assumption you're making. The more wrong this assumption is, the more biased the model will be. Similarly, when we use the MSE to train linear regression models, we were implicitly assuming that the data was purely linear, plus some Gaussian noise. So, if the data is not linear or if the noise is not Gaussian, then the model will be biased. The bad news is that there is no known closed-form equation to compute the value of E that minimizes this cost function. But the good news is that this cost function is convex, so gradient descent is guaranteed to find the global minimum. The partial derivatives of the cost function with regard to the JH model parameter 6 are given by equation 4 to 18. Equation 4 to 18. Logistic cost function, partial derivatives. This equation looks very much like equation 4 to 5. For each instance, it computes the prediction error and multiplies it by the JTH feature value, and then it computes the average over all training instances. Once you have the gradient vector containing all the partial derivatives, you can use it in the batch gradient descent algorithm. That's it. You now know how to train a logistic regression model. For stochastic GD, you would take one instance at a time, and for mini-batch GD, you would use a mini-batch at a time. Decision boundaries. We can use the iris dataset to illustrate logistic regression. This is a famous dataset that contains the sepal and petal length and width of iris flowers of 3 different species: Iris setosa, Iris versicolor, and Iris virginica. Figure 4-22. Flowers of 3 iris plant species. Let's try to build a classifier to detect the Iris virginica type based only on the petal width feature. The first step is to load the data and take a quick peek. From Scikit-Learn.datasets, import load iris equal to load iris.list iris.data.head. Sepal length, sepal width, petal 0, 1, 2, 5.1, 4.9, 4.7, 3.5, 3, 1.4, 0, 1, 2, 5.9, 4.1, 4.2, 1.2, target.head, 2, 0. Name, target, dtype, int iris, target names, array, dtype equal to U10. Next, we'll split the data and train a logistic regression model on the training set. From Scikit-Learn.linear model, import logistic regression from Scikit-Learn.model selection, import train test split, x equal to iris.data, values y equal to iris.targetnames equal to virginica, x train, x test, y test equal to train test split, log reg equal to logistic regression, log reg.fit. Let's look at the model's estimated probabilities for flowers with petal widths varying from 0 centimeters to 3 centimeters. 13. xnew equal to np.linspace.vshape #reshape to get a column vector y proba equal to log reg.predict proba. Decision boundary equal to x new greater than equal to 0.5 plt.plot. B. Line width equal to O2. Label not iris virginica proba plt.plot. Catchy. Line width equal to O2. Label equal to iris virginica proba plt.plot. K. Line width equal to O2. Label equal to decision boundary. #beautify the figure, add grid, labels, axis, legend, arrows, and samples plt.show. Figure 4-23. Estimated probabilities and decision boundary. The petal width of Iris virginica flowers ranges from 1.4 centimeters to 2.5 centimeters, while the other iris flowers generally have a smaller petal width, ranging from 0.1 centimeters to 1.8 centimeters. Notice that there is a bit of overlap. Above about 2 centimeters, the classifier is highly confident that the flower is an Iris virginica, while below 1 centimeter, it is highly confident that it is not an Iris virginica. In between these extremes, the classifier is unsure. However, if you ask it to predict the class method rather than the predict proba method, it will return whichever class is the most likely. Therefore, there is a decision boundary at around 1.6 centimeters, where both probabilities are equal to 50%. If the petal width is greater than 1.6 centimeters, the classifier will predict that the flower is an Iris virginica, and otherwise it will predict that it is not. Decision boundary 165165117. Log reg.predict. Log reg.as trained, the logistic regression classifier can, based on these two features, estimate the probability that a new flower is an Iris virginica. The dashed line represents the points where the model estimates a 50% probability. This is the model's decision boundary. Note that it is a linear boundary. Each parallel line represents the points where the model outputs a specific probability, from 15% to 90%. All the flowers beyond the top right line have over 90% chance of being Iris virginica, according to model. Figure 4-24. Linear decision boundary. The hyperparameter controlling the regularization strength of a Scikit-Learn logistic regression model is not alpha, but its inverse, C. The higher the value of C, the less the model is regularized. Just like the other linear models, logistic regression models can be regularized using, or penalties. Scikit-Learn actually adds an E, penalty by default. Softmax regression.
So
The logistic
it's time to start a timer. or I will continue it after a break. Okay, softmax regression. Here you can use the, there is a, I think there is a one thing, not here, here there is a timer here also. You can set a timer here, 25 minutes. I will start a timer after a time. Okay, fine. So continuing it, I'm going to start the timer now. Where is the timer? As you can see, let me reopen it. Okay, it's opening now, bypassing Windows PC. Okay, it's just opening. We're going to start it. Focus, not focus. 25 minutes. Yeah, focus. It started yet. Click Cloud separate. We are getting the update ready for you. Okay, I minimize it. Let me update it and everything. Okay, start it.
Regression model can be generalized to support multiple classes directly without having to train and combine multiple binary classifiers. This is called softmax regression or multinomial logistic regression. The idea is simple. When given an instance X, the softmax regression model first computes a score S for each class K, then estimates the probability of each class by applying the softmax function to the scores. The equation to compute S should look familiar, as it is just like the equation for linear regression prediction. Equation 4 to 19, softmax score for class K. Note that each class has its own dedicated parameter vector 0. All these vectors are typically stored as rows in a parameter matrix O. Once you have computed the score of every class for the instance X, you can estimate the probability that the instance belongs to class K by running the scores through the softmax function. The function computes the exponential of every score, then normalizes them. The scores are generally called logits or log odds. Equation 4 to 20, softmax function. In this equation, K is the number of classes. S is a vector containing the scores of each class for the instance X. Sigma is the estimated probability that the instance X belongs to class K, given the scores of each class for that instance. Just like the logistic regression classifier, by default the softmax regression classifier predicts the class with the highest estimated probability, as shown in equation 421. Equation 4 to 21. Softmax regression classifier prediction. The argmax operator returns the value of a variable that maximizes a function. In this equation, it returns the value of K that maximizes the estimated probability O. The softmax regression classifier predicts only one class at a time, so it should be used only with mutually exclusive classes, such as different species of plants. You cannot use it to recognize multiple people in one picture. Now that you know how the model estimates probabilities and makes predictions, let's take a look at training. The objective is to have a model that estimates a high probability for the target class. Minimizing the cost function shown in equation 4 to 22, called the cross entropy, should lead to this objective because it penalizes the model when it estimates a low probability for a target class. Cross entropy is frequently used to measure how well a set of estimated class probabilities matches the target classes. Equation 4 to 22, cross entropy, cost function. In this equation, y is the target probability that the ith instance belongs to class K. In general, it is either equal to 1 or 0, depending on whether the instance belongs to the class or not. Notice that when there are just two classes, this cost function is equivalent to the logistic regression cost function. Cross entropy. Cross entropy originated from Claude Shannon's information theory. Suppose you want to efficiently transmit information about the weather every day. If there are 8 options, you could encode each option using 3 bits because 23 equal to 8. However, if you think it will be sunny almost every day, it would be much more efficient to code sunny on just 1 bit and the other 7 options on 4 bits. Cross-entropy measures the average number of bits you actually send per option. If your assumption about the weather is perfect, cross-entropy will be equal to the entropy of the weather itself. But if your assumption is wrong, cross-entropy will be greater by an amount called the Kullback-Leibler divergence. The cross-entropy between two probability distributions P and Q is defined as H equal to EXP log Q. For more details, check out my video on the subject. The gradient vector of this cost function with regard to 0 is given by equation 4 to 23, equation 4 to 23, cross-entropy gradient vector for class K. Now you can compute the gradient vector for every class, then use gradient descent to find the parameter matrix that minimizes the cost function. Let's use softmax regression to classify the iris plants into all 3 classes. Scikit-Learn's logistic regression classifier uses softmax regression automatically when you train it on more than 2 classes. It also applies to regularization by default, which you can control using the hyperparameter C, as mentioned earlier. X equal to iris.data. Values years, xtrain, xt, xtest, ytrain, ytest equal to train test split. Softmax reg equal to logistic regression, softmax reg.fit. So the next time you find an iris with petals that are 5 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, you can ask your model to tell you what type of iris it is, and it will answer Iris virginica with 96% probability. Softmax reg.predict. Array, softmax reg.predict proba. Round array, figure 4-25 shows the resulting decision boundaries, represented by the background colors. Notice that the decision boundaries between any two classes are linear. The figure also shows the probabilities for the iris versicolor class, represented by the curved lines. Notice that the model can predict a class that has an estimated probability below 50%. For example, at the point where all decision boundaries meet, all classes have an equal estimated probability of percent. Figure 4-25. Softmax regression decision boundaries. In this chapter, you learned various ways to train linear models, both for regression and for classification. You used a closed-form equation to solve linear regression, as well as gradient descent, and you learned how various penalties can be added to the cost function during training to regularize the model. Along the way, you also learned how to plot learning curves and analyze them, and how to implement early stopping. Finally, you learned how logistic regression and softmax regression work. We've opened up the first, machine learning black boxes. In the next chapters, we will open many more, starting with support vector machines.
Okay, fine. Going to summarize it, but it's better to make a podcast. Summary is not so interactive. Make a podcast. Discuss. I think it's not typing. Discuss. Okay, fine. The keyboard is open, but I don't need the keyboard here now. Again, the keyboard is open. Okay, fine. About this, I think so. It's not typing as expected. Oh, brother. Again, it's stopped. Fine. So it's my
When we build intelligent systems, we often rely on powerful machine learning tools that seem to operate like black boxes. But how crucial is it to peek behind the curtain and understand precisely how these models learn? Welcome to a deep dive into the fundamentals of training models, a crucial aspect of machine learning.
That's a pertinent question, Sophie. While it's true that many tools abstract away the complexities, understanding the inner workings is paramount. As Aurélien Giron outlines in Hands-on Machine Learning with Scikit-Learn, Keras, and TensorFlow, comprehending how models like linear regression actually train is key. This knowledge helps us select the right model, fine-tune hyperparameters, and efficiently debug any issues that arise.
So we're not just blindly throwing data at algorithms hoping something sticks. For instance, linear regression, one of the simplest models, how does it actually arrive at its predictions? What's the core idea behind it?
At its heart, a linear regression model makes predictions by calculating a weighted sum of the input features, adding a constant term known as the bias. Imagine trying to predict a house price based on its size and number of rooms. The model assigns a weight to each of these features, indicating its importance, and then sums them up. Mathematically, this is often represented as a linear function, like y equals theta naught plus theta 1 x1 plus theta 2 x2 plus theta n xn, which can be more compactly written in a vectorial form as y equals h theta of x equals theta dot x.
That makes sense. But how does the model learn these weights and biases? How does it decide which combination is best for the training data? Precisely. Learning means setting these parameters, or thetas, to minimize a cost function. For linear regression, the most common measure is the mean squared error, or MSE. Geron explains there are two main ways to find these optimal thetas. One is using a direct mathematical equation called the normal equation. It literally calculates the thetas that minimize the MSE without any iteration. A direct calculation sounds efficient, but does this normal equation scale well with larger datasets or more complex features? Not always. The normal equation involves inverting a matrix, and the computational complexity for that is significant, often O of n to the power of 2.4 to n cubed, where n is the number of features. So if your dataset has tens of thousands of features, this method becomes prohibitively slow. It handles many training instances well, but struggles with many features. So a direct solution isn't always the best. What's the alternative when you have a lot of features? That's where gradient descent comes in. It's a versatile optimization algorithm that iteratively tweaks the model parameters to minimize the cost function. Think of it like a hiker trying to descend a mountain in thick fog. They can't see the bottom, but they can feel the slope. So they take small steps in the direction of the steepest descent. Gradient descent is the same, measuring the local gradient of the error function and moving in the opposite direction. That's a great analogy. So the steps are crucial here, meaning the learning rate. What happens if this learning rate isn't set correctly? The learning rate, denoted as eta, is critical. If it's too small, the algorithm takes tiny steps requiring many iterations to converge, which makes training very slow. Conversely, if it's too high, it might overshoot the minimum, bouncing around or even diverging entirely, never finding a good solution. Geron illustrates this vividly with figures of a ball descending a mountain, either creeping down slowly or wildly overshooting. And what about the shape of this mountain? If the cost function isn't perfectly symmetrical, like an elongated bowl, perhaps, due to features having different scales, does that complicate things for gradient descent? Absolutely. If features have very different scales, the cost function forms an elongated bowl. Gradient descent struggles here, as it might zigzag inefficiently towards the minimum. This is why feature scaling using methods like standard scalar is crucial before applying gradient descent. It transforms the data so all features are on a comparable scale, making the cost function more spherical and allowing gradient descent to converge much faster. So gradient descent is this iterative process, right? Batch, stochastic, mini-batch. What's the difference, and when would you use each? Yes, they differ in how much data they use for each step. Batch gradient descent uses the entire training set to compute gradients, which is accurate but very slow for large data sets. Stochastic gradient descent, or SGD, takes the opposite approach, picking just one random instance at a time. This makes it much faster and allows it to escape local minima, but its path is erratic and never truly settles at the optimum. Mini-batch gradient descent is a compromise. It computes gradients on small random sets of instances, or mini-batches. It leverages hardware optimizations for matrix operations like GPUs, offering a smoother path than SGD, but still faster than batch GD. Geron provides a helpful comparison showing how each balances speed, convergence, and the ability to handle large data sets. That's a clear breakdown. Now, linear regression models a straight line, but real-world data is rarely that simple. How do we apply these linear techniques to more complex nonlinear data? That's where polynomial regression comes in. The trick is to add powers of each feature as new features, then train a linear model on this expanded set. For example, if you have one feature x, you could add x squared and x cubed as new features. The model then effectively learns a curve rather than a straight line. Geron uses an example of a quadratic data set to illustrate this, showing how polynomial features transforms the data, allowing a linear model to fit a curve. That sounds powerful, but also like it could lead to trouble. If you add too many polynomial features, surely the model could become overly complex and just memorize the training data rather than learning general patterns. You're absolutely right, Sophie. That's the problem of overfitting, and it's a significant challenge with polynomial regression. Geron demonstrates this with a 300-degree polynomial model, which wiggles around the training instances, but wouldn't generalize well to new data. To diagnose this, we look at learning curves, which plot the model's training error and validation error as functions of the training set size. Learning curves, then, are our diagnostic tool. What do they tell us about overfitting and underfitting? For underfitting, both the training and validation error curves will be high and have converged to a plateau. It means the model is simple. If you have overfitting, there's a significant gap between the training error, which will be low, and a validation error, which will be much higher. The model performs on data it's seen, but poorly on new data. This brings us to the bias-variance trade-off. Underfitting corresponds to high bias and low variance, while overfitting means high variance and low bias. The goal is to find a balance.
So once we identify overfitting, how do we tackle it, especially in linear models?
The answer is regularization. It's about constraining the model to reduce its degrees of freedom. Jaron introduces 3 key methods. First, ridge regression, which adds an L2 penalty to the cost function. This forces the model weights to be as small as possible without becoming 0. It's like adding a gentle break to the learning process, making predictions flatter and less extreme, thereby reducing variance while slightly increasing bias.
And the other methods?
Next is Lasso Regression, which applies an L1 penalty. A unique characteristic of Lasso is its tendency to completely eliminate the weights of the least important features, setting them to 0. This makes it perform automatic feature selection, resulting in sparse models. It's often preferred when you suspect only a few features are truly useful. Garan shows how L1 regularization creates a diamond-shaped constraint, pushing weights to 0.
So Lasso is for when you want to simplify the model by discarding irrelevant features. What about if you want a bit of both worlds?
That's elastic net regression. It's a weighted sum of both Ridge and Lasso's regularization terms. You can control the mix ratio. It's generally preferred over Lasso because Lasso can behave erratically when there are more features than training instances, or when features are highly correlated. Jaron advises that it's almost always better to have some regularization rather than none. And then there's early stopping, a deceptively simple yet highly effective regularization technique.
Early stopping? That sounds like exactly what it says. Stop early. How does that help with overfitting?
It involves monitoring the validation error during training. As the model learns, validation error decreases, but eventually it starts to increase again, indicating the model is overfitting. Early stopping simply halts training as soon as this validation error reaches its minimum. It's like stopping the training at the optimal point of generalization before the model starts learning the noise in the training data. Jerome calls it a beautiful free lunch because it's simple and very effective.
That's incredibly practical. Moving from regression to classification, how do these training concepts apply? Specifically, how does logistic regression, a classifier, fit into this picture of linear models?
Logistic regression is a fascinating bridge. While it's a regression model in principle, it's used for classification by estimating the probability of an instance belonging to a particular class. Instead of directly outputting a value, it outputs the logistic of that value through a sigmoid function. This sigmoid function squashes any real number into a probability between 0 and 1. If this estimated probability crosses a certain threshold, typically 50%, it assigns the instance to the positive class.
So it gives us probabilities, not just a binary yes or no. And how does it train, given it's estimating probabilities?
The training objective is to set parameters so that the model assigns high probabilities to positive instances and low probabilities to negative ones. It uses a cost function called or binary cross entropy. This function penalizes the model heavily when it's confident about a wrong prediction. Unlike linear regression, there's no closed-form solution for logistic regression, so gradient descent is typically used. But because the log loss function is convex, gradient descent is guaranteed to find the global minimum.
And decision boundaries. How does logistic regression draw its lines to separate classes?
Jerome illustrates this beautifully with the iris dataset. Logistic regression creates a linear decision boundary, a straight line where the probability of belonging to either class is 50%. On one side, probabilities favor one class, and on the other, they favor the other. This linear boundary is its inherent limitation. But with feature engineering, like polynomial features, it can indirectly handle some nonlinear separations. Like other linear models, it can also be regularized with L1 or L2 penalties.
What if you have more than 2 classes? Does logistic regression extend to that, or do you need a completely different approach?
That's where softmax regression comes in, also known as multinomial logistic regression. It's a generalization of logistic regression for multiple classes. Instead of binary probabilities, it computes a score for each class and then uses the softmax function to convert these scores into probabilities. All these probabilities will be between 0 and 1, and they sum up to 1, ensuring mutual exclusivity of classes. The model then predicts the class with the highest probability.
So softmax regression gives us a probability distribution over multiple classes. What's the cost function for this then?
For softmax regression, the cost function is typically cross entropy. It effectively measures how well the estimated class probabilities match the target classes. A low cross-entropy implies a good model. Giron points out that cross-entropy stems from information theory, measuring the average number of bits needed to encode an event if we use an optimal coding strategy based on the predicted probabilities. Minimizing this pushes the model to make accurate and confident predictions for the correct class.
It's clear that even for foundational models like linear regression, the underlying maths and algorithms are far more nuanced than just calling a library function. Understanding these training techniques truly empower us to diagnose and improve model performance. This detailed look at linear models, gradient descent, polynomial regression, and regularization really lays the groundwork for tackling more complex systems.
Precisely. Knowing these fundamentals, as taught by Aurélien Geron, is invaluable. It helps us avoid common pitfalls and make informed decisions, whether we're building simple regression models or delving into deep neural networks.
If you found this discussion illuminating, please consider sharing this episode with someone keen to understand the nuts and bolts of machine learning.
That's great. Yeah, I think. Okay, now going to practice some questions, going to quiz. Okay, and starting a new quiz, you can see here, and generate 20 question, and selecting chapter. Okay, I will select the chapter number 4 completely and do the questions. Okay, check my understanding and generate quiz. Okay, the quiz is generating, and now it's time for go here Unity. I think no, I will not open Unity. I will. Fine. Arrange it. Which of the following is a key advantage of gradient descent for linear regression?
Which of the following is a key advantage of gradient descent for linear regression when dealing with a massive number of features?
Hyperparameter tuning. It produces an extra closed form solution. It scales well with number of features. It always faster than normal equation. Always faster. Scales well with number of features. Exact closed form solution. It scales well with number of features. I think so. The correct answer can be it requires no hyperparameter tuning. This I think. Let me. It scale with number of feature. Okay. Continue. What is the primary purpose of adding polynomial?
What is the primary purpose of adding polynomial features in regression?
Adding polynomial feature to reduce the number of model parameters, to force the model to be linear, to fit non-linear relationship, to increase the bias of the model, to reduce the number of model parameters, no. To increase the bias of the model, no. To force the model to linear, no. To fit non-linear relationship, this will be correct. Okay. Okay. In the context of bias-variance trade-off, what does a model
In the context of the
with high
bias-variance
likely
trade-off,
suffer from?
what does a model with high variance likely suffer from?
High variance likely suffer from overfitting.
Which regularization technique tends to set the weights of less important features exactly to 0?
Lasso regression. I think so. Lasso regression will be correct.
Why is feature scaling important for gradient descent?
It prevents the model from being linear, and it eliminates the need for a learning rate. It helps algorithm converge faster. It makes the cost function non-convex. Feature scaling, it prevents the model from being linear. Feature scaling for a gradient descent, it limits the need for a learning rate. It helps algorithm converge faster. For learning rate.
What is the primary difference between batch and stochastic gradient descent?
Batch uses whole training set. No, batch descent is this opposite. So is one instance per opposite. Batch is better for larger data sets. Is always slower. Yeah, for this correct. This is one instance. Batch uses the whole training set, and Stochastic uses one instance per step. Whole training set. Yeah. What happens if the learning rate in the gradient?
What happens if the learning rate in gradient descent is too high?
Learning rate in gradient descent is too high. It will definitely find algorithm
What does the log loss represent in logistic regression?
ठीक है मैं देख लेता हूँ
log loss, measure of feature importance. Cost function derived from classification. The cost function derived from classification. How does the softmax regression differ?
How does softmax regression differ from binary logistic regression?
Multiple mutually exclusive classes. It is only for regression problems. It cannot be used for classification. It is faster but less accurate. It supports multiple mutually exclusive classes. What is the function
of the early stopping regularization technique?
Early stopping regularization stops early stopping. Stop trending when the regression reaches minimum.
Which of these is a characteristic of the normal equation?
It does not support linear regression. It is expensive for many features. Requires iterative updates. Yeah, first option. Okay. No iteration rate. Features. Obviously expensive. For many features. Okay.
What is the definition of a convex function in gradient descent?
अप्लाई कर दिया
मुझे करना
नहीं अप्लाई को
फंक्शन में
पूछूं
करना था
नहीं अप्लाई को पूछूं हाँ ना यस नो ये के ये कहीं करे
क्या कौन करेगा कर दो
तो वो तो अच्छा करी डर लग गई ना अप्लाई कर डर काहे लग गए
In the learning
डर
curve,
से बाहर
what does a
निकालो
large gap
डर के आगे
between training
जीत
and
है
validation error signify?
क्या समझदार बाहर निकालो ओ डर क्यों कोई कर द्वार इन्होंने बट इंटरव्यू में कटी बैठो तो इनको ये कह दियो लोगी वो डर बैठ गयो थान लागे को नहीं है की बड़ा बड़ा इंटरव्यू वाला की कह देवे ना जब वो डर बैठ जाया करे की तो क्या क्यों नहीं चेहरा उठा पड़े ये अप्लाई को करता ये करे
The model is perfectly trained.
तो टाटा कंपनी वाला है ना पहले बहुत भटकी हो जाते तो आइयो जल्दी
What is the primary role of the hyperparameter C in Scikit-Learn's logistic regression? What does cross entropy measure in softmax regression? What does a closed form solution mean?
Closed form equation providing the result rightly.
When is it recommended to use elastic net over lasso?
Few features. Features fully covered. Elastic net or lasso. Historical in the normal equation is fast.
Why is the bias term often left unregularized?
Where does not contribute overfitting? Yeah.
Which of the following describes the epoch in gradient descent?
Single step with one instance. Single pass over the entire training set.
What is the result of using a very small learning rate in gradient descent?
Very small learning rate. Very slow convergence. Most of training. Very slow convergence. Very slow convergence. Okay, 95% are correct, one was incorrect, you can see here. Model is overfitting. In the linear learning mode, what does a large gap between training and validation error signify? The model is overfitting. Okay, fine. Now, continuing the what I was doing yesterday, I will continue it. Okay, I will go here and not here. I will go and wait. Let me. Now going to focus it again. 25-minute focus timer. Okay, starting here. LinkedIn. And go at learning. Yeah, fine. Salesforce certified platform. Okay, you can go here and start it.
It helps to create AI agents that can help with selling and service. And you can create these based upon your different needs. You can use different knowledge articles that you put together. You can take different instructions that you have for this person or this agent to help customers. How I've seen this in practice is during booking and rescheduling or canceling different things. So let's say you are a hotel business and you own a couple of resorts. And I, as the customer, I need to reschedule.
1 minute, what I can do, just go here and make it, fine. Open it, play it.
My visit. I've already scheduled it, but I need to push it out this. And you can create these based upon your different needs. You can use different knowledge articles that you put together. You can take different instructions that you have for this person or this agent to help customers. How I've seen this in practice is during booking and rescheduling or canceling different things. So let's say you are a hotel business and you own a couple of resorts. And I, as the customer, I need to reschedule my visit. I've already scheduled it, but I need to push it out a day, and I'll leave it in later as well. So I can hop onto the website, and there will be a chat agent who is an AI agent to help me to reschedule that, and I'll input the different pieces of information such as my booking number, my confirmation number, what room I had, and all that type of information, whatever it asks for, and I can say, hey, I want to reschedule it based upon this, and the agent has different instructions to work off of to help me reschedule. Now, this agent is really only as good as it has been set up, so setting this up correctly can be pretty crucial to customer satisfaction. But Agentforce can also be used for selling or for package management, like, hey, where's my package that I purchased? I can't find where it is, or the shipping information. But again, it's a newer tool, and so I'm sure there will be many, many iterations from this, and it's only as good as one, for data, and two, as it is for data. Now let's jump into Data Cloud. Recently, this has been renamed to Data 360. This helps to connect and organize your data from different places. I was having a really hard time trying to understand how to explain this to other people, but I feel like this diagram helps very well, so feel free to pause this lecture and study this a little bit. Essentially what it does is...
study, this is a unstructured data. This is totally unstructured, and we have to, this is structured data, unstructured. Now, harmonize and unify. Batch stream, zero copy. Batch stream for this unstructured data, batch and stream. And zero copy, then nothing required. Structured data directly come. Transform and govern. Harmonize, unify. And analyze and act. Then AI prediction, insight, segment, analyze, activation, flows, export, action, everything.
It gathers a lot of your different pieces of data, such as the different records that you have within Salesforce and the different emails and the different conversations that you've had, and it helps you organize it based upon different categories or different things that you are selling, and then it helps you to do different predictions, or it helps different automations, and it helps you make better decisions with your data. Now, I will say that data that you get from Data Cloud and the insights that you can gather are only as good as your data. I believe there are some features of Data Cloud that can help you cleanse your data and identify areas where you need to work on your data quality. And so, again, the better data you have, the better outcomes you will have from your analyses. Now we're going to jump into MuleSoft. This is one of those where they have a funky name, and it doesn't really help you understand what it actually does. Essentially, MuleSoft is an integration platform, so it's a third-party integrator tool. So let's say you have Salesforce, and then you have System A and System B, and you have MuleSoft. So you want to connect System A and System B into Salesforce, but there isn't already an established, well-done integration between those two from A and B into Salesforce. So what you could use is MuleSoft to help integrate that. MuleSoft is owned by Salesforce, and so typically it's going to have an easy time connecting into Salesforce. This connects through their AnyPoint tool. I think AnyPoint helps you understand a little bit better. You would use MuleSoft to help connect those two systems together so they can talk to one another, and they can push different pieces of information from one system to the next. So that way you're not going in between the two systems being like, what the heck is going on? Do I even have the right records? Do I have the right things going on here? MuleSoft can help integrate those, so then you'll have the information on both systems that can be beneficial to both systems for the relationship to work. Okay, let's jump into Health Cloud a little bit. Like the name suggests, it's for healthcare. This is going to be, like we previously talked about how Nonprofit Cloud was different looking than regular Salesforce. Health Cloud is going to be similar in the fact that it does not look like Salesforce and how typical Salesforce looks. This one, it looks more like a doctor's office system. I don't know how better to explain that, where it has the different appointments, it has scheduling, it has your different patient records, it has referrals that you're going to be sending in, as well as referrals that can be sent back. And a lot of this is going to be done with security and making sure that different healthcare laws, such as HIPAA, are going to be maintained within the system. Now, let's take an example here. It's going to be your doctor's office. So let's say you have a doctor's appointment that is just a regular checkup, but then they notice something that goes awry. So let's say you go in for your regular doctor's appointment, you have your vitals taken, your weight, your blood pressure, and then you're going into your doctor's, and then you notice that you have a freckle on your body that looks a little different. So your doctor can take some of the patient information that is necessary and send it over to a dermatologist that works with your insurance, and then that dermatologist can see that information, and they can help make the best decisions to help with your healthcare as possible with the information that they've been given. So Health Cloud is just going to be the system that handles that part of healthcare. Let's jump into Net Zero Cloud. So this is all about environmentally friendliness that can be tracked within a system and can make recommendations to you and your company on ways they can reduce their carbon footprint and become more environmentally friendly. This typically is done on a project-by-project basis, but it can be very, very helpful, especially if there are certain laws in place where you need to track this and understand what type of carbon footprint you need to have for your company, or if you have certain goals as a company. This can also have different what-if scenarios. So let's say you are traveling this much, or your project is going to require this many people. Then you can see, okay, this is how much carbon is going to be emitted, and that's going to shoot up our score by this much. Let's take an example here, manufacturing company. Let's say they manufacture HVACs or cooling systems or heating systems, and so they have different needs and they have different outputs than other companies. So what you would put into Net Zero Cloud is you would put in your utility bills, the travel data of your employees and owners, as well as put in your procurement set spending, or how far away your parts and pieces are coming from in the world, and so how much travel is that going to be. And so that can help you understand, hey, we are outputting this much carbon, and we can think about different ways to reduce that. All right, let's go ahead and move on to clicks versus code. And this is a big thing within the Salesforce community. As clicks versus code, you might also hear it labeled as declarative versus programmatic. And it is a way that you can differentiate, I guess, between different roles and different things that you'll do within the Salesforce ecosystem. Salesforce has different tools that they can use to make sure that you're doing the automations, not using code and having to hard code and go through that painstaking process of having to test and run that through. And if there's an error, it's difficult to change everything. And how do you do this? By entering in different logic to the different tools that they have created. So Salesforce is constantly trying to change that process, trying to rely less upon developers and more on people such as administrators to create these different automations or simplify these different business processes, so then you don't have to necessarily hard code in everything to your Salesforce org. Again, they're wanting to always shift away from code and make it so much easier for people on the Salesforce ecosystem to use declarative tools. The two main declarative tools that we have for automations are flows and approval processes. Flows are a way to simplify different business processes, or I guess let's take this example. So your company has a model where every year your clients have to sign a new contract. And you like to call that a renewal contract, a renewal opportunity. And before you were able to do flows for this and before automation tools, you'd have to hard code in creating this new renewal opportunity for next year once the current year has closed. Which is a really nice automation not to have to go back in and try and remember to do that. Flows are able to do this where you can take some of the information that you want to keep, such as maybe the amount or customers or the stakeholders, those kinds of things that you want to keep from year to year within that client, and move it to the next year. You're able to do these with flows. And then approval processes are a way to submit a record, maybe to a manager to get approved. So a classic example of this is you are trying to get a discount for your customer, but your discount amount has to be approved by your manager. So you're able to submit the opportunity with the discounted amount to your manager and have them within Salesforce approve it or disapprove it and send it back to you for you to either change or modify or continue on with that opportunity. So those are the two main automation tools. And of course, they have a lot of really complex things that they can do, but those are a few simple examples. And then we have secondary automation tools. These are not classified necessarily as big automation tools as the flow is or as the approval processes are, but these are going to be things like case escalation rules, which we've talked a little bit about, and assignment rules that can help route certain records to the right people. And then there are auto response rules. I'm sure we've all submitted an email saying, hey, please help me fix this. And then you get an automatic message saying, hey, thanks so much for reaching out, but I'll get back to you within a certain period of time. Those are a little of the things that you can do programmatically. And now, of course, there are different one-off use cases that you might have where code is necessary, but it is beyond the tools that you can use declaratively. But these are a few of the things that you would use before going to a developer. All right, so let's talk about roles and careers within the Salesforce ecosystem. I'm just first going to start off with careers, and then we'll talk a little bit more about different roles. Oftentimes, roles and
इसमें भी देख सकते हो अब
Place new trials in your career.
And
इसमें भी देख सकते हो इसको से खोल के
careers are talked about in the same way. They have similar titles and what have you. But let's go ahead and go through a few of the Salesforce professionals or the Salesforce technical-ish professionals that you'll find within the Salesforce ecosystem. The first is going to be the Salesforce administrator. These are going to be people who are doing the day-to-day updating of your Salesforce org. Possibly this is a role.
इसमें देख सकते हैं देखो आ गया ये वॉल लेटर लॉग आउट हो गया फिर से
that you are trying to go for. A lot of things covered on this exam are also covered on the Salesforce admin exam, which is kind of a nice bridge between being new to Salesforce and getting that admin certification. So, and under here you can also see the different certifications that you can get for being an admin.
इसमें अलग-अलग रोल्स हैं जैसे ये Salesforce एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर का Salesforce आर्किटेक्चर Salesforce डेवलपर ये जैसे मेरा ये Salesforce प्रोफेशनल्स Salesforce मार्केटर Salesforce कंसल्टेंट Salesforce डिजाइनर
तेरा है डेवलपर
ये है अब फिर इस पर क्लिक करेंगे ना तो उसके रिलेटेड जो भी जो सारे जो कोर्स सर्टिफिकेशन से डेवलपर क्रेडेंशियल्स के वो आ जाएंगे Salesforce सर्टिफाइड एजेंट फॉर स्पेशलिस्ट Salesforce सर्टिफाइड B2C कॉमर्स क्लाउड डेवलपर Salesforce सर्टिफाइड इंडस्ट्री CPU डेवलपर सर्टिफाइड जावास्क्रिप्ट डेवलपर है ना सर्टिफाइड मार्केटिंग क्लाउड एंगेजमेंट डेवलपर Salesforce सर्टिफाइड मल्सॉफ्ट डेवलपर उसका दिखा मल्सॉफ्ट भी होता है इसमें मल्स सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर सेकंड उसका थोड़ा ऊपर वाला इस तरह से पूरे इसमें मिल जाएगा Salesforce सर्टिफाइड प्लेटफॉर्म ऐप बिल्डर Salesforce सर्टिफाइड प्लेटफॉर्म डेवलपर ये पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म का जो है ये और सर्टिफाइड प्लेटफॉर्म डेवलपर 2
ऊपर होता है 1
2 ऊपर होता है सर्टिफाइड प्लेटफॉर्म 2 डेवलपर्स आर एक्सपर्ट्स इन द एडवांस प्रोग्रामेटिक और ये है जो बेसिक हाउ टू डेवलप एंड डिप्लॉय कस्टमर बिजनेस लॉजिक है और कस्टमर इंटरफेस इज यूजिंग प्रोग्रामिंग कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफ द लाइटनिंग प्लेटफॉर्म बस ये
Next here are going to be the Salesforce architects. These are going to be people who are the big visionaries for the system. They have a lot of technical knowledge about how Salesforce works and the base code of how Salesforce works and different customizations that you can do. And so they're often brought onto big projects to plan out these different projects that they are going to be spearheading. So my husband is an architect for his company. He is a consultant. And one of his last projects that he just completed was redoing California Office of Tax Appeals database within Salesforce. And so he was able to take their business problems and take their solution and really plan it out into various little chunks of achievable things that you can build out. So they are the builders, they are the dreamers. Essentially, they are like an architect who draws out all the house plans or the building plans, but just for Salesforce. And then you have the Salesforce developer role. So this is for someone who is really wanting to be code heavy. And oftentimes I find that the best developers were also admins at one point because what the developer does is they take all the solutions that an admin can't do and they create it with code. Then you have the Salesforce marketer. So they are using the marketing cloud tools to bring in new customers for their company. And then you have the Salesforce consultant. So there are a bunch of different ways that you can become a Salesforce consultant. Usually you work for a firm and then you're placed onto a bunch of different projects, and you will place the different Salesforce products. And oftentimes Salesforce consultants are implementing the one-off products from Salesforce or the different things from the customer 360. So you'll see a lot of consultants working within CPQ, which is one thing that we didn't cover, but essentially is a way to create quotes for complex quoting systems. Yeah, and like you might see people setting up Experience Cloud, other ones being Marketing Cloud. You've got Sales Cloud, of course, and Service Cloud, but they are the ones who are likely going to be setting these up for big companies. And then you have the Salesforce designer. So you have currently 2 of these. These are the user experience designer and strategy designer. This is a newer role within Salesforce, but it will help you create more user-centric designs within Salesforce and helping it be easier for the users to use and to understand and to really grab a hold of. And then you have other roles that aren't mentioned here are going to be things like the end user role, and of course you'll have sub roles within this of, like, you'll have the sales user, you'll have the marketing user, you'll have the service user who are in all these different clouds. Today we're going to be going over a certification path for developers. So the developer role within Salesforce is someone who is going to be using code to make changes to your Salesforce org. But let's kind of jump into more of the developer role and how to be a good developer. Personally, in my experience, all of the best developers were once admins because they know the line between clicks versus code, as Salesforce likes to call it, which is a line between using the configuration settings that Salesforce has for automations versus using code to create a very custom experience for your org. It is a lot easier to change clicks and customizations that were done without code than it is to make changes to code, just because it's easier to test. Typically, admins are going to have a lower salary, and so it's easier to pay an admin to fix things than it is to pay a developer. And Salesforce is always working to reduce the load of developers and put more of those automation tests onto the admins with configuration tools like what was the process builder that is now flows, and other tools like the lead automation tools or the case automation tools. So while this makes it easier for admins, you may as a developer find more difficult one-off scenarios that you will be developing for. Another reason why it's really great to be an admin first is that if you find something that comes onto your desk that needs to be developed, but you know that it can be done with configuration, you can pass it to the admin and say, hey, this would be a lot more suited toward your skill set, and you can get back to developing other high-need projects. So let's go and start from the beginning of you don't really know anything about Salesforce, or maybe you do know some about Salesforce, and go through a certification path if you want to become a developer. There are going to be 5 main certifications, but that does not mean that you can't get other certifications. Any type of specialty certifications that you can get, like CPQ or experiences, can be really useful to you in looking for a developer job. So the first one is going to be a newer-ish certification from Salesforce that is geared towards super users or very beginners to Salesforce. This one is going to be easier than the admin certification, and it is going to cover how to learn Salesforce through Trailhead. It's going to cover some of the Salesforce ecosystem, how to move around on Salesforce, reporting, and the data model, and kind of a little bit of the security model. This is a great way to know if Salesforce is right for you, as well as to help you get a win under your belt before moving on to the admin, because the admin is pretty difficult. So the second one is going to be the admin certification. This one is going to be fairly difficult, especially if you are new to Salesforce. The reason why it's so difficult is because it bounces around a lot, and you don't really know a lot about Salesforce yet, whereas other certifications are fairly niche and will focus on one section or sector of Salesforce. The admin certification focuses on a lot of the admin role. So it goes from things like setting up users, how to freeze users, why you want to freeze users, to going into automations and how to use automations, to then going into the data model, the security model, and the intricacies of that, as well as reporting and loads of other stuff. This is going to come in really handy when you are a developer, so then you know the background of Salesforce, the data model and the security model are crucial to know as a developer, as well as the automations like we mentioned previously are super useful to know. So then if you have something that comes across your desk that could be an admin task, you can pass that back and get to developing solutions that can't be done with configuration. All right, so that's going to be the admin certification. The third certification that you're going to need to get is going to be the app builder certification. So like the certification title is, it's more about the building of stuff within Salesforce. So more in depth into the data model, automations, the security model, and less of the random permissions and the user setup that you would find within the admin certification. There is a good amount of crossover, but how I like to view it, this certification, and how many others like to view the app builder certification, is that it is a nice bridge between the admin role and the developer role. So it helps you understand crucial concepts to know as a developer, and when tasks can be done by an admin and when they should be done by a developer. All right, now you're going to get to your first developer certification, and there are going to be 2 developer certifications that I would recommend to become a developer. The first developer certification shows that you know about code and how to develop on Salesforce, but the developer 2 certification is where a lot of people really see value in, where you really do know how to develop solutions on the Salesforce platform as a developer, and we'll get into why that is. But let's jump back into the developer one. This is going to be a 16 multiple choice question test, and it is fairly difficult. A lot of people find it more difficult than the admin certification, just because if you don't have any previous development experience, or if you don't know much about the specific languages that are used within Salesforce, it can be really difficult to do. A lot of the questions will give you a line of code and ask you to point out what is wrong or what could be improved within that piece of code, or what the code does. So it is a very time-consuming certification, as well as a pretty difficult certification, and has to do with a lot of critical thinking. Then finally, you're going to come to the developer 2 certification, which a lot of recruiters and hiring managers will use this when they are looking to hire a developer as the, yes, they are a developer. And here's why. There's 2 sections to this exam. You're going to have to do 4 super badges, and then you're going to have to do a multiple choice test. The test is going to be fairly similar to the developer 1 test, 60 multiple choice questions, maybe 5 extra for testing purposes for Salesforce to test out any questions, but it should just be the 60. But then the other part of this exam is going to be 4 super badges where you have to do hands-on coding challenges, and you have to pass them. Once you have all 4 super badges and you have that multiple choice question passed, then you will get that certification. And those 4 super badges is what really sets the developer 1 versus the developer 2 certification apart from each other. Now there are additional certifications for the developer path, but those ones are kind of the main developer certifications. If you're wanting to go more in depth into other areas of being a developer, like being a CPQ developer, a marketing developer, an Omni Studio developer, or go into JavaScript, those certifications are available as developer specific certifications. You can also get more consultant certifications to be able to then qualify yourself for developer jobs that work with a specific section of Salesforce. So things like Tableau could be useful, or Experience Cloud could be extremely useful, field service, CPQ could be really, really awesome for that as well. Each additional certification that you go into into as a specialty will also increase your salary somewhat if a company has a need for that specific specialty. I will say though that CPQ developers make a lot of money, like a lot of money. So if you're wanting to make the most amount without being a CTA, I would look towards being a CPQ developer and having some other specialty certifications. One last thing to note about this developer path. It can be really daunting, especially if you are coming from a non-technical background and if you have not been a developer before. One thing that can really help ease this burden is working on personal projects. This can not only make this super fun for you, but you're also going to be learning skills that you'll be using with Salesforce later on. You can use these examples as some developer experience, and you can show hiring managers and recruiters that you are super passionate about developing on the Salesforce platform. And having a project to show off that you're super passionate about is going to come across really well in an interview, that you are passionate about it and you're excited to work with them. But if you have any other certifications that you would add to this list, I would love to hear them down in the description down below and why you would choose those specific certifications for a developer. Thank you so much for joining me today.
डिस्क्रिप्शन देखेंगे ना इसका,
लेकिन स्पीड ज़्यादा रहता है, पता नहीं चलता क्या बोल रही है।
नहीं वो सबटाइटल देखो, सबटाइटल
लेडीज तो वैसे ही ज़्यादा बोलती है, चक 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 रुकता नहीं है, उसका लिमिटेड होना चाहिए।
You can check out the courses down below or on salesforceupskill.com. You can connect with me on LinkedIn and Twitter at EmilyCallMBA. Thanks so much. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Today we're going to be going over some of the jobs that you can get as a Salesforce certified admin that aren't necessarily going to be Salesforce jobs. Now the reason why I want to bring this up is because there's been a lot of new people into Salesforce in the past few years, and a lot of the entry-level jobs just aren't able to keep up with how many new certified admins there are in the ecosystem. And that can be extremely frustrating, especially to newcomers. And so I wanted to make this video to kind of break down different jobs that you can find as a Salesforce certified admin that aren't necessarily going to be a Salesforce admin job, but do touch Salesforce so you can get that experience. There are a few things I do want to mention before we hop into this list of jobs. The first thing is going to be that it does get easier the further up the Salesforce food chain that you go. So the more certifications that you get, the more experience that you get, it will be easier to find Salesforce jobs. This is particularly true when it comes to being a senior admin or being a consultant, being a specialty Salesforce person, possibly going into a development route, an architect route, or even a business analyst route. It does get easier with the more certifications, the more experience, the more time in the ecosystem that you do have. So I promise it's not going to always be like that forever. Another thing I want to mention is that it's just generally tough in the tech sphere right now because of different monetary policies in the US and a lot of tech companies laying off to focus on other sectors than what they focused on in the past, specifically AI. But I do promise that things will eventually even out. Things will get better, things will get easier, you'll get more experience, you'll get more certifications, hopefully, and you'll be able to find a job that you are really well suited towards. But with that caveat, I do want to say, like I've mentioned previously, that learning and continuing to grow within your Salesforce knowledge will be extremely crucial to this journey. As a personal rule, as well as just what I've noticed, if you continue to learn, continue to grow, continue to be passionate about learning Salesforce and having a career like this, you will find success. It just might take longer than people have said in the past. So there are a few things that I want to split up these jobs into. So some of these will cross over, as well as I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the associate jobs that you might be able to find. A sales rep who uses Salesforce, this could be really lucrative. Even if you aren't 100% suited to a sales job, this can be really great to understand Salesforce and hopefully go more into an admin position. Even if you don't really feel like a sales representative job or a sales job would be very fun, or you just don't like talking to people, it can be really good to help you gain some more skills in Salesforce, as well as some more interpersonal skills that will come in really handy when you are working full time within Salesforce. It'll also help you understand the use cases that you might see and you might want to build out for Salesforce, and also how to make them better for when you are making those automations and you are building those things on Salesforce. A very similar job to this is going to be customer service or customer success that uses Salesforce. A lot of times these job listings will have Salesforce in the description, and so it'll be really important to check that so then you can get that Salesforce experience on your resume. Customer service is helping customers with their issues, and much like the sales rep, you will be able to get some Salesforce experience, understand how Salesforce is used on a user basis, and gain some valuable information about how to build out Salesforce systems and how to make them better. But you could look into getting a sales operations role or a revenue operations role. These roles often help the sales teams with the different systems that they'll be using, which is Salesforce plus other systems that they might be using like HubSpot or Tableau. They also help with reporting some, as well as any other administrative tasks that might burden down the sales rep from selling. These roles are really crucial to a sales rep so then they can get back to selling, and operations is really great to be able to bridge maybe going from a sales rep and then to operations and then into an admin role. So now that we've talked a little bit about the associate jobs that you can look for, now let's talk about admin. I want to say that it is 100% okay that your first job after having the admin certification does not have admin in the title. It doesn't necessarily need to have admin in the title, but it should be working within Salesforce and getting some hands-on experience within Salesforce. So then if that admin role is what you want to have next as your goal, then you can have that experience and leverage your way into that job. So like we mentioned before, sales operations and revenue operations are a great way to do this. You'll likely be working a lot with different records, reporting, and learning all those skills that are crucial to the sales process. You're going to get more hands-on experience that will help you later on down the road when you are building stuff within Salesforce. And you might be the de facto admin if it is doing sales operations for a smaller company. Another job that you could look for as a Salesforce certified admin is doing help desk or help desk 2. Another
Please keep it continue.
मैं अंदर जाके वो कंटिन्यू अंदर जाके हाँ ठीक है. Okay.
There's a little bit of a difference here. IT help desk is going to be someone who works for a company who helps kind of do customer service, but focus more on the technical aspect of it. So anytime someone at the company has questions about their IT, like their computers or software, or how to link their email, or why is this record not working, the first person they're going to go to is the IT help desk. Now, because you're IT help desk, you're going to be touching a lot of different systems, which actually can give you a lot of really great tools that aren't just Salesforce admin focused. Yes, you'll be touching Salesforce, if they use Salesforce, of course, and you'll be touching other systems, and you'll be able to see what the integrations are, and you'll get other hands-on experience that may come handy down the line. This also helps you when you are working with customers to understand what the problem is, which is an essential skill that you'll need if you go into a business analyst role later on. You can also get hands-on experience with what the issues are, what the errors are that the users are experiencing, and how to mitigate those, which is just really great to learn from. When you have an error, you can figure out how to fix it, what the issue was, how to mitigate it in the future, and then you'll be able to take those issues and hopefully prevent them in your jobs later down the line. And finally, it's going to be help desk 2, which this would be more of a Salesforce-centered or focused role, where you are still going to be IT help desk, but you're going to be that second line of defense. So after the general IT help desk person says, oh, this is a Salesforce issue, I'm going to pass it on to the expert, or the next line of defense within Salesforce, that could be you, which actually was one of my first Salesforce-focused jobs, and I found it really, really awesome to gain that experience to then be able to prevent issues later on down the line, and really use my investigative tools to figure out why certain errors were happening and how to mitigate them. Again, things will get easier as you learn more, but always be growing, and the job market will shift with time. Let's take a minute to talk about Salesforce development practices. And now this could be across administration, this could be across being an end user sometimes, this could be across the development team, those who are coding in the Salesforce platform. This is just typically what the two main development project management practices that people use within the Salesforce ecosystem. The first one is going to be Scrum project management. And this is going to deal, I guess, the main differentiators and what you need to know for the exam is that there's a backlog of work, and any requests go into that backlog. And then someone who is on the Scrum team will typically manage that backlog and decide what needs to get prioritized into a 2-week sprint. And the admins or developers or business analysts are going to come in during that 2-week sprint, and they are going to get their user stories / projects done within that 2-week sprint. Now, this is very rigid, no one bringing in, no last minute work type of system. And if something new or urgent comes into play during that 2-week sprint, it's going to be added into the priorities for the next sprint. So this is really good if you have a working environment where you're not the team managing any one-off scenarios, or you're not managing any errors that pop up. Typically someone who is building out a big project or who is adding new features. And the next one is going to be agile project management, and these ones are going to be a lot more fast-paced. You typically project or the mini project, however your team administrates. Let's take a minute to talk about Salesforce development practices. And now this could be across administration, this could be across being an end user sometimes, this could be across the development team, those who are coding in the Salesforce platform. This is just typically what the two main development project management practices that people use within the Salesforce ecosystem. The first one is going to be Scrum project management. And this is going to deal, I guess, the main differentiators and what you need to know for the exam is that there's a backlog of work, and any requests go into that backlog. And then someone who is on the Scrum team will typically manage that backlog and decide what needs to get prioritized into a 2-week sprint. And the admins or developers or business analysts are going to come in during that 2-week sprint, and they are going to get their user stories / projects done within that 2-week sprint. Now, this is very rigid, no one bringing in, no last minute work type of system. And if something new or urgent comes into play during that 2-week sprint, it's going to be added into the priorities for the next sprint. So this is really good if you have a working environment where you're not the team managing any one-off scenarios, or you're not managing any errors that pop up. Typically someone who is building out a big project or who is adding new features. And the next one is going to be agile project management, and these ones are going to be a lot more fast-paced. You typically take your user story or your project or the mini project, however your team has split up the tasks that need to be done, and you'll move it from the to-do phases, doing, testing, deployed, till it is out to the customer or to whomever's going to be using the final product. And typically how it works is that you have your tasks, your user stories, and then you'll move it through the different phases. And then once you are complete with that user story, then you will grab the next prioritized item, and you will start working on that one. And this one is where people are very much in silos, unless they're working with a QA tester or with a specific team to deploy a particular functionality. Whereas on the Scrum environment, you will have lots and lots of meetings over prioritizing the work and how did that work session go, things that you should change, those types of things. In this agile environment, items are prioritized as they come in with the rest of the backlog. So they might be, if they're an urgent matter, it'll be put off the backlog, and whoever can get to it next will take that item on. Whereas it is not prioritized like that in the Scrum environment, and items are prioritized after a sprint or in between sprints. And now most teams within Salesforce often take a mixture of this type of Scrum and Agile project management, just depending on the type of work that you're receiving and the urgency of the requests. All right, and the final section, or the final lecture in this section I want to mention is the Salesforce Trust. So the Salesforce Trust is a way to see if there are any issues within Salesforce as a whole. Like we mentioned in the multi-tenant environment, maybe let's say in the multi-tenant apartment complex example, let's say the power went out, or maybe the water line broke, and so you weren't having any water or power to your building, where you might go to like a community forum for that for your apartment building. Salesforce Trust is where you would go to check that out for your Salesforce org. You can see system status, you can see security, as well as compliance to different things. So you can see the system status for your regular Salesforce, Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, Communities, Analytics, all those different things. And then also for different other products that you might use. Things that we've talked about are MuleSoft. You'll see just the regular status for Salesforce, Philanthropy Cloud, which is similar to a nonprofit. You might see status for Tableau products, all those fun different things. If we go into status here, we can see any incidents that are happening. We can narrow it down by different clouds that we've seen, or that we might be having issues with. Let's say we had an issue with Marketing Cloud, and these are going to be the different instances that you would have. Really good for you or for whomever the admin is to go into your settings and to take note of what your instance is, so then you can go in and see if your particular instance is being tracked for having issues later on. I know I definitely had it where I come back from lunch at work and all of a sudden no one can log into Salesforce. I'm trying to figure out if this is a trust issue or a status issue with a larger Salesforce, or if this is a me issue that I have to go fix. So this is where you would go see if this is a Salesforce issue or a Salesforce company issue, or if this is a you issue if you are the admin. And this can go for either the main Salesforce products and services that you have, or this could go for different sections such as Experience Cloud. And typically you can narrow this down by region as well. Let's say I'm in North America. Oftentimes the instance will be NA and then have the number to it. A lot of them do, you can see here, have North America or Canada up here. But yeah, these are just good to take note of which instance is yours, so then you can keep track of it in case there are issues. All right, well, let's go ahead and go over some practice questions. I find this super useful to go through some practice questions with someone who has some experience, so then I can understand their thought process when they're answering the questions and maybe why they would choose one answer over the other. It's also just great practice for you to be able to test your knowledge. And we'll go over why each question is the way that it is. So the first question is, SolarWinds is looking to...
ठीक है, जैसे ये है for customers to check their bills.
SolarWinds is looking to create a portal for the customers to check their bills. Which product of Salesforce best fits this need? कौन सा होगा? Sales Cloud ही होगा ना?
Sales Cloud, लेकिन वो सेल करने के लिए
create a portal for their customers to check their bills. Which product of Salesforce best fits this need? A, Sales Cloud, B, Experience Cloud, or C, MuleSoft? So feel free to pause this. I'll give you a couple more seconds. All right, and the answer is going to be B, Experience Cloud. Experience Cloud, if you remember, is going to be a way to create external sites for your Salesforce org for customers, partners, users, whomever to be able to see information. It's a great way to create like a portal to be able to log in and check bills. It's also a way that you can have partners look at data, users of your Salesforce org, submit feedback, or maybe just create a website for tracking leads and capturing leads. It wouldn't be Sales Cloud because Sales Cloud features mostly just opportunities and anything doing with selling. It would not be MuleSoft because MuleSoft is more of an integration tool. Right, the second question. A Salesforce associate is familiar with some programming languages and would like to develop on the Salesforce platform. What type of job is this? A, developer, B, admin, or C, architect? Feel free to pause this, give you a couple more seconds. Okay. All right, the answer is going to be a developer, because the question is asking about programming languages and developing on the Salesforce platform. Architects can sometimes code, but not always, and that's not generally going to be their job function. Admins can sometimes code, but that's again not going to be their job function. Most of the time, admins do not know how to develop. Welcome to the navigation portion of this course. This also coincides with the navigation section that is weighted at 28% on the exam, and this deals with how to get around to where you need to go within Salesforce. So this section actually is going to be fairly small as far as the lectures go, because it is covered also in the other sections. As we cover the things in the data model section, as well as in the reporting section, you'll learn how to navigate. But in this specific section, I'll be pointing out the specific things that you'll need to know to pass the exam for navigation. So one of the main ways that you will get around within Salesforce is using the app launcher. So the app launcher is up here underneath the cloud in the top left corner.
इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं? वेबसाइट पूरी सर्च करके फिर इसको हम वो जाके फिर जो एक्सट्रैक्ट टेक्स्ट नाउ इज टेकिंग टाइम एनालाइजिंग इट
क्या क्या
टेक्स्ट आएगा वो
पेपर है क्या? पेपर कैसे करेगा?
पेपर नहीं है ये वेबसाइट पे जाके इसे नेविगेशन पूरा सीखना है जिससे नेविगेशन ये बता रही है पर प्रैक्टिकल नहीं है
with a 3x3.
Render it.
You can have this pop-up will first come down, and you can go ahead and search for apps and other items being different objects or different things that you want.
Stay tuned, we are setting things up. This process can take few minutes. This page will auto refresh and ready. Okay.
Salesforce is using one of the main ways that you will get around within Salesforce is using the app launcher. So the app launcher is up here underneath the cloud in the top left corner with the 3x3. You can have this pop.
इसमें एक और एक्सटेंशन आता है करके add extension set it now कर और ये क्या है कि थोड़ा कहीं भी चले जा सकते हैं इसको रिफ्रेश कर करो कोई दिक्कत नहीं
Will get around within Salesforce is using the app launcher. So the app launcher is up here underneath the cloud in the top left corner with the 3x3. You can have this pop-up will first come down, and you can go ahead and search for apps and other items being different objects.
पता ना क्या आ रही है क्या आ रही है now you can see
or different things that you want to access within Salesforce, this being like dashboards, reports. If you can't see opportunities, you can see opportunities. This is also where you can, let's open this up to the full app launcher. But this is where you can go ahead and access the Service Cloud, Marketing Cloud, Community Cloud, the different consoles, and we'll go over the clouds versus consoles as well, because that's a pretty important distinguisher for the exam. And one really important thing in here is that we can also access the recycle bin. So the recycle bin is, let's say you have deleted a record, you have about 15 days to go back in the recycle bin and grab that out and undelete it before it is deleted forever. Of course, you can go in and empty the recycle bin, and so that time is shortened, but you would do that through here. You can either search up here for recycle bin, or this is alphabetized, so you can click recycle bin, and it'll take you to the recycle recycle bin. Other things that you can do here from the app launcher, of course, you can go to the apps, different things such as settings, images, different files that you can find, reports, dashboards, and you can go ahead and visit the App Exchange, which we will cover in another lecture. All right, let's now go ahead and cover the App Exchange. So the App Exchange has 3 different sections. So we are in the App Launcher and visit App Exchange. It'll pop up with the same thing. There's 3 different sections. There's going to be apps, components, and consultants. The consultant is the easiest part to explain. You can just, if you need help within your Salesforce org, these are different companies that Salesforce has certified that they work with, and say, hey, these consultants know what they're talking about. There's a way that Salesforce ranks these people based upon how many deals they're coming in with, or how many deals they're closing, how satisfied their customers are, how many certifications their consultants have, all those different things. But that's how you look for that. It's not likely that you'll see anything like that on the exam. Then you have components. Now, these are different things that you can add to your Lightning pages. So back underneath this pop-up, there are different components, such as today's events that you can see down here, and different tasks. Those are called components. Now, you can add components. There are some standardized components that you can add from Salesforce that will include your data, and there are other components that you can add in. One thing that is pretty common I've seen is adding like a DocuSign component to an opportunity page. So opportunities, like we've talked about before, are deals in the works. So it's nice to have a component there on that page on the side where you can go ahead and send off a DocuSign for your customer to sign the deal to close that deal out. So those are components. And then you have apps. So apps are going to be things like the service console, the sales console, those different things, but they can also be tools. Like, let's say, going back to the DocuSign component, let's say the out of the box, straightforward DocuSign that you would want to set out through the component was not quite right. So you could go into the DocuSign app and you could go ahead and download that from the App Exchange, and then once you have that connected, you can go in and create the correct contract and send that out from the app. And you would access that through the App Launcher. Now, it's not just for third-party tools, for either apps or components. This could be, let's say your company's wanting to start recruiting through Salesforce because they're already paying for Salesforce. It'd be a nice way to keep track of people that they want to hire and where they are in the interview process. There's not a great cloud for that within Salesforce at the moment. So you can go ahead and you can search for a recruiting app. And you can see different things that people have created within their own Salesforce orgs, and they have put up on the App Exchange for people to download and use. Of course, you'll have to go through these and verify them, but that is something that you can use. Now, you can use these not just for small things, but you can use them for bigger things, and maybe you'll have a solution that you'll need to solve on the App Exchange, because it is sometimes easier to get an app from the App Exchange and install that than to declaratively create the recruiting app or whatever kind of solution that you're creating for. That is a quick overview of the App Exchange. Now let's move on to sandboxes. So sandboxes are essentially a type of copy of your regular Salesforce org. So you have your production org, which is where everyone is doing their work in, not everyone, the salespeople, the service people, the commerce cloud people, all those different people are doing their work in. And the sandboxes are for people such as admins, architects, developers to work in, to prepare different changes to be made to the production org. There are 4 different types of sandboxes. It is good to know what can be done and what cannot be done, and the different types of things that you'll find in each of these sandboxes. So there are 4 different types of sandboxes. Let's talk about what these are actually good for. A lot of sandboxes are good for testing out additional functionality that you might want to add to your company, such as CPQ, or maybe you want to add Commerce Cloud. Sandboxes are typically used for developing out new products and making sure that it works within your org. You can also use sandboxes for testing it with regular data, and you can use it for a practice deployment into your org. So when you set it live, that it's going to be a good go live. So those are a few of the reasons why you want to use a sandbox. So sandbox copies over, in all sandboxes, you copy over the metadata. So metadata is essentially all of the bones of your Salesforce org. And by bones, I mean objects, fields, any types of relationships that you have. These are also things like any flows that you have or automations. So all of those will come over in these sandboxes. And now, in the developer and the developer pro sandbox types, you will not see any data come over from your org. So you'll have to, when you're testing, you'll have to create new data to test with and make sure that the functionality is going to be running properly. So with a partial sandbox or partial copy sandbox, you will see some data come over from your org. So you have some data that you're able to test with when you are developing these features or having your users test out these features and mess around and try and break it. So that's a partial copy. And then a full sandbox is everything from your Salesforce org comes over, all metadata, all flows, all data comes over, and it's really good for practicing deployments. It's also good for testing as well to make sure that you're not going to break if you deploy something that is going to be going into the production sandbox. Now let's go ahead and talk about the Salesforce setup. So I'm currently
taking a break
on the home page, and this is usually what you'll see when you log into Salesforce as an end user. And Now let's go ahead and talk about the Salesforce setup. So I'm currently on the homepage, and this is usually what you'll see when you log into Salesforce as an end user, and possibly even as an admin, you'll see this. However, this is what I like to call the front end of Salesforce, where people are doing their day-to-day jobs. They are contacting with customers about their opportunities. You're contacting leads to get more people onto your opportunities. You are dealing with cases, etc. So now when you're wanting to set up maybe a new object or group of data, or you're wanting to maybe make some tweaks to the fields that you see, you're going to do this in the setup of Salesforce. So to get this set up, you go into the top right corner and click the gear icon. There are a few different options that we have here. We can go to setup, and that is just the regular setup for most sales and other clouds. And then you have service setups. This is where you can go and set up anything dealing with the Service Cloud. Then you have the developer console if you are going to go to the very back end of Salesforce and start writing things in code. And then you can edit the current page with a Lightning page editor, which we'll go into later. But let's go into the setup. And I want to show you a few things about getting around in here. So you'll see here we have the quick find box. And now this is where you would go ahead and search for different things that you need to find as it pertains to changing up settings within Salesforce. So let's say if we wanted to go and change up some permission sets or add some permission sets, we would type in permission set, and it'll update as you keep going. But you can see that we have two sets. We've got the permission sets, permission set groups, and custom permissions. So you can go ahead and click on it or double click on it. Might take a few tries. But now it's taking us to see our permission sets. So that's a little bit about the quick find. You can also go in here, and we've got little toggles if you just want to go searching. So under users, we have all these different things that you can go in and look at. And then anything under data, and you can go in and explore in there, which I highly recommend that you do. Another thing I want to talk about is the object manager. So let's go here, and we'll talk about what an object is later on in the course when it goes to data modeling. But an object is just where we store our main group of data. As you can see here, we have different objects like account that we've talked about. And you can go in here, and we can look at the different fields and the different customizations that we've made to the accounts, or the things that we want to store about our accounts. And if we go back to Object Manager, we can also go here to the Quick Find and search for, let's say, opportunities. You can go to Opportunity, and we can look and see the fields and relationships. All right, one last thing I do want to talk about is the Schema Builder. So you can go to Schema Builder up here, or we can go back to the Quick Find and type in Schema Builder. You can go to it. So a Schema Builder is essentially just a way to see the entire backend of Salesforce. If you look down here in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see this is all these different boxes are the different objects within Salesforce. This just allows us to visualize how the different objects relate to one another, what you can find on the different objects. And there are certain objects that are going to be very connected to other objects. As you can see, we have an object called order, and it is really connected to a lot of other ones. And probably one of the most connected ones is the account object as well. You can clear all objects here, so then you have a blank slate, and then you can also select the objects that you want to look for. So if we only wanted to look at accounts and opportunities, we could do that here. Let me scroll and try and bring these up next to each other. Here we go. We can visualize the relationship between there, and if we scroll in, we can see the different fields on the opportunity on this side, and also on the account over here. We can do a few other things. We can create more objects, we can create more fields, which it's good to know that this exists for the exam. It may or may not be mentioned on the exam. And of course, we'll go into the data model later, but it's good to know that we can create a lot of different things here in the Schema Builder and in the Object Manager. Now let's move on to personal settings within Salesforce. You as a user, or most users, are able to go in and change a few things within their Salesforce org. So let's go ahead and hop in. I'm going to click on this little icon up here. Usually in my regular org, it would show my face, and I would have a profile picture. But to just get to our settings, we click on that profile picture and hit settings. Now it takes us to our personal information. We can see different things such as details that show name, address, work information, start of day, end of day. Now this is where, let's say you got married, or for whatever reason you wanted to change name, you'd be able to do that here. Maybe your company email address had changed, you'd be able to do that here as well. Other things you can do are you can change your password here to a new password. We can go ahead and change our time zone. So I actually do not live in the Pacific time zone, so I'm going to change this to my time zone, which is the Mountain Zone. Let's see if I can find a good one here. I'm going to go with 100 and click save. Right, we have saved my time zone. And then one last thing that might be helpful is if you're planning on sending emails out of Salesforce, then you could go in here and you can add your signature. Sometimes you can just copy paste the HTML into here, and when you are sending things out of Salesforce, you should be able to see your regular signature. Now let's go ahead and talk about some of the company-wide settings that you will see just in a general sense within Salesforce. So I'm currently on the homepage. From here, we're going to go to Setup. So we'll click the gear icon in the top right and go to Setup. This will open in a new tab. And in the Quick Find, I'm going to type in company. Now, these are the bigger section is called company settings, but where I really want to go is company information. So there's a bunch of different things that we can do here within the company information. Just like your regular personal settings, most of those settings also can be for the entire Salesforce organization. So let's say your company had offices or people in different time zones. So those people can change their time zones for them if they are not within the company time zone. The company time zone will be the default time zone. And if you wanted to change the default time zone for your company, you would come into here and you would go ahead and change the full company time zone. And then other settings, we can go ahead and change the currency if we were not in USD. You can enable multiple currencies, and you can enable having an exchange rate. However, that exchange rate will need to be updated manually unless you have something from the app exchange that helps you to update that. But it's really nice when you have people working in multiple currencies, so then you can see what that would be in your own currency. I'm going to leave this in USD, but if you wanted to enable multiple currencies, you do there. If you enable multiple currencies, then you cannot turn it off, so that's one thing to keep in mind when you are looking at different settings. I'm going to hit save here. And also along the same line as currencies, you can also enable multiple languages as well. And you can enable, various different languages. And you can, if you want, submit a translation guide. So people, let's say I'm working in English and I have someone else who's working in Spanish, will be able to work on the same records. But mine will be in English and theirs will be in Spanish. And there might be a few words here and there that aren't translated, but you can upload a file to help those translated. So very unlikely that that's on the exam, but very useful information. Okay, so back to company information, we can scroll down other than just our regular information. This is where we'd also look at our user licenses. So user licenses are really important, especially when you are setting up new users. So you want to make sure that there are licenses for them to use the software. Licenses are just the way that Salesforce knows that you are allowed to be on there, and that's how they keep track of how much you are paying for the org. So I currently have 2 Salesforce licenses left, and there are a bunch of other licenses for other features within Salesforce. However, we don't need to get into those now. There's also permission set licenses for other functionality, feature licenses, and entitlements. Those aren't too important, but there you have it. A few other things I do want to mention here are business hours. You are able to set up business hours, and they're very useful, especially if you have time-based automation rules that will escalate your cases, so then they're not getting escalated when no one is expected to be working. And then you can also set up holidays as well within your Salesforce org. They work similarly to business hours. They just kind of pause the automations until the holiday is over for your org. So now that we've gone over some of the basic settings within Salesforce, let's go over how you'd go ahead and create a new user within Salesforce. I'm going to, again, go into setup, and then in the quick find, we are going to search for users. All right, from users, we can go ahead and hit new user. All right, and here we can enter in all the information that we need to have. Anything with a red bar next to it is going to be required. So I'm going to start getting all of these pieces of information set. Let's see, an email, we can enter a new SF user course. And then the username does actually need to be unique across all different orgs. So I'm going to have this be Jane Doe. And we can go ahead and enter in a title, a company, the department, division. This is information that will be available to other users within Salesforce to understand when they see Jane Doe has modified records or is associated with records, we can see what her job is, and it's really useful in the different orgs, especially if it's a big company. And then roles are something that we'll get into there for security purposes and help us to understand what records people can see. And records being just the individual opportunities or the individual leads, accounts, contacts, cases, those are records. And now we can get into licenses. I'm going to give her a Salesforce platform license. And there are a couple other settings that aren't super important for this exam. And then we can have her have the locale settings. Again, these are just the same as the default. So if we knew that she was going to be working in Seattle, we could choose Pacific Daylight Time. I am going to hit save, and it'll go ahead and create a new password for her. There's a little checkbox before I hit the save button. If you can see that, now I'm going to save. And Jane Doe has been created as a user. So there's a little bit more of information that you'll be able to see once she's been created. You'll be able to see the permission set assignments, any licensing assignments, key membership teams, all those fun things. You can see people's user or login history. And that becomes useful when you want to understand who's using which licenses and if you're getting the most out of your Salesforce licenses. So one thing I do want to mention before we go is how to freeze users and why you'd want to freeze a user. So let's say that Jane Doe has left our company and we wanted to delete her user so then we can give someone another license. Instead of deleting her, we would want to freeze her. So what this does is it makes her just kind of stay. She can't log into her account, but she can stay just right here in her spot within Salesforce. So we can move over her records so any clients or customers don't get looked over just because she left the company. We want to keep those customers within the company. So that is how to set up a user. Now let's move on to the general global search with the Salesforce. So this is going to be searching different records that we have within our opportunities, our leads, our accounts, contacts, campaigns, what have you. This is going to be here at the top. We can search for, let's say we're searching for John. We can go ahead and search for John, and it'll bring up some of the related records, and we have a best recommended record, a result, and that is John Bond from the Grand Hotels, and it gives us a few bits of information if that's the thing we are searching for. You can also see it brings up his contact, any leads that are possibly related, any opportunities that are possibly related, and yeah, so this is really helpful, and it also brings up a search box as you are typing in, and a little couple of the main bits of information of this top result. But let's say we didn't quite find what we were looking for. So we can type in, let's say, an asterisk, which is called this is called a wildcard, and it brings up some other results that might not show up by just typing in John. And other things that we can do are called operators when we are searching for it. If we were to type in a capital and then hotel, so we can search that. Didn't quite bring up anything, but that is a-okay because John wasn't necessarily there. We can also use and not, and there are a bunch of different operators that we can also use for searching within Salesforce. And feel free, if this is something to search that you use a lot, feel free to look up the different wildcards and operators that you can use when you are searching for things that you don't quite exactly know the name of. It can be super useful. Now let's take a minute to talk about list views. So this is something that you will likely see on the exam, and also personally, it's one of the things that I find most useful to learn for your day-to-day when using Salesforce. List views in general are just going to be a list of records that you will see from a certain object. So now that's kind of a lot of confusing words, but an object is going to just be a group of similar data, so like opportunities, leads, tasks, and then the list view is just any opportunities, any leads, tasks. Let's go ahead and jump into opportunities here, and it'll automatically take us to a list view. It shows us that we are on the recently viewed list view, which I have not viewed any opportunities recently, so let's go ahead and change this. These are going to be all the ones that come standard in a developer org, so you've got all new last week. These can help you. It is going to just be a group of similar data, so like opportunities, leads, tasks, and then the list view is just any opportunities, any leads, tasks. Let's go ahead and jump into opportunities here, and it'll automatically take us to a list view. It shows us that we are on the recently viewed list view, which I have not viewed any opportunities recently, so let's go ahead and change this. These are going to be all the ones that come standard in a developer org, so you've got all opportunities, closing next month, this month, my opportunities, next week, last week, or new this week, new last week. These can help you sort and kind of view your different records, or I guess in this case, opportunities based upon a certain criteria. So recently viewed is just going to be what you've recently viewed. All opportunities is going to show, because I've got access to the whole org, it's going to show me all opportunities regardless of who owns it. If I were to go to my opportunities or private, then let's go to my opportunities. Then it would just show me the ones that are owned by me. These are super useful to see all of your deals or to see deals based upon a certain criteria to help you go into your opportunities or whatever record you're going into really easily. And sometimes you can edit here depending on your org's settings. So let's say if we wanted to edit the name here of this opportunity, we would be able to click on that little icon right there and do that. We could also, so this one's locked, we could change the close date, which could be super useful, as well as the stage. If we wanted to, we could click on the blue and it would take us to that opportunity, so then we could go in and see it. Let's go and go back to list views, and I'll kind of show you an overview of the different features of list views. Up here, you can see this little push pin. This allows you to pin a list view. So pinning a list view is great because if now we navigate off of it, go back to opportunities, we see my opportunities rather than recently viewed, which is going to be the default pinned list view. We can sort it, so currently it's sorted by opportunity name. We can sort by amount, or close date is super useful to sort by, and if we click it again, it'll go up, as well as a stage. Over here, we can come in and edit, delete it, or change the owner based upon which line we are on. We can search for within the list. It is saying that close date, amount, and opportunity owner alias, so that's going to be for me, it's eCall. It's going to look different for you guys, depending on what you have in your org. Those aren't searchable, but you can search for, let's say, the name, or for account name, maybe other things that you have on your list view. You can refresh your list view with this little circle, you can edit the list. You can show different charts. So currently we can see the pipeline by stage, we can see it by fiscal period or account, and it'll change it. We'd also change the chart as well. And then we can also filter down over here and add filters that way. We can create a new opportunity from here, which will just bring up a pop-up. We'll enter in all the information and hit save. We could do a printable view. Now it's going to go into the different displays that you can show. You could do a split view. So you could do where you have the list view here on the side, and then you could go into your opportunities here, which can be super useful. Let's go and go back to table view. This is personally my favorite view. Another way is Kanban view, which allows you to see it based upon a certain criteria. For opportunities, it's going to default to stage. So you can see by stage which opportunities are where. And you can see kind of a number of how many opportunities you have in each stage. It's a great way to show your pipeline. All right, now let's go over here to the gear icon and a few different things that we can do here. We can create a new list view. We can clone a list view, rename your list view, edit list filters, and you can change which fields that you want to show or display. So if we go back to, let's go back to the table view. Let's say that we didn't need to know the account name. We could come in here and select fields to display, and then remove the account name. And let's say we wanted to show the fiscal quarter that the opportunity was in. I'm going to move that fiscal quarter up a little bit, and hit save. And then we should be able to see that fiscal quarter right there. Let's go ahead and go into a new list view. So I'm going to name this Open Opportunities. And then you're going to choose the viewable settings. So you can create a list view just for yourself. You can create a list view for other users, or you could share the list view with a group of users. And if you share it with a group of users, you're going to search for who you're going to share it with. So let's say you were on a sales team for the Western sales territory. You could create open opportunities in the Western sales territory and then share that out with that specific group of users within that Western sales territory. I'm going to change this back to just myself and then save. Here we can filter it down. I know we haven't gone over reporting quite yet, but this is going to be very similar to reporting once you eventually get to that lecture, where you can display a list of, here it's opportunities. On a reporting, it might be leads or accounts, and then you can filter it down to show or not show certain data. So I'm going to filter it to all opportunities, and then filter it down based upon logic for, let's go ahead and do stage is not equal to closed won or closed lost. So what this logic is going to do, so again, it's going to be that the stage of the opportunity is not equal to closed won or closed lost. We could also do is equal to any of the open stages, but this just gets rid of any closed opportunities. So I'm going to click done. You can add more filters and more filter logic, but this one I'm just going to leave here and click save. All right, and then our list view has definitely narrowed down from, I think, 20 or so to now 13 opportunities that are open. You could also do this for big deals, so you could narrow this down to anything over $100,000 or any opportunity over $100,000. You could narrow it down by opportunity, name, you could narrow it down by lead source. Really just about any field that they show you on the filter is what you can filter down by. And again, you can use this across leads, accounts, contacts, a bunch of different objects or groups of data, but just using those fields to narrow down, to filter down what you're seeing on your list view. These can be super important. Personally, what I've seen is we've seen all open leads before, or any open unassigned leads, to where sales reps who maybe have some extra time on their hands, if we have any new leads that just came in that are not assigned yet, they can go in and grab it, and whoever gets to it first can go ahead and take it and start working on it. I've definitely seen that before. Or any today's leads is another common one. List views are super useful to be able to get where you're going faster, to maybe edit faster and look at your data in a different way. Let's jump into customizing a lightning page. So I'm currently on a record page, which is also a lightning page, but this is different than possibly changing out the page layout, which we'll cover the differences in a later lecture. But the lightning page just deals with the different components that we have here. So you can see that we've got a feed and related over here. We can also look at the details over here. Now, I am not a huge fan of the details being over here and the feed and related being over here. It's just kind of jarring compared to opportunities where you might see the details on the other side. So in order to change this around, let's go click on the gear icon and go to the edit page. This will bring up the Lightning App Builder, and we'll be able to change up some of the different components. Now, this is going to be pretty tiny for us to see here. So I am going to exit out of this. Over here, you can see that we had another pop-up. Okay, we can see the different components that we can add that are standard. So like we talked about before, we can add more components from the App Exchange. Let's say we wanted to see something from DocuSign on here. We could add one from DocuSign off the App Exchange and drag it and drop it in here. Let's go ahead and change the different tab. I'm going to add a details tab and move it to the top. So that means that the details are going to be the first tab right here instead of over here. So now what we can do is we can scrap this component, so we can add more components over there. Let's say if we wanted to add an accordion over, we could go ahead and do that. I want to put the feed in the accordion, so I'm going to add another accordion and have it be the feed. And click done, and I'm going to have the feed be at the top. Get rid of the details and have related. Now let's have the feed be dragged over. And on this component, we can get rid of the feed and we can move over the related. And this is supposed to be a very smart and drag and drop tool that you can use to build out a good page layout for your users within Salesforce. So I want to add some activities here. So let's go ahead and drop some activities. I'm going to have the activities be beneath the details, and then we'll be able to see all the activities. And of course, we can go in and mess around and play with it, but this is just where you would go to move around details or move around any components. Let's go ahead and hit activate. And I'm going to assign this as the org default on desktop and phone. Hit next, save. And it looks like it is saved. We can go back, and our new page should be reflected in the changes that we made. That is a little bit about Lightning page customization. Let's talk a little bit about the service setup. So this is not too terribly important for the exam and passing the exam. However, this is really important for understanding your way around Salesforce. This will help you get a little bit more familiar with where things are and the navigation aspect. So like I talked before, Service Cloud is all about the customer service, customer success side of selling and of the business. They have a separate setup, like how we have the back end of Salesforce, that's regular setup, and then you have the service setup. So it will open up a new tab when you click on it. I'm going to exit out of these because that's not important. But here we have everything that we need to know as far as service goes. So this is the home page, and it kind of gives you a quick snapshot of what you need to know of the different things that you've got going on. So you can add users, customize cases, you can set up knowledge. If that's not already set up there, you can connect your support email and get everything ready to go. You also have some different metrics that you can see. You've got the different cases by channel, by priority, by status, and what they are, and then what kinds of licenses you have. So yes, this is very similar to the regular setup, but it is more geared towards service. We could go over here into the object manager, and it would just show the regular object manager that we would need. You can go over here to home and create different things that is just going to be creating what you would in the normal setup. So the service assistant will help you with just like a basic outline of Service Cloud, just generally on what they would recommend. But we also have this recommended setup. So let's go ahead and click on it. We can see what they do recommend. So you've got phone support, adding users, chat with customers. You can delete your sample data. All of these things can be super important. We've just got random setup, and then also any types of resources. So feel free to use those. If you are, as an admin, going to eventually be using the Service Cloud, you'll want to be familiar with it. But again, not too terribly important for the exam. Right, let's go ahead and move on to Lightning Knowledge Setup. Now, it's highly unlikely that you'll get any questions on the process of setting up
Fine.
Lightning Knowledge, but it is good to know that Lightning Knowledge is a part of the Service Cloud of Salesforce. So what Lightning Knowledge is that you are able to set up a knowledge base or a series of blog posts essentially for your customers or for your internal team to reference. You can send these out with cases, and it will help them be able to fix their problems or service themselves when it comes to issues that they might face. So from the homepage, we are going to go to the service setup. And here we can see it looks a little bit different than the regular setup. But we're going to go here and click Knowledge Setup. This is going to bring up a pop-up to start the process for setting up knowledge. It cannot be disabled. Now we can choose who are our authors of our knowledge articles. So these are going to be the people who are writing the knowledge base. So I'm just going to have it be myself. And then there's this fun little waiting automation as it is setting up. I'm sure that we're going to have to set up some data categories now. So I'm going to say navigation, and maybe another category is going to be data model. Let's do one more and have it be the Salesforce ecosystem. And hit next. All right, so now it is just about ready to go. We would hit finish, and we would be able to go and create some articles for the knowledge area of Salesforce. So if we wanted to create an article, we could go in and hit new. It is very similar to doing a blog post or answering a question. This is one for answering a question. You'd hit title, and then you'd have the URL. It is very good if you have something like a FAQ section to be able to have an article base that deals with those FAQs. But that is a quick get started on Lightning Knowledge. Let's jump into actually creating a knowledge article. So essentially, knowledge articles can be things like blog articles or FAQs. They can help answer people's questions. They can be used in service and support scenarios where you can say, hey, look at this help article to help you figure out your situation. Or how many customers are experiencing this issue? How can we help them self-service before they are reaching out to our team? This can be used internally, externally. So I have already created that knowledge and done that knowledge setup. So let's go ahead and go over here to the apps. You need to go to service, and then you can search for knowledge in the navigation bar. But another quick way to do it is just go to search and then knowledge here. Right, there are no knowledge articles yet. I can see published articles here. Actually, there are knowledge articles. They're just the basic ones that are samples. But I have not created any. So let's go ahead and click new. Let's go ahead and say, what is Salesforce? All right, and that's going to be the URL name. I could add a question mark. URL name is going to be automatically created as soon as you create that title. It's going to match that. Anything with a red asterisk is going to be required. So just keep that in mind. Now you do have this text editor here that you can add. The question is going to be, what is Salesforce? And we can add an answer here. I did not mean to add to is this. Let's go and edit that. Salesforce is a CRM platform that seeks to own every business process from selling to service to billing, and that's not how you spell billing, and automations. All right, So again, that is not how you spell automations. I'm just going to leave it. You can enter in the different properties here. You can also enter in different files and different things. But this is just going to be the basic outline of an article. So I'm going to say that it's visible to customer, visible in the internal app, visible to partner, and visible in the public knowledge base. You can enter in a bunch of different text types, like you can enter in a table, the different formats. You can click down here and you have a bunch of different options as far as adding video. You can embed a video. You can add a different chart, just depending on what your knowledge article is going to be. So I'm going to save this here. We can see the different publication statuses. So right now it is currently in draft. There are different versions, much like you would have different versions for automations. So I am going to click publish here and publish now. All right, so now we have created that public knowledge article.
Oh.
So our customers can see that. If we want to do a couple different things here, we can edit this as a draft, so we can unpublish it and make it go back to a draft. Now things can get a little bit funky as far as who can see this. If you do not have different things set up within your Salesforce, mainly Experience Cloud, you can have that available and have this knowledge base available. But that is just a quick how to create a knowledge article, and you can get into the weeds later on with how Experience Cloud comes and weaves in with all the different other clouds. Now let's move on to navigation practice questions. I like to go through these with you guys so then you can get familiar with the structure of the questions and how someone would answer them and kind of go through the process of elimination or how to think through the question. So the first question is going to be, you are looking for reports and you do not see them in the navigation bar. Where can you go to search for it? A, dashboards, B, global search, or
You're looking for reports and you don't see in navigation. Where you go to search for it? Global search. Dashboards.
C, App Launcher.
Global search.
Feel free to pause. I'll give you a couple more seconds. The answer is going to be C, App Launcher. App Launcher, if you remember, is that kind of 3x3 waffle-looking thing within the top left corner of your Salesforce org. It allows you to search for and select any objects or all objects or aspects of Salesforce that you have access to. So this is going to include things like opportunities, leads, accounts if you've got access to all of those, as well as maybe any other tools that you need access to, such as reports. Global search is the search at the top of your Salesforce org, and that's going to be more for things like individual records, like if you're searching for a specific John, that can be great for global search, and then typically you wouldn't go to dashboards to search for reports. All right, the second question is going to be, you're looking to change your time zone after a recent move. Where in Salesforce can you do this for yourself? A, personal settings, B, app exchange, or C, the navigation bar.
Can you change your time zone? Personal setting.
I'll give you a couple more seconds. The answer is going to be A, personal settings, because this is going to be a personal thing in the navigation bar, and then the app exchange is more for any tools that you might need to bring into your org or bring in for everyone in the org.
Okay, now going to start this. Okay, fine.
Welcome to the data model portion of this course. This coincides with the data model section that is on the exam that is weighted at 25%. So one thing about this section is while it is one of the smaller weighted sections on the exam, but it covers a lot more material that you need to know for the exam. So things we'll be covering in this section are going to be the full data model, the full security model, and how those things work together in harmony to create your Salesforce experience. All right, the next thing that we're going to talk about are accounts and what you would use accounts for. Useful to understand how to get to accounts and how to get to these next few objects that we'll be talking about. So I'm currently on the homepage of Salesforce, and you can access accounts through a few different ways. I'm currently within the Sales Cloud on Salesforce, so I can go up to here and click accounts within the navigation bar. Now let's say you don't have access to accounts in the navigation bar right now. You can go to the App Launcher and search for accounts. And it'll take you to the exact same place. Now let's stop here and talk about this, and we'll definitely talk about this later because this was a big portion on the exam. This is what a list view is and what a list view looks like. So I'm going to go from recently viewed to all accounts, and from here we can go ahead and choose our account. I went to the first one, which is just the Burlington Textiles Corp of America. This is what you would call a lightning page, and there are different components like we talked about in one of the last lectures. Over here we have a component that has a few different tabs on it that you can see activity and chatter. Again, we have components over here as well where we can see related, details, news, and here we can see all of the details about this account. So when would you want to use accounts? Accounts are typically used for non-leads or post-leads. So if you're talking about the sales process, account is typically created after a lead has been converted and is in the sales process or in the deal-making process. Account is all the information about the company that we are working with. Account account are in the data model one of the, we like to call them parent objects, or parent group of data, where a lot of the other groups of data connect back to this account. We'll go into depth about this later on, about what happens when you delete certain things or what are the different dependencies upon this, but everything will go back to the company that you are doing the deal for. So let's say we had 3 opportunities with Burlington Textiles Corporations of America. All 3 of those opportunities should be related to this one company. And similarly, we would have things like contacts related, cases related, and later a little bit different. We'll talk about those too. But that is just a quick overview of accounts.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, next let's go ahead and talk about contacts. So here we are currently on the homepage, and now I want to show you how to get there. Again, it's very similar to how we got to accounts. It could be up in this navigation bar depending on where you are and what app you are in within Salesforce. But hands down, if you can't find it, this is the way to find it. You go to the app and you search for contacts, and you go to contact. This will take us to the list view of recently viewed. I haven't reviewed anything recently because we created this together. I'm going to go to all contacts, and let's go to Andy Young, who is the first person here. So now this is going to be all of the personal details about the contact. Again, this is going to be related to the account because of how the data model and the data structure is. The account is kind of the parent, and the contacts, things like opportunities and cases, are considered child objects. And so what that means is typically every contact needs to have an account, every opportunity needs to have an account, and every case needs to have an account. So then again, that helps create that one single source of truth for our customers, and that goes back to accounts. So we can see Mr. Andy Young works for Dickinson PLC. We can see his title here, his internal operations, possibly his birth date. There are some pieces of information such as mailing address, email, how to get into contact with him, and possibly, let's say we had been talking to him, any activity such as emails, phone calls should show up here. Should show up here in the activity. We can also chatter with people, which is something that's not going to be talked about on the exam, but chatter is a way to talk about specific records within Salesforce. There's not going to be a whole lot of details here on the contact page because it really just is how to get into contact with the people that we need to talk to about our accounts and our opportunities. And most of the information that you talk about in that meeting is going to be pertinent to accounts, opportunities, or cases if you are going to be working on the case. All right, now let's talk about opportunities. Unfortunately, this next part of navigation is going to be pretty repetitive for the next couple objects that we're going to be talking about. But again, up here in the navigation bar, you should be able to go to opportunities. And if you can't find it, go ahead and go to the app launcher and search for opportunities. You'll be able to click on it from pretty much anywhere within Salesforce. Recently viewed, we haven't viewed anything recently, so we'll go to all opportunities. Let's go to the first one, Burlington Textiles. So this one is showing closed one. So opportunities as an object typically deals with the deals that we are working on, or the contracts, or however you like to call it. It is the deal making section of Salesforce. And if you are a salesperson, this and leads are going to be your best friend as far as where you're going to be doing the most work and entering in the most details. I do this in my new user course, but the more details that you can enter into Salesforce, things like opportunities and accounts and cases, is really going to help us later on to draw conclusions about our data and how to better serve our customers and how to win more deals. So the more data you can enter in, of course, it's also going to help you to be able to draw better conclusions about your customers and how to best help them. So things here are going to be amount, expected revenue, close date. So when you expect this to be signed, however your company designates for the deal to be won. Essentially, probability, we have main competitors, and then you can have different things pertinent to your product offering. So this is a plant generator, so it is a physical product. So you have main competitors, delivery and installation status, tracking numbers, current generators, order numbers. This is pertinent to a physical goods company. And just like contacts, the opportunities need to roll into an account. And the opportunity is always going to be the child of an account. So the Burlington Textiles Corp of America is the parent, is the account that this goes up to help us create that one source of data. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about cases within Salesforce. So this is currently our navigation bar, and I do not see cases. One thing that we can do over here is click more, and you might be able to see what you're looking for. But if not, again, go over here to the 3x3 and type in whatever you're looking for, and you should be able to find it. As long as it's like an object or a tool that you want to use, and whatnot. So I'm not recently viewed, go to all open cases. All right, and I am going to open up this first case. All right, cases, they look a little different. The related is over here and all the details are over here. Typically, unless your org is customized to where it's changed. But cases are going to be part of the Service Cloud implementation. It's going to be dealing with, hey, this broke, hey, this is under warranty, hey, I haven't received my product, can I get any more details on it? Anything dealing with helping our customers receive better service or fix the issues that they need. And so this is going to be contacting with the customer or connecting with them about their issue. And we can see different details here as well. There's going to be status, so this is going to be new, your typical priority. So you can see the priority. If it's high priority, then it needs to happen now. The type, the case reason, of course, just like opportunities and contacts, this is going to be a child of the account, so it needs to be related back to an account. This is on the United Oil, and this also connects back to the contact as well. I find that really important, again, create that one source of truth, but that also serves as a link. So if we wanted to go to see Stella's profile, maybe we wanted to grab her phone number, we could hover, but we could also just click on her name, and then we could go get her phone number or her email. if we wanted to reach out and it wasn't listed here. We could also go to the account and maybe see if they had any related cases like this that we could help gather more information from. We can see the subject and any other internal comments or descriptions. But again, this is going to be connected back to the account. You can also cross-connect to maybe opportunities, unlikely though, but mostly to contacts. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about leads. So you can see leads right here, but if you can't find it, you can go ahead and search for it. I am in recently viewed, so I'm going to go to all my open leads. And the first one is going to be Bertha Boxer, so let's go ahead and click on her. So leads are different than what we talked about previously, such as accounts, contacts, opportunities, cases. Leads are things that aren't quite deals yet. Maybe they're people that we met at a trade show. These are people who have expressed some interest in our product, but we haven't quite crossed that line from potential customer into, I guess, really potential customer. Each company has different thresholds for this. This could be, I know at past companies, for me, this has been when you've had a phone call, a positive phone call with a sales rep. And so this moves from maybe a lower sales rep up to a higher sales rep, or maybe this moves from just talking about the different product offerings to let's get into pricing and negotiation and seeing what really works for my company. Again, your company's going to have different thresholds for this and what classifies lead versus what classifies and once you convert this lead, it's going to be created into those three different things. So this one record is going to be created into an account, contact, into a lead, and some of the information is going to be parsed out to these different things. But right now, in this pre-stage, it's going to count as all three. This is how to save on storage space because you might have tons and tons and tons of leads that you're working on or that could be worked on. So that is a quick overview, and we'll go into the data model in a little bit. Now let's go ahead and jump into how everything connects to accounts. So we've just gone over the different objects that you might see within Salesforce, including accounts, contacts, opportunities, and leads. And let's go and talk about how they are connected, because that's really important to understand. And we'll go into more of the details of these different types of relationships that you'll see within Salesforce, but this is just a quick overview of what you'll need to know when you take the exam. So first, we start off with leads. So leads are and they hold a lot of different information that will then spread out to accounts, contacts, and opportunities afterwards. So leads are kind of like the prequel to accounts, contacts, and opportunities, where they aren't quite yet an opportunity, but you want to have all this information that when you get more information, you want to parse it out. So when a lead is converted, then it goes into an account. So any of the business information off of the lead goes into the account. Any of the personal information off the lead goes into the contact. And any of the deal information would then go into the opportunities. And again, that's when it's converted. And every business has a different process as far as that goes for when a lead becomes an opportunity. Sometimes it is when you have a phone call with them and they verbally say that they're interested, or when you have a successful contact with them, however you want to do it. But as soon as that lead is converted, then it goes into those three. And then let's talk about accounts. So later on in the lecture, we'll have a lecture entitled Relationships, and there are going to be master detail relationships and lookup relationships. So master detail relationships are one-to-many records, or one-to-many relationship, where you can have one parent to many children, and that's a very close, tight-knit type of relationship. And then you have a lookup relationship, which establishes a relationship, but they're not as tight, and it is a one-to-one relationship. So accounts with contacts and opportunities and some other objects as well have a master detail relationship. So that means to one account, you can have many, many, many contacts, as well as to one account, you can have many, many, many opportunities. So they are really close. And the thing that really signifies their closeness is if you delete an account, then it will also delete any associated contacts or opportunities, or opportunities. So deleting the account will delete the contacts associated with it, as well as the opportunities. All right, now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the Salesforce data model. And specifically, we're going to talk more about what an object actually is. So like I've talked before, an object is just a big group of data, and it is typically a group of
auto generation is on. Yeah. Caption, you can turn off the caption here. Okay. Now it's a little better. Now if you put here
similar data or things that you're going to. All right, now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the Salesforce data model. And specifically, we're going to talk more about what an object actually is. So like I've talked before, an object is just a big group of data, and it is typically a group of similar data or things that you're going to be repeating. So things like opportunities are also classified or called to as deals. And so anything in the opportunities object is going to be, or any records in the opportunities object is going to be an opportunity or a deal in the works. And most companies who are using Salesforce have a certain set of objects that they use, and there isn't usually any type of one-off object that is needed for one or two records. They typically are kept in to one of the main objects or maybe one of the custom objects, which is something we'll get into in just a little bit. An object is also on a more technical side, it is like a Google Sheets table with rows and columns. So the object would be the whole table, and the rows would be the individual records, such as the individual opportunities on an opportunity object, and the columns are going to be the different pieces of information that we're going to need. So first name, last name, email, phone number, the amount our deal is for, and so each row would have that information for that one person or opportunity, or however you would classify it. But that is essentially what an object is. So now let's talk about standard versus custom objects. So for the exam, you don't really need to know a lot about standard versus custom objects, just mainly what they are and kind of what they do. So standard objects come out of the box from Salesforce that most companies are going to be able to utilize the first day that they have Salesforce. So this is going to be accounts, contacts, opportunities, and leads. Also cases. These are things that, again, are, again, I hate using the word in the definition, but these are going to be things that are standard across every single org that you come across. And these are going to have the fields that are typically the same. So like on account, you're going to have a name field. You are going to have a main contact field. You're going to have an address field, a phone number field. Like on contacts, you'll again have a name field, a phone number, email field. Similar things on opportunities again, but these are things that are coming straight out of the box, already set up within your Salesforce org. You can go ahead and customize some fields and relationships, which relationships we'll go into later, but it's just how the objects connect to each other. These are things that you can customize, but there are some things that you're not able to customize within a standard object. But if we were to go to custom objects, these are going to be the ones that you create a fully new object. You can do this in the object manager, or you can do this in the schema builder, but regardless of where you do it, it'll be fairly similar of a process. So examples of a custom object are going to be a projects object or a recruitment object. These things are going to keep track of course, your projects. This could be for an internal project management system that you're creating within Salesforce, or an internal recruitment system that you're going to enable within Salesforce. Now, there's a lot more things that you can do with custom objects within Salesforce. Yeah. Typically, these are going to be, you can create more robust relationships, which is something we'll cover within the next few lectures. Yeah. You can add different fields. You can just kind of different things and create some really awesome stuff. So now let's find
fine.
About relationships within Salesforce. So relationships are typically different objects that are connected to each other by a field. So this field shows that there is a connection, and there are two main ways to connect these objects in relationships. And not all objects need a relationship or should have a relationship with another object. But this is for when you need to link different objects to one another to be able to show, I guess the best way for me to explain this is through an example. So let's say we had two custom objects that has projects and has employees. So we have multiple employees that can be associated with a project, but we need to show on the project record that there are employees staffed on that project. So there would be a one-to-many relationship between projects and employees. Or maybe you'd want to have a many-to-many relationship, which is kind of getting deep in the weeds and would require multiple relationships. But I'm getting ahead of myself. But let's just say for the purpose, if you're on one project, you can only be on one project. But there would be a one project to multiple employees being staffed on that project. So there would be a one-to-many relationship. And that is called a master detail relationship, where you need to connect employee records with project records. So when you have one of those one-to-many relationships, those are very, very closely tied to each other. So when you were to, let's say you had the parent, which is going to be the one record, and then the many record, which is typically called the child records. When you delete a parent record, then also the child records will be deleted. So they're very, very closely intertwined with this type of relationship. And this is how the account object is with the opportunities and with cases and with some other objects as well. But there are some funky things going around in there. So not all the time when you delete an account will all the related records be deleted. But anyways, we'll cover that in another lecture. The other type of relationship that we can have are lookup relationships. These are more independent and are typically a one-to-one relationship. And so let's say if we had a project and an employee, we could have a project and an employee, but they wouldn't necessarily be associated with one another yet. But we could go ahead and add that one employee onto that one project and have that be a one-to-one relationship. And that is called a lookup relationship. And these records can exist independently with each other. So if you delete one, the other one's not going to get deleted as well. Yeah. And like I mentioned before, there are some times where you can make funky relationships by using, let's say, two master detail relationships on three different objects. And that's what you'd call a junction object. But that's beyond the scope of this exam. So now let's talk a little bit more about fields before we jump into creating these fields and relationships. So fields are the columns that you would have on a spreadsheet. So if we go back to our spreadsheet example where we have the whole table is the object, the rows are the individual records that you have, and the fields are going to be the individual columns. So these are going to be things like a phone number or the name of the type of information that you need to have. So there are many different types of fields that you can have and many different data types. So if we're going back to that spreadsheet example, some are going to need a percentage type. to show a percentage type, and some are going to need a currency type. In Salesforce, there's a lot more robust types of data that you can have. You can have a phone number type, so then if you're on your phone and you need to call someone, you can click on their phone number and it'll call. We have an email type that allows you to have an email and have it be formatted correctly, and Salesforce will let you know if you didn't enter that email in a correct format. You also have pick list fields, where it's a choose one out of many, or a multi-select pick list field where you can choose many out of many options. There are formula fields, and you can associate those different relationships using fields. But let's go ahead and go into some of these more complex field types.
You're going to start it now?
Now let's talk a little bit more on how to create fields. So there are a few different ways that we can get to create a field. So let's go ahead and go into Setup. And you can go to either the Object Manager or to the Schema Builder. I'm going to go to the Object Manager just because that's what I'm more comfortable with. And I'm going to search for Opportunity and go to Opportunity. From here, I'm going to go to Fields and Relationships, and you can see a whole list of the different fields that we have on this object. So now I'm going to click New, and it will take me to the different field types that we can create, and this will dictate the rest of the process. So let's run through and do a quick explanation of all these different field types. So we have auto number. This is going to be an auto-generated number, so this is really good if you need like a random, like this is order number 1. You can make this unique. Then you have a formula field, so it allows you to take some numbers, percentages, currencies, and spit out a currency. So this would be really good if you were trying to take the cost per product per user, and you had a number of users, then you could take out and spit out essentially a formula that would say what the cost would be per total. Then you could have a roll-up summary field. This is for a master detail relationship and can roll up a certain amount of records or some information on that record. So for example, let's say if we're on an account, we could calculate how many opportunities that account had and put that in a field to be on the record page. Then we've got lookup relationships. We talked about lookup relationships a little bit, but if we wanted to create one, we could go ahead and do that there. Then external lookup relationships, that would link this object opportunities to an external system outside of Salesforce. Then we have a checkbox field that would be a yes or no value. We have a currency field for any type of currency that we need to add in, such as amount. We have date time, email field, geolocation, which helps with the latitude and longitude. We have a number field, which you can add decimal places to that. We have percent, phone, pick list, multi-select pick list, a text field, a text area field, a text area long field, a text area rich field, a text area encrypted field. Each of these has a different purpose to them. I mainly go with the text area long and text area rich and encrypted whenever I'm creating one. The encrypted one is really good for super sensitive information. Then the rich text field is for adding a lot of characters with images and links and all those fun things. Then you also have a long field, which can add up to 131,072 characters on separate lines. And the text area and the text fields, those are very much smaller and typically don't have enough room for all the things people need to write. And we have time. It allows you to enter in different time things or timestamps. And then finally, you have a URL field. So those are a lot of different data types. I am just going to select a fun checkbox field and hit next. So now we're going to come up with a field label. So this is going to be the name of the field. I'm going to select order filled ? Just to indicate and see if the order has been filled or not. So now we have a default value, and most fields will have this as an option. The default value being when this record is created, what is the normal state of this going to be if nothing has been changed on this field ever. We can have this be checked by default or unchecked by default. I'm going to leave it unchecked by default. And again, these are on other objects as well. So like if you had a pick list field, you could select one of the pick list values, which we'll go into pick list fields in another lecture as well. So we can have descriptions. This is typically for the back end of Salesforce, so people like admins and developers to understand why you have this field. And then help text is really helpful for users to understand from the front end. And what's really ironic here is that they have a help text next to the help text. So this text displays on the detail and the exit pages, and whenever you hover over it, it'll tell you more about this field. So that's where you would enter that in. And I'm going to hit next. This will take us to the field level security. So which profiles have access. We'll go into profiles as well in another lecture, but this establishes who can see it and who can edit this field. I'm just going to leave this as normal. And then this will take it to the page layouts, which is the record and where all the fields are on the record page. So I'm going to hit save. And there we go. We have created a new field. All right, now let's move on to pick list fields. So these are a little bit different, and I want to show you how to set up a pick list field before moving on. So let's go into Setup. And I'm going to go back into the Object Manager, go to Opportunity Object, and click on it, Fields and Relationships, and click New. All right, so now we're going to choose the custom field type. All right, now let's move on to pick list fields. So these are a little bit different, and I want to show you how to set up a pick list field before moving on. So let's go into Setup. And I'm going to go back into the Object Manager, go to Opportunity Object, and click on it, Fields and Relationships, and click New. All right, so now we're going to choose the custom field type. I am going to select the pick list field and hit Next. So from here, now we can enter in a field label, which is just going to be the name of it. And I'm going to have this be referral type. I did not spell referral right. So we have two different options as far as values go. We can enter in a global pick list value set, or we can enter in specific values just for this field. So a global pick list value set, that's a lot of words, but it's fairly simple. Essentially, you can have a standardized set of pick list values so that you can use it across multiple opportunities, or use it across, not across multiple opportunities, so that you can use it across multiple objects. So let's take for an example, let's pretend that our org is set up for a consulting firm, and our consulting firm consults in a few different areas of the world. You would have these different things called markets, and you would need to establish markets on your accounts object, your opportunities, your cases, your leads. And so it would be really frustrating. Let's say you added an extra market or a new market, and you got that new market added to each pick list, except for maybe one or two you forgot that market. And so you'd have to go in and update every single pick list value set on each individual object. So a global pick list value set allows you to just only have to add that new market once and have that be standardized across all the different objects and all the different market fields. So that's essentially what a pick list value set, or global pick list value set is. Then the other option is to enter in values, each separated by a new line. So referral type, we could have it be web. We could have it be word of mouth. We could have it be social media. And one more, employee contact. All right, so that is how you would enter in those values. We can display these alphabetically, not in the order entered, or we could have the first value be the default value. I'm going to leave that one blank. We are able to restrict the values just to the ones defined in the set, which is good so that people aren't adding in any extras. And the field name is going to have an underscore underneath it. And this is, the field name here is going to be essentially the system name. So then it can be unique across the whole system, so the system doesn't get confused. Again, description is for the backend, the admins, and the developers. And then the help text is going to be for the front end, which is the help text right over here to help the users understand what this is used for and what information they should enter in. We could have this be required in order to save. I'm going to leave that blank. And then it's going to automatically add this. We could add in a formula for the default value saying, well, if it's this user entering it, then go ahead and add in this default value, or if it's this user, enter it in this value. But I'm just going to leave this blank and not have it be too complex. Hitting next. This is establishing the field level security. Again, if this is visible to people or if it's read only to people. I'm going to just leave this blank, and it's going to add it to the page layout so then we can add it to our records. I'm going to hit save, and those are pick list fields. All right, let's go ahead and talk about formula fields. So like I talked before, formula fields are a way for us to take some information that's already been input into Salesforce and run it through a series of mathematical equations, or take maybe a mathematical equation that you were doing in your day-to-day job and just automate it so that you don't have to do that math, and it really can save you a lot of time. So we're going to go into setup again and go into the object manager and go to opportunities. So I have created a little scenario for us. We are going to take the amount field and divide it by the number of users to create a new formula field that is cost per user. And it'll automatically calculate the cost per user depending on how many people are going to be using the product. And this is going to be really helpful for our customers to understand the price per user so they can make a good decision. I'm actually going to go in here and change something on the number of user. I'm going to change the default value on here to be 1. So then it doesn't mess with our equation with a 0 value. So I am going to go in and hit new and go to formula. So there's a bunch of different things that you can do with a formula. You can have it be a checkbox field at the end, a currency field, date field, time field, a number field, a percent field, a text field, and a time field. It just really depends on your scenario. Now, the exam isn't going to go into too much depth about this. What is likely if you get this on the exam, it's going to be, here's a scenario, what type of field would you use? So if you wanted to calculate going from Fahrenheit to Celsius or Celsius to Fahrenheit, you would use a formula field. But this is just generally good to know as you're on your way to your admin path. So I am going to have this be an end of currency because we are wanting this to show us the price per customer. I need to scroll back up and create a field label and a field name. So price per user. And then, of course, the field label is going to be what you see here, much like how new custom field is a label. And then the field name is going to be the name for the system. So then it is unique for them. It's going to be an underscore in between each of these. And then in the back end as well, they're going to be an amended underscore C, just so the system knows that is custom to this org. All right, so let's go ahead and hit next. All right, and now here is where we can go ahead and enter in our different formulas here and the different things that we can add. So we have a simple formula as well as we have an advanced formula. So the simple formula, you have different things you can enter in, different records or different fields, fields from the opportunity field. So we can enter in amount, expected revenue, number of users, probability, quantity, and then insert that into our formula, as well as insert different operators. So this is great for what we're going to use it for. But let's say you had something really complex where you wanted to use a lot of different fields, or maybe you wanted to enter in different functions, like add months. So if you were trying to project how long maybe 5 projects were to take, you could say add this many months for per project. Yeah, there's a bunch of different complex formulas that you could use here. But let's go ahead and go back to the simple formula. All right, so now I'm going to enter in amount and have this be divided by, and enter in another merge field by number of users. All right, and one thing that's super important is to check your syntax. Scroll down. All right, that's all green, so we are good to go. We can enter in help text and descriptions. Again, description is for the admins, the developers, the back end of Salesforce that we're on right now, and the help text is for the front end where our users are going to see this. Let's go ahead and hit next. And we've got field level security established. One thing about formula fields is that no one is able to edit this, because if you were to edit it, then the formula would be wrong. We want to be able to trust the formula. So in order to edit it, you have to edit the source formula components. So let's say if we wanted to change the price per customer, then it would require us to change either the price or the number of users. So I am going to page layout, so it will add it to it. And now let's go ahead and go back to the front end, and we can check out this formula field. So I'm going to refresh the field, so then refresh the page. That's super important, actually. When you are an admin and you're developing on the platform, it's super important to refresh it so then you can see your changes. All right, so I'm going to an opportunity. Let's see if we can find our price per user. All right, so we have our price per user here. We don't have any users. So we have our amount is $235,000. I'm going to change the number of users to 2. And price per user is going to be calculated upon save. And it automatically calculated the price per user. So it's going to be $117,500 per user. So in these types of scenarios, it can be really helpful to calculate that, as well as maybe you have a standard price and you want to calculate the amount another way. Let's talk about roll-up summary fields. So roll-up summary fields you may or may not see on the exam. I say it's pretty unlikely that you'll see this on the exam. However, it is good to know and understand and at least start to get thinking about roll-up summary fields. So these are fields that help you calculate other numbers within a master detail relationship. So this is going to be pretty complicated to understand without having an example. So let's go ahead and go to Burlington Textiles. We can have on the details page a number of closed opportunities here with Burlington Textiles Corp of America. So what that'll do is it'll count all of the closed opportunities that we have had that are related to this account. So opportunities being on a different object. You can see that we currently have 1 and it is closed. But let's say that we had maybe 10 of these opportunities and maybe 60% of them were closed. We could see how many were closed, or we can calculate the amount of closed revenue as well. So in order to do this, we need to go into the object manager on the account and create that field. What really helps me is to know that it is rolling up to a parent. So it's going to go from the child object and count all the child object records and roll up to the parent. All right, let's choose a roll up summary field. And we'll do number of closed 1, or let's just do number of opportunities. And hit next here. All right, and we are going to summarize opportunities. We can sum, min, max, count is what we're going to do, and we're going to count all of the records. Or we could set a criteria here as well. We can count only the records in which the closed stage or the status of the stage of it is closed 1. But I'm just going to count all records here, hit next, and this is going to establish the field level security. Just like the formula field, this is going to be read-only, so people can see it, but they cannot edit it because it is a type of formula. If you want to change the number so we can trust the system, then you need to change the underlying factors that went into that equation. So I'm going to hit next and save to put it on the page layout. All right, so it should be there on the page layout. I am going to go in and refresh. And sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't while I am recording it. So it did show that it rolled up and summarized the number of opportunities here is 1 for Burlington Textiles. If we were to go to another account, could do all accounts, edge communications, we can see the same thing here, number of opportunities we got 4 for them. And double check that with the related. Yes, 4 opportunities here. All right, let's talk about page layouts. So I've talked a little bit about page layouts, but essentially it just determines how you see the different information on the details section and other sections of this page. So this works in harmony with a bunch of different things, but I know so far that we've covered is the Lightning page layout or the Lightning page customization. So it works in harmony with the Lightning page customization to show you what is going to be on like this related list section, as well as what is going to be on the details section and what fields are showing up, what spot they're in, and all these different things. So let's go ahead and go into the opportunity object again, and I will show you how to change this page layout. So into the object manager we go, opportunity, and we're going to go to page layouts. I'm going to do just the regular opportunity page layout here. Okay, so this is how we are going to edit here. We have all the different things that we can add and remove from our page layout. The two really important things here that I want to mention are the fields and the related lists. Those are going to be two things that you're probably going to see on the exam. So the fields, what we can do is we have a huge list of all the fields that are available to us to add onto our page, as well as anything that is grayed out, meaning forecast category is grayed in, last modified by is grayed out. Anything that's grayed out is already on the page layout and is already in use. And if you were to click on it, then it'll be highlighted for a few seconds. Right, the lead source was right there. So then you can go in and find it. So if we wanted to add contract to our page layout, we would be able to just drag and drop and do that. One thing that may or may not be mentioned on the exam is adding collapsible bars to it. To do that, we can go to detail page and hit OK. And so now that this opportunity information, there's a yellow bar, we'll go back in and show you what that means. But this just enters in or allows us to use a collapsible section. And it's really helpful if you have lots of fields that aren't all about, let's say, opportunity information, and then you have additional information. I like to have, again, system information is really helpful, and we can add a collapsible section there as well, just so then you don't have to go scrambling for all the information, and you can kind of put the information aside, so then you can find the information that you're looking for better, faster. All right, and then related lists are going to be different records that are related to your current record. So things like on our opportunity, we'll see related products. If there are any linked products, then any open activities, activity history. When we're on the accounts, we can look at our related list and we can see any related opportunities, any related accounts, any related cases, any related contacts. So essentially, if there is a relationship between the object and the records have been linked in that relationship, then it'll show up on the related list. So that's a quick overview of related list. We have go ahead and changed a few things around. Maybe we want to have the close date be front and center. We have a few options here. We can quick save or we can save it. So quick save just keeps you on this page. We're saving it, so then it's like when you saved a Word document back in middle school or high school before the power went out or the internet went out. And then saving would be to take you back to the front page of the page layouts. So now let's go and go back to our opportunity that we are on, and we can refresh it and we can see some of the changes that we've made. So you can see we do have these collapsible bars again, which if your org hasn't set this up and you are the admin, I think this is one of the number one things that you can do to make a huge difference for your users is enter in these collapsible sections. And we did change the close date and moved it up. And over here, you can see our related lists. We did have options for other related lists, and we can take out some related lists as well, but just anything that would be linked to this opportunity would show up there. All right, so let's talk a little bit about record types within Salesforce. So record types allow us to differentiate the view based upon the different record type, page layout, and profile setting, which we'll go into the next lecture of how you were to change that, and it will show a visualization of how you would go about changing that, and that will help that relationship make more sense. But for now, let's go ahead and go into the setup and into the object manager specifically to talk about how to create a record type. So I'm going to go to opportunity, and oftentimes, let's see, record types. Okay, so oftentimes you will see record types change based upon a specific function of a company. So take this example, you have two different types of sales departments at your company, low cap sales and a large cap sales. So the low cap being a small amount of sales or a lesser dollar amount value, and large cap being a higher dollar amount value. Everyone's going to be using the opportunity, but the different functionalities, the large cap team needs to see and enter in different information to the opportunity than the low cap team does. And they have their own set of fields to input and to use. So instead of creating and putting all the fields on for everyone, you can create two different record types to differentiate. And then you'll assign those two different record types along with different page layouts as well, and then assign them to the different profiles. So then those two different sales teams can work separately and not get in the way of each other. So let's go ahead and go into the new. And because this is an opportunity, it's going to be a little bit different than how you would create a record type on other things. You are going to go ahead and choose an existing record type, and there's only one auto-generated record type, which is the master record type. And I'm going to have this be the high cap record type for the high cap value. And then the thing that's different here than other record types is that we have to define a sales process. And the sales process is just the arrows that we see that define the stages that the opportunity is in and how close it is to being closed won or closed loss. All right, so we can add a description. Anything with a red bar next to it is going to be required. And then again, we'll go into profiles, but they're just something that's always assigned to a person, typically defined by their role that establishes their role's security within Salesforce. But I'm just going to make this available to all of the profiles. And I'm going to hit next. All right, and then we can select a page layout for the high cap record type to be assigned to. And I'm going to have this be assigned to the sales layout and hit save. All right, and that is how you create a record type. Now, one more time, because record types can be really funky to understand, but these are a way to differentiate maybe two different teams that need to see two different pieces of information on the same object. So you're able to separate based upon their needs. Again, with taking the low cap and the high cap example, the low cap would need to see different fields and information, and they wouldn't want to see the high cap because that would clutter up their page layouts with information that they don't need. And same thing for the high cap, they wouldn't want to see fields and information that's pertinent to low cap fields and low cap sales. So it's just a way to differentiate these two teams. And of course, you can use this for accounts as well to differentiate that, maybe for people who are using it for sales or for people who are using it for service. That's another way to use record types. All right, now let's talk about how page layouts, record types, and profiles work together. Let's go ahead and hop into setup, go to the object manager, and I'm going to type in here opportunity. Then you can either go to page layout or record types. This will get you to the same place. And now go to page layout assignment. And it'll bring up this way to edit the assignments of the page layouts. So here in the columns, we have record types, and in the profile or in the rows, we have profiles. And in between, we have the page layout. So based upon these two factors of if the record type is master or high cap, and the profile is, let's say, a marketing user, what page layout should they be assigned? So this just helps to differentiate what people see based upon their record types and profiles. So I'm going to hit edit assignment, and I'll show you how this works. So let's say that we want for the system administrator on both the master and the high cap record types to only see the regular opportunity layout that has all of the information. So that's how we would change it. We click on it, page layout to use, and then select the layout. So we have other page layouts here. We've got support, marketing, sales, and the regular one. Let's go ahead and take the support profile. Even if it's on high cap, we want for them to see the support layout. All right, so we have gone in and changed that. I'm going to hit save. And there you go. So let's say we had a record, an opportunity that was labeled high cap, and you were, let's say, the sales profile, you would see the opportunity sales layout. But if you are a support person looking at a high cap labeled record, then you would see the support layout. So these all kind of work together in harmony to create a custom security and custom experience depending on what your settings are and what the user settings are. Let's talk about field level security. This is going to be one of the most granular security settings that we have in all of Salesforce. It establishes whether people can see or edit the individual fields that are on any object. Oftentimes, you'll find a question on an exam where it'll talk about, oh, you want to make one field be read-only for this one specific group or for everyone except for this person. That would almost always, like 100%, be field level security. Yeah. If it talks about one single field, hiding it, opening it, read-only, that's what it's going to be. So let's go ahead and go into setup. And there are a few ways that you can do field level security. You can do this through the object manager and then go to fields and relationships and select the field and establish it that way. You can do it through profiles for the entire people who are assigned to that one particular profile, or you could go ahead and do it in a permission set and assign that permission set. So let's go ahead and jump into permission sets. I know we were just there, but I want to go back to the sales manager, permission set, and go to object settings, find the opportunity. All right, and if we scroll down, we can see the field permissions, and each one of these is our particular field level security item. So there are certain things that I want to enable for the sales manager to see. And actually, I want the sales manager to be able to edit just about every single field on this opportunities object, with the exception of any formula fields that cannot be edited because we want to be able to trust the formula. So I am going to go ahead and hit save. And there we go. We have just edited the permission set. So anyone assigned to this permission set will be able to edit the different fields. So edit access automatically also gives them read access to every single field as well. So since we give edit access to all the fields, it gives read access. Now, if we only had read access, then you would not be able to edit it. And that is a quick overview of the field level security. All right, so now that we've done an overview of Salesforce security, let's go ahead and talk about profiles. So again, these are the second line in defense when it comes to Salesforce object level security, and they open up access beyond the org-wide defaults. So I'm going to go into the setup and search for profiles. I'm going to double click, and it will bring up a list of profiles. Again, these are typically going to be for each department, and each department will have the baseline security that they need for their job. So if we have the sales profile, I'm going to go ahead and edit this so that we can see it. This is what the baseline for their job, what they need, that isn't enabled by the org-wide defaults. going to be for each department, and each department will have the baseline security that they need for their job. So if we have the sales profile, I'm going to go ahead and edit this so that we can see it. This is what the baseline for their job, what they need that isn't enabled by the org-wide defaults. So these are going to be things like seeing the different custom apps that we have or the different apps that we have within Salesforce. So they can see the sales console, they can see Salesforce chatter. We have other connected apps. We have tab settings. We don't need to go into tabs for the purpose of the exam. And then there are some random one-off security things that they might need, such as managing different reporting tools or managing different groups within Salesforce. But oftentimes these will be for the administrative permissions will be for managers and not baseline for everyone in the sales department to use. And then we have general user permissions. So I want to go ahead and activate orders for a permission for the general sales users because that sounds like a good, as well as contracts. That sounds like they are going to need that for their job. We can keep scrolling down. And now we come to the standard object permissions where we can allow people to have create, read, edit, delete permissions on certain objects. So everyone in the sales department for this profile will have create, read, edit, delete permissions for the account. Other things that you can do are data administration, and this is going to be either view all and or modify all. So if you have modify all, that's going to automatically have view all for that. And maybe that's not great for everyone in the sales department, but we could add that in a permission set later on for the sales managers. And scrolling down, you can see that they have access to assets and leads. And there's lots of stuff that they don't have access to that they don't need to have access to, such as payments, payment authorizations. Just keep scrolling down. We can see what their knowledge base permissions are. I'm going to have them be able to read knowledge base as well. And then some of the session settings that we can do. So log out after 2 hours of inactivity and password policies for them are also kept here. I'm going to hit save. Then one thing about the profiles is that you have to go in and assign this profile to your user. So I'm going to go to user and double click on users here. I'm going to go to Jane Doe, who we had previously assigned to the marketing team. I'm going to click edit and edit her profile. So it does look like I need to give her Salesforce license and then give her the custom sales profile. So then she has that profile permission. Let's go ahead and talk about permission sets and permission set groups within Salesforce. So permission sets and permission set groups are going to add upon the permissions that people have gotten through the org-wide defaults and through the profiles. So org-wide defaults establish a baseline of security. If an object is private, it's going to stay private. If it's read-write, then everyone can read-write on the records within that object. But profiles will build upon that. So let's say one object was private, such as opportunities, but the profile that they were assigned opened up opportunities. They'd be able to see and read, write, edit, whatever was established in the profile would be there. So now additionally, you'll have permission sets. And these are going to be the one-off use cases or something to add upon that permission. So going off the sales team would all have the sales custom profile, and then the managers who might need additional access would go ahead and have a permission set. So I'm going to go in and search for permission sets. And we already have a few, but I'm going to click new and label this for sales managers and hit save. All right, so this might not look similar to what the profile looked like, but it definitely is as far as what you can enable. So I'm going to go into object settings and go to accounts. And for the sales managers, I want them to be able to view all and modify all records within the accounts object. And so now you can see that create there wasn't enabled. However, create was on the profile, so they will be able to create, read, edit, delete, view all, modify all when they've been assigned this permission set. So I went ahead and saved that. Let's go ahead and manage assignments, add assignments, go to Jane Doe and click assign. And there we go. We have assigned Jane Doe the sales manager's permission set. So let's say that the sales managers had a couple of permission sets, one for enabling view all, modify all on accounts, one for view all, modify all opportunities, and a third one for view all, modify all leads. What we could do is we could create a permission set group and lump all of those three together into a permission set grouping. And so we could label that one sales managers as well. And then the modify view all for the accounts object, the opportunities object, and the leads object. We could assign all three at once using a permission set group to the different sales managers. It saves a lot of time and it makes sure that no one gets missed. All right, let's go ahead and move on to security within Salesforce. Now, I am going to go a lot wider and deeper on this section. This is a really difficult concept to grasp. And so the earlier on in your Salesforce career that you're able to understand this and to answer questions on this and understand how the system is going to work security-wise, the more successful your career is going to be. So there are two main buckets when it comes to Salesforce security, and these two things work in harmony with one another, and you'll see how. So this is going to be object level security and record level security. And now there are a bunch of things underneath these, but again, they're just buckets of different security and they work together. So let's jump into an example. So let's pretend that we are in a big library. So object level security is like the library sections, and record level security is like the book. So in object level security, we may have access to certain sections that we are taking classes on, but we might not have access to the sections that we are not taking classes on. So objects being the natural history section or the calculus section or the World War II section. And so that just establishes that you have access to that section and you can go in and possibly see those books that are in each of those sections. And then record level security is like the books. So depending on your record level security, you would be able to see books such as amphibian creatures within the natural history section, or calculus to make your head hurt within the calculus section, and then battles in France in World War II in the World War II section. So when we have object level security, so again, establishing if you can go into these sections of the library or into these objects in the Salesforce org, there are a few different features that we will talk about. So this is going to go from the most broad to enabling security permissions to the most granular. So let's first start off by talking about org-wide defaults. So org-wide defaults, those are going to establish a baseline level of who can see what objects, who can edit objects, who can create records within those objects, and who can delete records. And so everything that you do beyond org-wide secure or org-wide defaults are going to open up access to additional functionality. So anything that you set, you cannot go any more stringent. So if everything or every object in org-wide default is private, then it'll be private unless a profile permission set open it up. So that brings us to profiles. So everyone is given a profile. They are the next broad item on this list, and they are used to open up security to a certain group for a certain purpose. Typically, this is going to be along department lines. Yeah. So you will see oftentimes the sales department have their own sales profile, or the service department have their own service profile. Same with marketing and other features within Salesforce. And so these will open up access to see objects such as opportunities, leads, accounts, and cases for the service department, maybe campaigns for the marketing department, but they open up for a specific group. And then permission sets are fairly similar. However, they again open up additional functionality, but usually to a single person or a group. And this is best explained through an example. So if we have a profile for the sales department, and everyone in the sales department has the exact same security. However, the managers in the service or the sales department need to have additional functionality. Maybe they need to be able to delete some records within Salesforce. And that's not something that everyone should have. You would create a permission set to open up delete access and only assign it to the sales managers. So those are permission sets and profiles, and those work really well together. And then we have field level security. This is one of the most granular things within object level security that enables you to see and edit specific fields. And we've talked about this when creating their individual fields, and it is enabled on those individual fields. If it is hidden, so no one can see it, or if it is read-only, or if it has editability. And that is controlled also by the profile. So one profile could have a field editable, and all the other profiles cannot edit the field, and permission sets could also open up edit access to that field as well. Let's go and move on to record level security features. So record level is like being able to see the books that are in the sections. So you might have, going back to Salesforce, you might be able to see opportunities in the opportunity object. However, if you don't have record level security, you'll be able to access the opportunities object, but you won't be able to see any of the records within the opportunity object. And so most of the time you can see the records that you create, or anyone who you are their manager for, or you are maybe the third manager up, however you want to think of that. But that brings us to the role hierarchy. So this shares any of your records to your managers and their managers and their managers. And typically, if you go to a diagonal manager, so let's say you had two sales teams, we've got the low cap and we've got the high cap. Typically, the low cap manager cannot see the high cap sales reps records. Only the high cap sales manager can see the high cap sales reps records. However, this could be different based upon sharing roles. So sharing roles, say based upon, let's say if Jim is the owner of a record, then go ahead and share it with Bob, who may not be able to see the records, usually through the role hierarchy. Or you could do it based upon criteria. So let's say if it's over $100,000, then the high cap manager should be able to see that record. So that'll be a criteria-based sharing role. And then finally, we have manual sharing. And this is just a way to just share a record and click a button and select the person that you want to share it. And it's pretty self-explanatory how it sounds. Right, then there are some adjacent sharing features. We'll definitely go into these in more detail, but there are public groups and there are sharing sets. You will likely see something on the exam about public groups and sharing sets. Right, let's go ahead and jump into record level security. And this is going to start out with roles and role hierarchies. So let's go into setup, and then let's go ahead and go into roles and double click on that. And it should bring up a fun little understanding roles. Okay, so this is going to visualize to us a little bit about the role hierarchy. So role hierarchy is for records. So the individual opportunities, leads, cases, the individual records within each object. So let's say we have all of these different sales reps here at the bottom are creating their own opportunities, and they can go in and they can edit their own opportunities because they're owning their own opportunities. They're the ones that created it and they're working on it, and they can only see their records that they've created or that they own. So if we were to go up to the directors of each section, they would be able to see any records that, of course, that they own, but also any people that are underneath them in the role hierarchy. So for example, the Western sales director can see all the Western sales reps records, the Eastern for Eastern sales reps, the Eastern director for, or excuse me, the international director for the international sales reps. And that would, of course, then roll up to the executive staff so they can see anyone who is underneath them in the role hierarchy. So you've got all these different sales directors who can see all the different sales reps. Then the executive staff can see every single opportunity, every single lead or account that is owned by these other sales reps and anything that is owned by the sales director. So anything that rolls up can be seen. So different objects use the role hierarchy, and for standard objects, it is automatically set up for them to be able to see that. And so this is a typical role hierarchy, but this is just for territories. There are other ways that you can split up the role hierarchy. There are product-based role hierarchy, so you can have different silos for hardware, for the software, for networking. And one thing that I should mention is that typically the hardware sales reps records cannot be seen by the VP of software. The sales rep software records cannot be seen by the VP of networking. It does not go laterally. And neither does it go like the sales reps from hardware can't see the sales reps from software's records, and vice versa, unless it is opened up through another avenue. And typically these will be set up and these will match the org hierarchy that you have for the company that the Salesforce org is for. These are going to be assigned on the user record. So when we set up a user, let me go find users. If we were to go to Jane Doe and hit edit, we could go ahead and change her role. So let's say if she was on the Western sales team, then she would not be able to see anyone on the Eastern sales team's records or vice versa. But let's say that she was the director of direct sales, so she could see anyone on her team who was beneath her, their records as well as her records. And we'll go into further lectures about things that can open up record access to other people. All right, so let's go ahead and move into sharing roles. So sharing roles open up different records to people who normally wouldn't have access to the records using the role hierarchy. So let's go ahead and go into setup and search for sharing. It's going to be underneath sharing settings. And from here, we're going to scroll down past org-wide defaults and go to opportunity sharing roles. I'm going to click new. So like I said, there are two main types of sharing roles. There's going to be owner-based sharing roles and criteria-based sharing roles. So the owner-based record is, let's say Jim owns 5 records and he is always working with Bob, but there can't be 2 owners and Bob needs to see all of Jim's records. Then we can go ahead and say anything that Jim owns, Bob needs to see, and open it up that way. Other ways that we can do it are based upon criteria. So if A and B are true, then go ahead and share those records. So for this, what we're going to do is we have a checkbox field that is order filled on the opportunity. I'm going to have anything that is already order filled open up access to the service team. So I'm going to have it be service enabled, be the role name. And sometimes I find it useful to write down the objective. So anytime an order has been filled, share record with service. All right, so let's go ahead and find our order filled field and set it equal to true. So anytime the checkbox is checked, then we're going to go ahead and select who we're going to share with. But I do want to mention here that we can select multiple. So if anytime it's filled and close date was in the last 30 days or the owner ID is equal to this, then go ahead and share it. So we can add more than one criteria here. But I am going to share it with, we have a few different options. We have public groups, which we're going to go into. They act very similarly to roles. But I'm going to choose roles and subordinates. And let's see if I can find someone high up in customer service. So anyone who is underneath the senior VP of customer service and support will be able to see the opportunities that have the orders have been fulfilled, because then that's when the handoff is from sales to service when the order is fulfilled. So I am going to leave this as read only, but you could open up access to the service people to be able to rewrite and edit the opportunities. But I'm going to save, click OK. And there we go. We have a sharing rule set to go. All right, let's go ahead and talk about public groups. It's likely that you will see something about public groups or you'll see it mentioned in an option for you to use this answer. I'm not saying that it will be the right answer or the wrong answer, but you might see this. So public groups are another way to share records, and it is often with a team. So public groups are a way to group users that may not be together within the role hierarchy or even within profiles or in the same team. So let's say we had a team of security stakeholders that were from all different kinds of departments within the Salesforce org. So let's say we had someone from sales, we had someone from service, we had someone from marketing, and we needed to be able to share records with everyone in this group. So we'd create the group, then we would assign the correct users to that group, and then when we're creating the sharing roles, or we are going to go ahead and do manual sharing, then we would go ahead and select the public group that the security team is on. All right, let's go and talk about manual sharing. This is another way to share with users, with roles and subordinates, or with public groups. This is usually going to be a one-off record sharing basis that you need to share for a random purpose. Like, there's no good way to say this. If there was a reason or to any of this type of sharing, then it would be a sharing rule, or the role hierarchy would reflect that. So I'm going to go into opportunities. I am going to select an opportunity. All right, so this one, let's pretend that this opportunity was in the blue product. And we had another sales rep who was specialized in the blue product. But the only way for us to get help from the blue product is to go ahead and share this out. Now, this is a random circumstance because usually you don't need help from the blue product person with opportunities because you can usually handle it on your own. But this one is kind of complex. Let's go and refresh it because the buttons aren't showing up. But usually you don't need help. This is just a one random circumstance where you need help with the blue product. So from here, you can go ahead and hit sharing. So actually I went up to the corner, I clicked the little caret icon and hit sharing. It'll bring up a little pop-up and we can search for a specific user. Let's pretend that the blue product user was the security user, and then we could open up read-only access or read-write access to them. Let's go next out and I'll show you some of the other options that we have. So we can share it with a user, we could share it with a group. So let's say that we wanted to share this with the security team that we talked about in that last lecture. That is how we would do it. We go click public group and then search for public groups and then hit save. If we wanted to go by role, so anyone who was in a managerial role or in the Western sales director role, then we could search that role and share it with anyone with that role. Now there is roles and subordinates. So let's say we wanted to share it with the Western sales directors and their subordinates. So that would be anyone in the Western sales team. Then we'd be able to do that. Let's go and go back to user and go to security user. All right, and hit save. Well, it doesn't say that it made changes to the security user and errors happen all the time, but let's pretend that it went through. And so now that record would be manually shared. And this would just be a one-off record that that user could see that they normally couldn't see through the role hierarchy or previous sharing rules. All right, let's go ahead and talk about sharing sets. So these are a little bit different. And the reason why they are at the very bottom of this section is because they aren't mentioned a lot and they're kind of funky and they do weird stuff to the whole sharing model. So these cross over between object level and record level security. It's kind of like, maybe this is showing my age here, but it's kind of like when the Disney Channel used to have crossovers between their shows and actors from one show would be on another show. You know, just be kind of weird. This is sharing sets. So instead of using a sharing role to, or manual sharing to share a record to a public group or to a role or roles and subordinates or to a user, it would share to usually a profile and people who are assigned to profiles. So if usually the role hierarchy isn't doing that for you, then you would go ahead and use a sharing set. Now I want to jump into Salesforce automations and some of the automation tools that you may or may not see on the exam, but these will definitely help you in practice. Now, Salesforce has consolidated a lot of their automations into typically just a single tool called flows, and we'll talk about that later on in this lecture. I want to first start off by talking about some of the lesser known ones, and then we'll get into flows. These are going to be lead-specific automations, so automations that really only relate to leads. This is going to be lead assignment, lead routing, and lead escalations. This can help assign leads to various salespeople. This can help route leads possibly to different queues, or I guess queues are also like little buckets where salespeople can go in and pick out a new lead. And then lead escalation, if it's someone from a dream company that you're wanting to reach out to, then you can work on moving that lead forward. Next is going to be case-specific automations, super similar to leads. This is going to be case queues, so the buckets that you're putting your cases into. Case assignment, which is going to be, hey, who are we going to assign this case to? Are we going to assign it to a specific person based upon certain rules? So let's say if it has a letter A in it, then assign it to this person. If it has a letter B in it, assign it to this person. Now that's a really simplistic example, but that's how case assignment typically works. Case escalation rules, so let's say you have a high priority ticket and it has not been answered for 8 business hours, then we're going to escalate the ticket a little bit or notify certain people that this one does exist. There can also be case milestones that can be set up and making sure that those are met within a timely basis. Now let's talk about flows. Everyone loves to talk about flows. These are like visual coding. Essentially, it is like visual coding. An example of this could be possibly a recall. So let's say a customer ordered a particular helmet for bike riding. Then what you could say is, hey, let's get all records that have this particular product number. And let's segment that down by those who kept it and those who returned it. And then those who kept the helmet and who have not returned it, let's send an email to them saying, hey, this is on recall. Click the link to schedule a refund and to return the helmet back. And then you can have that go through the various steps of selecting a refund for the helmet that has been recalled. That is one example of a way that you can use flows. There are different triggering events that you can use, such as like a screen flow, which would be more of like a step-by-step, kind of like a survey where you're inputting certain information into different field on a page and then you're going next and then it would connect back into Salesforce so you could update your own record. But flows are very, very customizable based upon the scenario. And I would really recommend after this course and after you've passed the certification to go and play with these a lot because they're used so much within Salesforce. Now let's jump into validation rules. Now, I thought about putting this in the automation lecture, but these are really its own type of thing. Like, yes, it kind of is an automation, but no, it's not. Essentially what this is it's a way to enforce certain data quality. Like I've talked before, as long as your data is clean, you're going to get good insights. This is one way that you make sure that you're getting good data from your users and the people who are inputting information into Salesforce. So this can help with different formatting issues. So making sure that emails end with a @ then whatever the website is, .com or .org or whatever it is. It can help with process enforcement. So let's say, hey, you can't move your opportunity onto closed without a closed date on it. You can also have it be required fields. So like you have to have a lead that has a certain way to contact people. Like you have to have an email or a phone number or you cannot save it. So these can be really, really helpful when you are wanting to make sure that your data is clean. So how do these actually work? They can be a little tricky to grasp your head around when you are actually working on the scenario. But typically how these are used is as a true false. So you will create a statement saying, if the statement is true, the user cannot save the record and they'll get an error message. If it is false, then the user can save the record and they have followed all of the rules. So let's say you put in all the information, but you didn't give a valid email address format. It'll say, hey, email address is wrong. And they'll be like, oh, okay, then I'll just go fix it. You fix it, you try to save again, and you'll be able to save. I'm sure we've all run into those where we forget to do the @ sign or something, or add the M onto the .com. So that's typically how they work. Next, we're going to jump into an example. So now we're going to jump into an example of how to actually create a validation rule. So like I mentioned previously, we talked about an example where leads have to have a way to contact them in order to save. So that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to hop into a lead real quick. So that way we can test this out. Now I have jumped into a lead. I'm going to go into setup. So I click that little gear icon up top, and then I'm going to click setup. This will take me to the admin backend of Salesforce. Then we're going to go into the leads object. Now remember, an object is just a way of grouping information. Okay, so now that we're here, we're going to go down to validation rules, and then I am going to click new. So let's do this name as a lead contact info. That's what I'll call it. Okay, you can add a description or you can leave it blank. Anything that is red is going to need to be filled out in order to save this, which is very helpful. Now, I want to remember what I'm actually using this for. So typically in the description or the error message, I will say what the outcome is so that I can keep that in mind when I am creating the formula. Actually, let me zoom in on this a little bit so then it's a little easier for you to read. So on the error message, here's where I will use it. And I'm going to be using two different fields here. So I'll have it say not at the field, but I'll have it be at the error, the top of the page or wherever to save it. I am going to say must have one way to contact in order to save. The more descriptive you can be, the easier it is for the user to understand. However, you don't want it to be like a soliloquy of everything that they need to do and how you came to your conclusion and your whole life story. You just need to give them enough information to be like, oh, okay, this is what I need to do. So again, the goal is that you want there to be information in the email as well as a phone number in order to save. So what I am going to do is we're going to use the isBlank function. You can go through and see this, but let's find the isBlank function. There we go. And then I'm going to insert the function. So what it has here is it has isBlank and then in parentheses, it has expression. So what I'm going to put instead of expression there is a field. So I went to insert field. Now let's click email first and then insert field. There we go. So how it would be is if we were to save it now, it'd be only if the email was blank would it cause an error issue. But we want it to be the email or the phone. So both of them cannot be blank. You have to have one. So how it would be is we would click the or function here. And then we're going to do the isBlank again. And then delete the expression. And then insert the field. And the field that we're looking for is going to be the phone. There we go. Yeah. Then we're going to insert phone here. Okay, now this should work. Let's go ahead and check the syntax here. All right, it says no errors found. And I am going to click save. Awesome. And we want to make sure that the checkbox is showing active. Let's go back to our lead. I'm going to refresh the page so the front end communicates with the back end. Okay, and then I'm going to click edit here. All right, and it shows that we do have a phone number and that we do have an email. I'm going to copy the email, but then I'm going to erase it and then try and save here. And as you can see, we must have one way to contact them. So I'll put the email back in. But if we were to put in a phone number here, there we go. So that's something to test out later on. That is going to be how validation rules work. Now let's move on to data model practice questions. I find it super useful to go through these different questions and have someone else kind of walk through a realistic question with me so then I can do better on the exam. Yeah. First question is, you are looking to add a new deal into Salesforce. Which aspect of Salesforce is best to house the new deal? A, opportunities, B, leads, or C, accounts?
Okay, let me do it. Please request was best to house the new deal. Opportunity, your leads, opportunity.
All right, I'll give you a couple more seconds. Feel free to pause. The answer is going to be A,
Opportunity,
opportunities.
yes.
If you remember, opportunities is where you house all of your deals that are in the current pipeline or in the works. It's not going to be leads because these are going to be, I guess, pre-deal stage, where you are just trying to talk to someone and see if there's a possible deal there. And then accounts are going to be for typically the company of the opportunity. So if you wanted to sell to 5 different Walmarts, then you'd have a Walmart account and then have those 5 opportunities associated with it. All right, let's go and move on to question 2. A Salesforce associate is setting up a sales team for their security settings. You have all sales reps who need the same level of access and a manager who needs a few additional features. How should you configure this access? A, 2 profiles. B, 2 profiles and 2 permission sets.
Yeah.
Or C, 1 profile and 1 permission set.
2 profile and 2 permission set. One for
All right, I'll give you a couple more seconds. Feel free to pause.
who needs same access and who needs a few.
The answer is going to be C, 1 profile and 1 permission set. So if we remember, profiles are going to be typically for a group of users who are going to have similar job functions, such as a sales department. You can use that for the whole sales department and then use a permission set to open up any additional access that is needed. So again, you're going to use the profile for the whole sales department and then use the permission set for that sales manager who needs that few additional features. You could use 2 profiles, but that is not the best practice. It's a lot easier to go through permission sets than it is to go through profiles. And 2 profiles and 2 permission sets, that's just overdoing it. And you would need 2 profiles and 2 permission sets, access to just 1 department, and then an additional manager.
Okay, that's really good.
Welcome to the reporting and dashboarding section.
Okay, I will continue it after some time.
Of this course. This coincides with the reporting and dashboarding section on the exam, which is weighted at 15%. Now, this is the smallest section on the exam, but it is really important, and everything that you learn in this section you can take immediately and apply it to your job. Reporting and dashboarding is really important so then you can understand the conclusions that you're drawing from your data. Now, personally, I thought that there were more than 15% of the questions on the exam that were about dashboarding and reporting, so this is an important section to pay attention and to learn and to get your hands dirty in reporting and dashboarding. All right, so we are going to be jumping into reporting. So I'm just going to get started in reports. This is click new report. This is just a quick start guide. I'm just going to be going through and telling you what I do with reports. I think reports are really awesome. And I think the best way for you to get your feet dirty within a report is to see people do it, to see people answering questions, using reports, and all that fun stuff. So I know this might be drawing at the beginning, but trust me, this is how I learned, was just watching people do reports. And yeah, so I'm going to choose a report type. So report types are going to be the objects that you'll be using for your report. So let's say if you wanted to see opportunities, you just click the opportunities standard report type. If you wanted to see opportunities with products, so you could see and report on which opportunities and which products were selling the most, you'd be able to do that way. Again, so let me back up here. You should be starting with a question in mind when you want to create a report. So if your question might be, what is the best selling product and how much was that opportunity worth? Then you would go with opportunities and products. I'm just going to click start report because I clicked the opportunities one. All right, I am going to do a few things here and show you, let me reset this. I like to have things zoomed in while I'm doing tutorials or videos like this, but I'm going to zoom it out for the purposes of reporting. So I'm going to toggle on update preview automatically. This is going to make it so that you don't have to save and run your report every time you make a small change. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go into filters. Currently, I have no opportunities showing. So that tells me that I have a filter that is narrowing it out. I'm going to guess that it is the close date being the current fiscal quarter. I'm going to change that to the range of all time. So filters can typically filter down your rows that you'll see within your report. You can filter it down by pretty much any type of logic that you would like. Currently, I just want it at the very beginning to be open to everything so I can see all the records. I am going to remove the owner role column because there's no data there. I'm going to remove the age because that's not too important. The age of the opportunities, that is. Next step is an empty column. There's no data there. And that's pretty good. All right, so what we could do is we could filter out, let's create a new filter. Anything that is closed or edit filter, we want the opportunity status to be equal to open. So anything that was closed won or closed lost, I took out. Closed won being that we closed the deal, it's in the past. Closed lost being we lost the deal, it's in the past. These are all ones that are open that are currently being worked on. All right, and that's kind of filters. You could filter it down by stage, you could filter it down by fiscal quarter, by amount. But let's go ahead and go into some other things. Here in the outline tab right here, you can add more columns or more fields. So these are just the ones that are on the report. If we wanted to, this is another way to remove it. If we want to remove the opportunity order, we could do that there. If you want to see a full list of the fields that are available to you, you can go ahead and do that by clicking the field out button. And then you would probably just drag and drop it to wherever you wanted it. We can see other objects as well on this report type, even though it didn't specify. Didn't specifically say that it was opportunities and accounts, but if you wanted to bring over some account information, that would be available to you. If you wanted to bring in some other information, you would have to go change the report type or create a new custom report type, but that's beyond the scope of this course. So I'm going to hide fields. Let's talk about grouping. So grouping allows you to section off your report by another set of criteria. I know I keep saying that, but let's go ahead and go by stage is what we want to group it by. And as you can see, so stage will come all the way over here to the left, and you'll be able to see the different opportunities grouped by stage. Now let's say that we wanted to see a subtotal of each stage and what was in the pipeline in each stage. What we could do is we could go to, so I click this little down arrow on Mount, and I am going to hit Summarize. So you can see that here we have subtotals for each stage. So we have $110,000 in the identified decision maker stage that are currently open. We have a negotiation and review, almost $400,000, and we have just over $2.1 million in total. So now there are a few other things that we can go ahead and toggle on and off here. We can go ahead and do row counts. So the row counts here, it would show you essentially just how many opportunities were in each section. We also have detail rows that would show all the details of the information or all the details of the individual opportunities in this report. We can toggle off subtotals and just show the grand total, or we could do the other thing where we could do grand total as well. So now it does not show the grand total, only subtotals. All right, I am going to go ahead and hit save and run. So this is going to have us save the opportunity report. And the unique name is much like the field name. It's going to be unique for the system's purposes. Then we'll select a folder. This is just where you're going to put this, much like a folder on your computer. I'm going to hit save. And here we go. We have the report. So now there's other things we can do here. Mainly we can create a report chart. So we can create different or show different components. Maybe let's see if we can do donut chart. I'm going to get rid of private here. Remove this column because I think it's messing up my data. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So currently we have a donut chart showing, because it's grouped by stage and we grouped it by stage, we can create a donut chart to show visually how much is in which, or how much of the revenue is in what stage. So currently we have the most in needs analysis, we have a good chunk in negotiation, we have a good chunk in value proposition. And then a few other things, we can refresh this, or we could go ahead and do any of these options such as edited in Salesforce Classic. We could save as, so it would be like essentially copying this again and saving it under a new name. We could subscribe to the report, which will send it to your email on a regular basis. So as this opportunity report changes with new opportunities coming in, then we could subscribe to this report maybe every Monday morning or every Friday, however you want to do it. We can export this report, so it'll come to us in a table. We could add to a dashboard or delete it. But that is a quick start on how to create a report. All right, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about report types. So I'm going to go to Reports and then select New Report. All right, so we are talking about report types. Report types allow us to select what type of information that we want to start out with as our baseline for the report. So the baseline of the report is going to be one object, or it could be multiple objects. And these objects, if there are multiple, have to have relationships. For the purpose of the exam, that's about it that you need to know as far as report types go. It's the first step that you get into to select the object or objects to get started with your report. So a few other things I do want to mention is other different types of ways that you can have report types. So your report type could be just one object, or it could be one object and another object, or one object with another object. And so what that means is if we are imagining a Venn diagram where there's two circles and they overlap, accounts would just be just one circle of accounts. That's it. But if we were to go with the contacts and accounts, then it would be the outer circles as well as the inner circles of that Venn diagram. So it is contacts and accounts that may or may not be related. And then so accounts with partners, it would be the centerpiece of data in that Venn diagram. So any accounts that also have partners. So now let's jump into creating an actual report type. So this can get super confusing when you are just learning it for the first time. And you know what? Honestly, the best thing that's going to help you make it make more sense is to go in and create a report type. So let's go ahead and jump into setup here and go there. Let's go ahead and go to report types. Double click on that. So this is going to show us what a custom report type is. Let's back up a minute and talk about report types versus report formats. I got those confused so much when I first started out at a Salesforce admin or as a Salesforce newbie. So essentially report types are going to be the different objects and groups of data. So this is going to be things like cases, accounts, opportunities, and any of the other objects that are adjacent to that you want to report off of. It's going to be before you're even creating the report. The report type is going to be first, and then you create the report. Now let's jump into report formats. This is going to be after you've created that report and you are trying to manipulate your data into showing something. So things like a summary report, that's a report format, or a matrix report, or a joined report. That is all going to be report formats. After you've already created the report, you've already established what data you want to see, you're just manipulating it in report formats. So report types, are just going to be showing what groups of data you want to show, what objects you want to show, how you want to show it, and all that fun stuff. So let's go ahead and continue. If you have time, I recommend that you go through and you do this for yourself. It's not too terribly essential for the exam, but it'll help you a lot and make things have more context for you so you understand it better. Feel free to read through this, but again, doing it will show you a lot better. So let's go ahead and click continue here. I'm going to create a new custom report type. I want to start off with, let's see, cases. So let's jump down to cases, and I want to report on cases and activities. So I'm going to create a report name. So essentially what I want this report to do is I want this report to show me essentially how many activities or how many touches do we need to have for a case to be closed. We can see this through reporting on cases and activities. So essentially understanding which cases have which activities, how many touch points do we need to have with the customer to close this? How can we get that number down as far as possible? And that's kind of how you would solve that business scenario. Just kind of overview. Reporting is really great so you can understand more business scenarios and understand where you can improve your processes. Reporting cases and activities will 100% help you in understanding what kinds of knowledge articles you want to add, or understanding, hey, maybe we need to add more training to our customers in this specific point, or maybe there's an issue over here that is really confusing. Anywho, it's really good. So let's go ahead and add description, cases and their activities. All right, let's go ahead and store in a category of customer support reports, and then you can have the deployment of it. So in development is going to be, it's not ready for use. Deployed is it's ready for use even while you're making it, or as soon as you click save. If you are doing this in your production org, please do it in development so you can test it out and make sure that you have everything ready to go before people are starting to use it, so then there aren't any issues if you take away a field or if you add a field or anything like that. But because I'm in a developer org right now, I'm going to select deployed. You can change that as well. All right, so this Venn diagram is super useful. Currently, we have our primary object, which is going to be cases. So right now, the object is just, or the report type is just going to show the cases that we have. We can enter in another relationship here. So if I want to add in activities, we can also check down here. We can see the different case comments, case feed, those types of things. I'm going to select activities here. So this is going to be any related activities, things like tasks, emails, logged calls, events, that kind of thing. Those are going to be stored under activities. So we have two options here. We can show all of the cases, which is going to be A, and partial of B. So only when activities have related cases. We also show only just the crossover between the two, so it won't show all the cases. It'll only show cases that also have activities with them. But because we know our business scenario in mind of trying to see how many touch points we want, or how many touch points we have with a specific case in general over all of our cases, to understand, hey, we're having like 20 touch points with this specific case type, we're going to want to have all of the case records for this, so then we can get a totality of the cases, a totality of the data to understand that and understand the whole big picture. There are certain scenarios where you'd only want to show the crossover between the two. I'm sure there are. I'm sure that you have those. But for our scenario, we can just have all of the cases plus whatever activities are related to those cases. All right, if we wanted to add another object, we could as well. That is getting into a little bit of the weeds as far as reporting, and you can change it to show, again, that in this Venn diagram, super helpful. It will update with the different settings that you choose. I am going to exit out of that, and then I'm going to click Save here. All right, so right now it is showing us that Venn diagram that we have. We can edit that relationship, but I also just want to show you this. This is not needed for the exam, but it will help you if you are using Salesforce and you're creating these report types. Super useful. If you wanted to add additional fields from each object, so let's say you had a custom field that didn't automatically show up in your report when you were trying to report using this report type, you could come over here and see which fields. So it looks like all the case fields are being added. Let's look at activity fields and see if there are any fields. So related to is not there. I'm going to add that. And that looks like it's the only thing that is not added. So let's go ahead and click Save. Oh, and this also helps you to just see the layout of all of the fields. But let's go ahead and give me the preview or save. I am going to click Save to keep this video short. We can preview the layout here as well. We can clone this if we want to create a similar report type. But let's go ahead and jump back into, actually let's refresh this page and refresh this page. Fun fact, if you don't refresh it, sometimes you might not see the changes that you've made. So I'm going to go into reports here, create a new report. All right, and that one was cases. Cases and activities. You can see here it is a custom one. We can see the fields over here, and we can search for the fields before we even create the report. We can see the details, so that's our description. If we have any reports created by us or by others, I am going to start this report. I am going to open up everything here. And hopefully we should be able to see some data show up. There we go. We've got some data showing up. And then we can go ahead and change it, enter in all of our different pieces of data. But you can see that it is pulling in the case number, and we are pulling in some of our other pieces of data that we want to show. But that is kind of a quick how to create a report type. Again, let's review a little bit of report types versus formats because it's really, really confusing. I want to really get this solidified for you. Report types are going to be the objects of data. It's going to be the different groups of data. So cases, activities, opportunities, leads, accounts, contacts, those types of things. That's going to be before you even create the report. So then let's say, okay, you got your report type, created your report. Next, you're going to go into creating a report format. Report format is all about manipulating your data into different ways. So these are going to be things like summary reports where you're just summarizing a piece of data. Example of this is opportunities. You're summarizing how much in revenue you brought in for a certain quarter. That's a good report summary there. You can do matrix data. You can do just a table of data. You can have joined reports. Those are all report formats. So report types are first, then create your report, and then format your data into a report format. But there you go, report types. Okay, so now that we've gone over report types, let's go ahead and cover the next thing in the sequence of reporting that makes sense to cover, and that's going to be report formats. So I often at the beginning got report types and report formats confused. Report types are going to be the objects themselves, and the report formats is what you format that report type to be. And there are 4 types of report formats. So I'm going to go into an opportunity report type, click Start Report. I find it a lot easier to show this on an opportunity. I'm just changing the filters here to allow me to see data. And then I will probably get rid of a few fields here. There we go. And actually, this is currently the first report format that we have. This is called a tabular report format, and it is the most basic of a report format. We are not moving any data around. We're not manipulating any data. We're not grouping anything. We're not summarizing anything. This is just your plain old tabular report. It is literally just a table. All right. And then the next one is going to be summary. This is where we are going to summarize some type of data, but we aren't going to group anything. So no groups, just your table. And then you add a summary to it. So I'm going to summarize the amount here. Right, there we go. That is a summary report. It's pretty simple. You just take the tabular and you add a summary on it. And I'm going to be teaching you these in the order of complexity as they go. So each one builds upon the other. So this is going to be, again, your summary. You take your table and then you summarize 1 or 2 aspects of it. All right, and then is going to be the matrix report. And this is going to be adding any groupings or any bucketing. So we'll go into bucketing in a different section, but it's very similar to grouping. So let me go ahead. I'm going to group this by stage because that's pretty easy to group by. And there we go. We have a matrix report. And this built upon the tabular report, this built upon the summary report, where now we have a grouping. Right, and I wanted to mention here as well that we can change the row counts, the detail rows, subtotals, and grand totals. So that is the third one, is the matrix. Now finally, this one's going to be a little bit more complicated. We're going to have a joined report. So we are going to be joining 2 different report types to be creating a joined report. So I clicked up here at report, and I'm going to click joined report, hit apply. And we'll have one block over here, and I'm going to scroll sideways. Nope, I do have to add a block up here. And I'm going to add accounts next to it and add a block. So personally, I have never actually created a joined report for professional purposes, but I'm sure that they can be very useful to have all the information side by side. And there you go. Those are the 4 different report types. You're going to have summary, or excuse me, you're going to have tabular, which is just a table, no manipulation of data. And then you'll have a summary report, which is just summarizing the data from one column, or you could do another type of data manipulation that's there as well, such as summary, average, min, max, median. And then you have matrix report, which is going to be grouping a row or 2, and then you're going to be having a joined report where you have more than one report type. Let's go ahead and jump into report filters, as well as I want to touch on bucketing. So let's go ahead and go into reports, and I'm going to hit new report. And I know we've been talking about a lot of opportunities in this course, but this is just the best one for me to explain it on. All right, I am going to change the filters, and this is great because it takes me to filters. So when you have your new report made, these are the typical filters that you will see, that you can filter your data either open, like I just did, to change the close date, or you could filter your data down to see only the data that you want to see. So if we are going to go and click on add filter, we could choose the different fields that we want to filter our data down by. So if we had multiple opportunity owners, then we could filter it down by owner and only see myself, or only see 1 or 2 different opportunity owners. Or if you only wanted to see opportunities with a certain account name, then we could do that. Let's go ahead and show you that. So I'm going to type in account name, and I'm going to have this be equal to Edge Communications. And let's hit apply. All right, so now we can only see those with that specific account name. This is really great if you want to get granular by the account, or if you want to get granular down by maybe the owners or the lead owners, or however you want to do that. You can do different things with these. You can lock this, so no one can, unless you are the owner or a system admin, you cannot unlock this. So you'll have to copy the report to be able to do it, or to edit it and change the locked filter, but this is a great way to keep your data safe. And if we wanted to get rid of it, we could, because we own this report. And if we wanted to delete and remove this filter, we could as well. So now I'm going to get rid of a few pieces of information here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the owner role, and opportunity owner, because I'm the only one that owns opportunities in this org. So let's go ahead and talk about bucketing now that we've kind of gone into filters. Actually, one more note on filters before we get moving on. The best way to learn about filters is to come into a developer org or your Trailhead org and just mess around with the filters and try and answer questions that you might have about your data. So that'll help you get used to it. I find that reporting is just all about changing up the data, or not changing up the data, but manipulating the data in here. And you can't change any records typically from a report, so don't worry about messing up the data. Let's go ahead and talk about bucketing. So sometimes you will have a reason to create a faux field or a fake field to show different parts of data. One thing that would be really useful here is that we could have a low, mid, and high cap faux field, fake field, to separate our data out within our opportunity. So I'm going to take the amount field and I'm going to bucket this column. So I'm going to have this be, let's see, just the cap. I'm going to add another one. All right, so I am going to have a low, mid, and high cap. Let's go ahead and put this low cap anything that is less than 50,000, and then the mid is going to go to $100,000, and then anything above 100,000. So let's go ahead and apply this. So what the cap did, the cap bucket of amount did, so it created a new column, and this is not necessarily a new field that we'll see on the opportunity. We will not see that unless we went ahead and created that field. But what it did was it assigned a name to each grouping of data. So I said, for anything between $0 and $50,000 is going to be a low cap amount. Then anything between 50,000 and 100,000 is going to be a mid cap range. And then anything between anything I guess over $100,000 is going to be a high cap. So now it shows based upon the amount field what that cap is going to be. And you can see here that's going to be mid because at 75, it is $50,000. It's going to go to low, mid for $60,000, and it keeps going. It'll go for all the ones that have any type of amount on them. So now what is useful to do is we can take this faux field, the fake field, and group by it. So now we have the low caps all together that we can see. And then we also have the mid caps all together that we can see, and all of the high caps together that we can see. It's a great way to create this field only for the purposes of your report, so then you don't have to create a new field in other ways. Again, this is great for grouping the different fields of amounts. All right, let's go ahead and talk about reporting and dashboarding limits. You don't need to know a lot of these, but these are a few that we found particularly useful. The report builder, you can only see up to 20 rows, so you won't see the full set of data. You'll only see the top 20 rows of whatever your filters and the report type allow you to see. And in order to see more rows, you'll need to save and run your report. And typically when you have saved and run the report, you're in the report viewer, and it can only show and chart up to 2,000 rows. After that, you will need to export it and visualize it in a different way. I know some people use Tableau, other people use Power BI. It just really depends on what your company is comfortable with. And then as far as dashboard goes, you can only have up to 20 components. So I know we haven't covered this quite yet, but components are the different boxes that you will visualize your data with. Now let's jump into actually creating a report, getting some more hands-on practice with creating reports and being comfortable with creating reports. This is one of the things that you can take immediately from this course and apply to your job if you are using Salesforce on a regular basis. So let's go ahead and jump into reports here, and then we can create a new report. So let's go ahead and choose our report type. I want to just do some cases. So let's do some cases to get you another example of using a different object, because I know we used the opportunity object before. Okay, so cases are going to be the ticketing system that you'll be using. You can show some different pieces of data. Some objects are going to be rich with data, and other objects are going to be pretty simple with data. Personally, I find cases to be pretty simple with data, just because there's not a lot that you can show. There are certain metrics that you can show that will help you improve. And so reporting on it, it's going to be fairly easy. So currently I want to open up all the pieces of data. So we have all cases are here. We have opened all time. The unit is going to be in hours. So it's going to show how old it is in hours, I think. Let's go ahead and say if we change it to days, yeah, it's going to change it to the days opened. So let's go ahead and change up some pieces of data. We can see here, if we exit out of this, we can see what different pieces of data we can add to and change up some pieces of data. We can see here, if we exit out of this, we can see what different pieces of data we can add to our report here. If we wanted to add case comments, we could. Let's go ahead and add in a few different things. So let's go ahead and add in our type here that we have for our case, as well as I want to add in our priority here. Those are pretty essential for the data that we want to show. So I'm going to close out this field here, and then we can start manipulating the data now that we have everything. I am going to go over here to the outline, and then I kind of want to move around some of these different pieces of data. I want to move the case owner down to the very end. I want to, I think priority and case type should be there. And then we have our account name, as well as age, open, closed, if it's open or closed yet, and then case owner. So from here, I want to add a group. So let's say we wanted to show by the account, how many cases each account had. Then we would add the group by the account. If we wanted to show which type of case had the most cases open, we'd be able to show that, as well as the priority. We can also group these down and then show multiples. So let's go ahead and just do it by type, because that's the easiest one to show you. So now we do have the different types here. So we've got mechanical, electrical, electronic, and then we've got other types of cases. I want to show you a bucketing type of system. Now, you don't necessarily need to know the buckets for the exam. However, buckets are somewhat useful, and they can be really useful. So we can add in a bucket to show a fake field, essentially for different things. So let's say we've got our priorities here, the priorities of our different cases. Let's say we wanted to show low priority in one bucket and then medium to high in another bucket. So low priority is going to be, maybe we'll check on it in a couple days, and then medium to high priority is going to be, needs to be completed today. All right, so let's go to priority here, and then we can bucket this column. So I want to add a bucket here. Let's go ahead and say this is not today. All right, and then I'm gonna edit this. Let's go ahead and move low to not today. All right, and then add another bucket, must close today. So let's go ahead and add that, go to unbucketed values, and then high to medium. I'm gonna move to must close today. So we're gonna come up with a bucket name. So this is going to be the fake field name. I'm gonna call it the daily tasks. So I'm going to apply here. And now let's go ahead and move this over to the front of our report. And now I wanna group it by this to make this a little bit easier. I'm gonna say daily tasks in our grouping here. All right, and now we have grouped it by that bucket. So essentially it creates that fake field that we can then go in and use to, maybe every day we want to run this report and see how many cases we need to close today and which we don't. This can be really useful for a manager. This can be really useful for higher ups to see how our cases are going, and maybe that indicates we need to do some more education work. Maybe we need to, in the case of having maybe physical products, maybe we had some physical products that had issues or are malfunctioning. In the case of maybe a software product, you would have issues with training, and maybe there's a bug somewhere. This could denote a bunch of different things for your company. So that is how you group that. If you wanted to summarize things, you could do that as well. So right now it is summarizing the age of our cases. I could also, let's see if we can summarize how many cases are open here. Summarize. Yep, we can summarize how many cases are open versus closed. Okay. And then if we wanted to group down even further for this, we could add open cases. Okay, and then we can show how many cases that are high priority and low priority are getting open or closed. This can get really complicated really fast. So let's go ahead and click save here. I want to show priority cases here. All right, I'm going to add that to the public reports, which is like this folder, and then going to click save here. All right, now we can add a chart if we would like to visualize this data. We can see how many cases today need to be closed, how many cases can wait on tomorrow. So we can show different pieces of data by different things. So if we wanted to show a bar chart or a donut chart or whatnot, we could. I'm just going to keep this as a simple bar chart because it shows us easy glance what we need to do. I'm going to click save and run. And there you go. We have created a new priority cases. Feel free to mess around in this and create your own reports. As long as you are in a developer org or you are not going into any records or you're just creating your own private reports, it should not mess with anyone else. So again, private reports, you're using a developer org and you're not changing any of the records, then you should be good to go. Dashboarding can be a really fun way to take your reports and turn it into a visual experience to understand your data. So let's go ahead and jump into dashboards and click new dashboards. All right, and this will take us to create a name. I'm going to say example and hit create. All right, so this is going to be the blank space for us to start. We are going to add a component. So we're going to take any type of report that we have created or that we have access to. So I'm going to take our opportunity example from a few days ago or a few lectures ago, and we are going to select the component that we want to visualize our data. So I'm going to change this to be the sum of amount on the x-axis. All right, so this is a way for us to summarize the amount by stage. And that's essentially what we'll be doing with how the opportunity report was set up, and that is called our source report. That is the source of our dashboard component. And so from here, we can go ahead and select whichever chart or whichever component type is going to be useful for us. So we can go ahead and hit add there, and we have selected it. We can also choose another one. I'm going to go back to that same report and change it to the amount. And we can select another dashboarding component that will give us a number, and we'll go into the individual types of dashboarding components and what they can do and a few different examples of what they are. So this one is a metric component, and it will just show the numbers essentially of what a component is. So I'm going to click add, and we can go ahead and move this around, and this will react and change and straighten out. I can go ahead and add a filter if I want. So filters would allow us to change the data that we see. So if I were to change it by, let's do stage. Right, so I'm going to display the stage and enter the different values of stages. So if we wanted to narrow it down by, let's go ahead and change it to just one stage. Okay, there we go. We can click apply. We would go ahead and create one for all the different stages if we wanted to, but I'm going to add. And then that would allow us to change the filter after we save. I'm actually going to hit save and done and show you how this filter works. But we can now see it. If the stage were equal to prospecting, these numbers will change. There we go, and we'll be able to see and filter down, just like how you'd filter down your report, you'd be able to filter your dashboard down by. Another one I'm going to do is qualification, and so these numbers will change. This is really great if you want to narrow it down maybe by different markets. So let's say if you had a Seattle market, you could narrow it down by the Seattle market, and you can narrow it down by the Dallas market, or what have you. Other things about dashboards that you do need to know is that you need to refresh it. So when it's different from reports. So when you log into a report or when you are viewing a report, it automatically updates that report and you'll see the freshest of data. But it's a little bit different for dashboards because they can consist of multiple reports, and it wouldn't make sense to report every single or to refresh every single report that is on a dashboard if you don't need to. So we could click refresh. I can't refresh more than one in 1 minute. And it would give us the most up-to-date data. So it might be a week or 2 weeks since this dashboard was refreshed, and it'll tell you when the last time it was refreshed. So this is giving you the date and time of when it was last refreshed. And then other things are that you can subscribe. So the subscription, what it will do is it will refresh the dashboard and it will send an email out to you with this dashboard attached and all of the data to your email or to whomever you have subscribed the email to.
That's great.
Now let's take a minute to talk about dashboard components. In the last video, which was a quick start, there are a few different ways that we can get to create a field. So let's go ahead and go into setup. And you can go to either the object manager or through the schema builder. I'm going to go to the object manager just because that's what I'm more comfortable with. And I'm going to search for opportunity and go to opportunity. From here, I'm going to go to fields and relationships. And you can see a whole list of the different fields that we have on this object. So now I'm going to click new, and it will take me to the different field types that we can create. And this will dictate the rest of the process. So let's run through and do a quick explanation of all these different field types. So we have auto number. This is going to be an auto-generated number. So this is really good if you need like a random, like this is order number 1. You can make this unique. Then you have a formula field. So it allows you to take some numbers, percentages, currencies, and spit out a currency. So this would be really good if you are trying to take the cost per product per user and you had a number of users, then you could take out and spit out essentially a formula that would say what the cost would be per total. Then you could have a roll-up summary field. This is for a master detail relationship and can roll up a certain amount of records or some information on that record. So for example, let's say if we're on an account, we could calculate how many opportunities that account had and put that in a field to be on the record page. Then we've got lookup relationships. We talked about lookup relationships a little bit, but if we wanted to create one, we could go ahead and do that there. Then external lookup relationships, that would link this object opportunities to an external system outside of Salesforce. Then we have checkbox field. That would be a yes or no value. We have a currency field for any type of currency that we need to add in, such as amount. We have date time, email field, geolocation, which helps with the latitude and longitude. We have a number field, which you can add decimal places to that. We have percent, phone, pick list, multi-select pick list, text field, a text area field, a text area long field, a text area rich field, a text area encrypted field. Each of these has a different purpose to them. I mainly go with the text area long and text area rich and encrypted whenever I'm creating one. The encrypted one is really good for super sensitive information. Then the rich text field is for adding a lot of characters with images and links and all those fun things. Then you also have a long field, which can add up to 131,072 characters on separate lines. And the text area and the text fields, those are very much smaller and typically don't have enough room for all the things people need to write. And we have time. It allows you to enter in different time things or timestamps. And then finally, you have a URL field. So those are a lot of different data types. I am just going to select a fun checkbox field and hit next. So now we're going to come up with a field label. So this is going to be the name of the field. I'm going to select order filled ? Just to indicate and see if the order has been filled or not. So now we have a default value, and most fields will have this as an option. The default value being when this record is created, what is the normal state of this going to be if nothing has been changed on this field ever. We can have this checked by default or unchecked by default. I'm going to leave it unchecked by default. And again, these are on other objects as well. So like if you had a pick list field, you could select one of the pick list values, but we'll go into pick list fields in another lecture as well. So we can have descriptions. This is typically for the back end of Salesforce. So people like admins and developers to understand why you have this field. And then help text is really helpful for users to understand from the front end. And what's really ironic here is that they have a help text next to the help text. So this text displays on the detail and exit pages, and whenever you hover over it, it'll tell you more about this field. So that's where you would enter that in. And I'm going to hit next. This will take us to the field level security. So which profiles have access? We'll go into profiles as well in another lecture, but this establishes who can see it and who can edit this field. I'm just going to leave this as normal. And then this will take it to the page layouts, which is the record and where all the fields are on the record page. So I'm going to hit save. And there we go. We have created a new field. All right, now let's move on to picklist fields. These are a little bit different, and I want to show you how to set up a picklist field before moving on. So let's go into setup. And I'm going to go back into the object manager, go to opportunity object and click on it, fields and relationships, and click new. All right, so now we're going to choose the custom field type. I am going to select the picklist field and hit next. So from here, now we can enter in a field label, which is just going to be the name of it. And I'm going to have this be referral type. I did not spell referral right. So we have two different options as far as values go. We can enter in a global picklist value set, or we can enter in specific values just for this field. So a global picklist value set, that's a lot of words, but it's really simple. Essentially, you can have a standardized set of picklist values so that you can use it across multiple opportunities, or use it across, not across multiple opportunities, so that you can use it across multiple objects. So let's take for an example, let's pretend that our org is set up for a consulting firm, and our consulting firm consults in a few different areas of the world. You would have these different things called markets, and you would need to establish markets on your account object, your opportunities, your cases, your leads. And so it would be really frustrating. Let's say you added an extra market or a new market, and you got that new market added to each pick list, except for maybe one or two you forgot that market. And so you'd have to go in and update every single picklist value set on each individual object. So the global picklist value set allows you to just only have to add that new market once and have that be standardized across all the different objects and all the different market fields. So that's essentially what a picklist value set, or global picklist value set is. Then the other option is to enter in values, each separated by a new line. So referral type, we could have it be web. We could have it be word of mouth. We could have it be social media. And one more, employee contact. Right, so that is how you would enter in those values. We can display these alphabetically, not in the order entered. Or we could have the first value be the default value. I'm going to leave that one blank. We are able to restrict the values just to the ones defined in the set, which is good so then people aren't adding in any extras. And the field name is going to have an underscore underneath it. And this is, the field name here is going to be essentially the system name. So then it can be unique across the whole system, so the system doesn't get confused. Again, description is for the backend, the admins, and the developers. And then the help text is going to be for the front end, which is the help text right over here to help the users understand what this is used for and what information they should enter in. We could have this be required in order to save. I'm going to leave that blank. And then it's going to automatically add this. We could add in a formula for the default value, saying, well, if it's this user entering it, then go ahead and add in this default value, or if it's this user, enter it in this value. But I'm just going to leave this blank and not have it be too complex. Hitting next. This is establishing the field level security, again, if this is visible to people or if it's read-only to people. I'm going to just leave this blank, and it's going to add it to the page layout, so then we can add it to our records. Go ahead and hit save, and those are picklist fields. All right, let's go ahead and talk about formula fields. So like I talked before, formula fields are a way for us to take some information that's already been input into Salesforce and run it through a series of mathematical equations, or take maybe a mathematical equation that you are doing in your day-to-day job and just automate it so that you don't have to do that math, and it really can save you a lot of time. So we're going to go into setup again and go into the object manager and go to opportunities. So I have created a little scenario for us. We are going to take the amount field and divide it by the number of users to create a new formula field that is cost per user. And it'll automatically calculate the cost per user depending on how many people are going to be using the product. And this is going to be really helpful for our customers to understand the price per user so they can make a good decision. I'm actually going to go in here and change something on the number of user. I'm going to change the default value on here to be 1. So then it doesn't mess with our equation with a 0 value. So I am going to go in and hit new and go to formula. So there's a bunch of different things that you can do with a formula. You can have it be a checkbox field at the end, a currency field, date field, time field, a number field, a percent field, a text field, and a time field. It just really depends on your scenario. Now, the exam isn't going to go into too much depth about this. What is likely if you get this on the exam is going to be, here is a scenario, what type of field would you use? So if
I have done this already.
Now let's take a minute to talk about dashboard components. In the last video, which was a quick start to dashboarding, we talked a little bit about dashboard components. So let's go and hop into them. There are a bunch of different kinds, and these are just going to be the most important kinds. Most of these, except for the tabular report chart or component type, need to have at least a matrix report. So there needs to be at least one grouping on the source report in order to create these. But you do not actually need to know that for the exam. So the first kind is going to be a line chart. And honestly, sometimes when we go into dashboarding, I kind of feel like I'm back in third grade and we're learning about all these different charts that you can do with math. But I'm sure that will help everyone, help me on the exam. So I'm sure that'll help you on the exam. So a line chart, this is an example of a line chart. And this one is breaking it down by record count across all of the different accounts that we have. But this is great for showing, let's say, revenue over time. Maybe you'd have low monthly revenue and a high monthly revenue, but this would just show something great for things over time. All right, the next one is going to be a vertical bar chart. So this is great for, again, showing amount, maybe amount over time. This could be comparing different accounts is what this one is currently doing. And it could be also great for showing how different sales reps are doing and how much in revenue they've closed. And then just exactly like that last one is the horizontal bar chart, but it's just switched essentially. So it shows you, instead of going up and down, and the higher up is better with more, the vertical side. So anything further to the right would be higher. It's just like how you like to visualize it and what makes sense for you in your data. Then we have the classic donut chart. So it allows us to see a breakdown visually of the sections and where one section might be bigger than the other in comparison holistically to the whole thing that we're summarizing. Right, that was a lot of words, but let's take this into this example, where we are counting how many opportunities each account has. And so it looks like the Grand Hotels and Resorts have 5 records and Edge Communications has 4, and so they're doing super well. This would be great for showing maybe where cases are coming from, or breaking down like our different source types, where like our lead sources are coming from, or where our opportunity sources are coming from, just so we can see in comparison to everything if one section is doing far better than the other. Then we have a funnel chart. This is great for showing how things would break down into each stage. So we could take our opportunities and break down how many opportunities are in each current stage. That's not what this is showing, but that would be a great example of a funnel chart, taking down how things funnel down into an opportunity. All right, then we have a table. This one does not need to be a matrix report. This can be a tabular report, but essentially it is just a table of records, and it doesn't show all of the records that are in there. There's a max to it, and I honestly, I don't know, and so it's not necessarily what you'll need to know on the exam in order to pass. But I've used this before to show like the top current accounts, or maybe the accounts that need the most attention, or the opportunities that are about to be lost because we haven't talked to them in a long time. So that's what table components are good for. And then we have the gauge component. So essentially what you could do is you can see on a scale, and you could change the different scales as well. You can put them in the red, orange, or yellowy color, and then also in green to see, and of course you can swap the greens and yellows and reds, and you can change the numbers and even change the colors. But this is great for showing a baseline of how you're doing. So I've seen this for maybe the number of closed opportunities in the last 90 days to show the matrix report. So the higher the number, the better. And I've also seen this flip-flopped for the number of open cases. So maybe you want to have only like 10 open cases at a time. And so this can show that. It's also great for keeping track of things that maybe are key indicators that you need to hire more people. So as far as the caseload goes, if you're constantly having cases in the red, you'll need to hire more service people to help you keep your caseload down and service your customers fast enough. Or maybe if this is in the red, as far as there aren't a lot of sales coming through and being closed, then you'll need to talk about your sales strategy and change it up. And then we have the metric chart. So the metric chart is just essentially a number, and you can change the color. And very much like the gauge chart, you can show what the metric is saying. So let's say, again, take the number of open cases. If it's 10 or less, then you can calculate that number, put that onto a dashboard, and you can show it as just 10. So whereas, let's go back to the gauge, you can show where it is in the pointer, whereas the number, it'll just show the number of current open, whatever you want to summarize. Right, let's take a moment to talk about filters and dynamic dashboards. So first of all, let's talk about filters. So filters allow us to, much like a report filter, filters allow us to narrow down our dashboard information based upon almost identical criteria. So what that means is, a few lectures ago, we talked about dashboard filters. So I currently have a dashboard filter that allows us to break these different components down by stage of the opportunities. This is an opportunity dashboard, and we're currently seeing a donut chart of how much is in total, which is this component, this metric component over here, as well as a donut chart that shows us a breakdown of each section and how much is in the pipeline in each section. So our filter allows us to break this down further, and if we wanted to see the total prospecting, then the dashboard components would update to only show us that same information, just filtered down. So I'm going to go ahead and edit here, and we'll talk about dynamic dashboards, and I'm going to click let the dashboard viewers choose whom they want to see the dashboard as. That allows us to create a dynamic dashboard. The dynamic dashboard allows us to do a similar thing to what the dashboard filter does. However, it allows us to change the data that we see, what it would look like if we viewed it as someone else. So that sounds really confusing. Let's pretend I am the CEO of the company that we are currently in for the org. So I can see everyone's data. I can see the data for the whole company, and these are the opportunities for the whole company. Now, let's say that we had a sales rep who we wanted to see just the data that they could see, which would only be their information. We could go ahead and change it to Jane Doe, and then it would change it to see what she could see for the data. And currently Jane Doe can't see this because it's in a different folder that she doesn't have access to, which we'll talk about that in the next lecture. But essentially, it just allows us to change who we can see and view the dashboard as. That is a dynamic one, and then the filters allow us to filter down just like a report. Go ahead and finish off the section by talking about folders. Now, you may or may not see something on the exam about reporting and dashboard folders. However, these are just the places that you would store your reports and dashboards. So there are a bunch of different kinds of folders. There are public ones, there are private ones, and then there are a mix of different folders. So you will, if you are a user in Salesforce, you will have a private dashboard folder. So what this means, and a private report folder as well. This means that only you can see that. Depending on if you're a system admin or just a user, only you will be able to see your private dashboards. Not even the system admin can see your private dashboards. So that's thing number one. And then if you save it to a public dashboard, then anyone who has access to that folder can see your dashboard or can see your report, depending on where you saved it. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder, and I'm going to have this be public sales dashboards, and have a unique name and save. All right, so we have that folder, public sales dashboard. So I want this to be public to most people. So I'm going to go ahead and share this, and we can share this with users. We can share this with roles and subordinates, public groups, just like how you would share through the role hierarchy. I'm going to share it with roles and subordinates, and then I'm going to have it be the CEO and have just view access, and only myself can manage it. So now it has been shared with the whole company, and the whole company can see the public sales dashboards. However, because of how the security model is within Salesforce, you will only be able to see the dashboard information with the opportunities that you're able to see. So let's say we have 100 opportunities. The CEO can see all 100 opportunities. So he can go into any dashboards that you have within your public dashboards folder and see all 100 opportunities. Now let's say that we have this split up between two groups where we have the Western sales team and the Eastern sales team, and each of them have 50-50. So if you were on the Western sales team, then you could only see the dashboard as if you only had those 50 opportunities rather than the 100. Now, if you're on the Eastern sales team, you'd only be able to see the 50 opportunities and that data visualized through those 50 opportunities. Now let's move on to getting hands-on with a dashboard. So dashboards allow you to visualize your data in certain ways, much like how this seller home is for us. However, we can personalize it based upon our reports. One thing I do want to know, actually, let's jump into our report real quick, and I'll show you is that you do need to have at least one grouping, so then you can have more options for visualizing your data. Grouping is how Salesforce understands how to visualize your data. So right now we have a grouping by stage over here on this opportunities report, and that's what we'll be using in dashboards. So I'm going to go over into dashboards, and then I'm going to click new dashboard. Let's go ahead and give it a name. I'm going to say General Business Pulse, and let's go ahead and select a folder. I'm just going to say shared with me. Actually, nope, let's just go into private dashboards. That's just going to make it easy. If you are making this for sharing it out with other people, you're going to want to change the dashboard or where you're going to want to put it. You might want to build it first and then save a copy into a different dashboard folder so then other people can see it. So dashboards allow you to bring in other pieces of data from different departments or different reports. So for this general business data, I've already gone in and created 3 different types of reports. So we have a lead report, we have an opportunities report, and we have a cases report that we can all bring in data and visualize our data. So then either us or higher ups or managers or whomever can go in and see a quick pulse on our business. So let's go ahead and add a widget, which this is actually a recent change. A widget, you can either add a chart or a table, text, image. It used to be components, but let's go ahead and grab a lead report. Okay, so this is showing us all of our leads by source. So I want to do a couple of different things. I want to show one lead report or lead component that's showing us how many leads we have. So I am going to change the numbers over here. So we currently have 2 leads. Now we could say we want this to be anywhere between, let's say 20 is fantastic. 20 leads in the pipeline is really great, and that's where we want to be. We can change up the colors to show. So let's say 20 is really awesome, and really crappy is like 5. So let's go ahead and change that there. So then 22 is going to be in the green. You can change the different colors to show whatever you want. Maybe you want to match this more in line with your branding. I'm just going to keep it how it is. So yeah, we can also change it to dark if you want a dark mode, but I don't necessarily think it changes anything too significantly. So this will help us keep a pulse on how many leads we currently have. So let's go ahead and add that. You can move it around. I want to make this a little bit bigger. There we go. All right, now that we have that, let's go ahead and add a new lead report that breaks things down by source. So we could do it here where we've got this source list of, hey, it's coming in by web, phone inquiry, partner referral. We could also have this by vertical bar chart. Something else that would show similar data would be a donut chart. You could also have a funnel. Funnel doesn't make too much sense. Neither does this gauge make too much sense. This would just say, hey, we only have like 22 leads. Let's go ahead and go with a vertical or a horizontal. Actually, I'm gonna stay with a horizontal. I really like that for showing the source. We're showing, yeah, where it's coming from. So I'm gonna place that there. I'm gonna move this a little bit bigger. So it kind of matches. There we go. All right, so those are some great leads ones. Let's go ahead and enter in a new one for opportunities and see if we can bring in some other scenarios for other stuff. So I really like to see where things are in the pipeline as far as reports or opportunities go. So I do like the funnel. I like the funnel for this. The funnel allows us to see where things are broken down by. So we can see at the top of our funnel, we've got prospecting, we've got one in prospecting, we've got one in qualification. And this allows us to see kind of where all of our opportunities are right now. So that is a really great spot. I am going to move this over here. Let's add another one for opportunities here. So I'm going to grab that report. And now I kind of want to see total opportunities we have in the pipeline. Now we could either do metric or gauge here as to show us where we are. I think for the sake of possibly designing this whole dashboard, we should do another metric here. And then maybe we want to change up the numbers here as well. So maybe 20 opportunities in the pipeline is pretty good. And then we can add in maybe 50 opportunities in the pipeline would be absolutely fantastic. So it's going to put whatever number of opportunities we have from that report into these different ranges here. So let's go ahead and add that. Let's go into cases here. All right, and I want to add in our metric. So let's pretend that we have gotten rid of anything that is closed for this scenario. We have a sum of closed right now, but for right now, we're gonna go to record count, pretend that this is our open number of cases, because that's usually what it would be. Now, for opportunities, you would want this component to show that the higher the number, the better. And so you'd have like green up here for the bigger number and red down for the lower number. But we are going to have this be the opposite for our cases. The lower the number, the better. So I am going to have that guy be green, and then I'm going to change this guy to a red here. So you can easily do that. And I want to say anything under 10 is going to be really, really fantastic. And anything over 30 is going to be not so great, that we need to get it really working. So then as the day goes on, you can check back and you can see how many open cases there are. Again, be sure to change up that report to show just the open cases, and you'll be able to see that. So let's go ahead and add this here. And here we go. All right, let's do one last one for cases here. All right, and then I do want to show a donut chart. Personally, I'm a big fan of a donut chart. So if we remember back to creating this report, we bucketed from the must close today and the not today. So the not today was that low priority, and that must close today is the medium to high priority cases. And so you can report off of these buckets or these fake fields that you have created, which is really awesome. And it allows you to do some additional reporting without having to enter in a new field and have your users provide the data and get everything caught up. So just keep that in mind when you are creating these things. But donut chart would be really fantastic for this. You could also have a line chart, a stacked. You're going to add some more things to your report to be able to use those correctly. You can show it all on these different component parts. But personally, I think here would be great for the donut chart. And I'm looking down at all these different settings, and I think we are good. Let's go ahead and add this in, and then add it over to the side. Make it a little bit prettier. All right, I want to save this. So this is just kind of more of a hands-on, do this with me, do this dashboard with me. I hope that using these scenarios has really helped you understand it better for the exam, because I know there are quite a few of these dashboard components that will be on the associate exam. But let's go and click done, and then you can see here that now it's pulling in from 3 different reports. You can see all these different visualizations of the different data pieces that we have. A few other things that you can do here, again, is refresh. You can't do that more than 1 minute, so I did an error code. You can download this, save it, new dashboard, change, own, or delete. Subscribe is a really interesting functionality, so you'll get a report generated to you. One thing that is a little bit beyond the scope of this, but I do want to show it, is that you can create a dynamic dashboard from this. So you can view it from another person's point of view. So based upon your settings, you can view it as maybe a certain manager, or as one sales rep, or as one region if you wanted to. You could also view it as the dashboard viewer. You can also let viewers choose whom they want to, so that would cause it to be the dynamic aspect of it. So let's go ahead and click save on that, and save. All right, and then to change it so you can have it be a dynamic dashboard, you do have to have it be public. So I'm just gonna have this be public, folder 1. All right, I'm gonna click there and save, select folder, create, make sure that we have that dynamic aspect to it. And this dynamic aspect is here. Now you can change it up here near the top of that title. But hopefully this quick little walkthrough, run through of a real life business scenario helps you on the exam. All right, let's go and jump into reports and dashboards practice questions so you can get a little bit more familiar with a thought process on how to work through questions, as well as maybe some of the formatting you'll see on the exam. First question, you are creating a dashboard and need to show a numerical value for the number of open cases. Which dashboard component best shows this? A donut chart, B, a metric, or C, a gauge?
Number of open cases.
All right, I'll give you a couple more seconds. Feel free to pause.
Donut.
Answer is going to be B, metric. If you remember the metric dashboard component, it's just going to show a number with some styling capabilities. Like you could change the color of the metric or the color of the number. That's about it. It's pretty basic. You wouldn't use a donut chart here because if you remember, the donut kind of looks like a pie chart and it's used for segmenting out different things. And then you wouldn't use a gauge here. A gauge kind of looks like the speeding dial on your car. While you could use that, it asks specifically for a numerical value in the question. So that's why you want to use a metric over a gauge. And the second question, you are trying to share a report with a coworker and they cannot view it. What is the likely reason why they can't see this report? A, they don't have a Salesforce license. B, they don't have folder access. C, they only have MuleSoft access.
B option.
All right, the answer is going to be B. They don't have folder access. This is going to be the most likely reason that they don't have access to. And the default access or the default folder that you have when you are creating a report is going to be private. So you have to make sure that you change the folder when you save it to be able to then share it out. MuleSoft, if you'll remember, is mostly just for integration purposes. And so it likely would not be that they don't have a Salesforce license. This is unlikely just because if you're a coworker and you were trying to share the report, you should know that they have access to Salesforce or not.
To introduce the full practice exam, this has the same number of questions you'll see on the exam and the same type of questions as well as the same weight that the questions will have towards your score. One thing that Emily and I noticed while we were taking the exam and comparing it against the exam outline that was on Trailhead is that there were concepts that were tested that weren't defined by the exam outline. So this practice exam includes those concepts, so that way when you do sit for your exam, you'll be prepared and confident to pass your exam.
Again, thank you so much for taking this course. This is a really great first step to a great career on the Salesforce ecosystem.
And I want to add my thank you too. We appreciate your time in taking the course. And if there's any way that we can be helpful, please feel free to reach out. And again, thank you for taking the course.
Now, before we end this course, I do want to mention one thing about Trailhead. They do have a trail mix for this exam. However, I didn't find that it covered the full depth and breadth of what was covered on the exam. So if you want to have some additional practice or some additional learning, you can go ahead and check out that trail mix. I'll try and link it, but sometimes the different video Udemy platforms can be kind of funky about the links. So if when in doubt, just Google it. One thing before we go is that we do want to make one more mention of reviews. These help other people and other learners to understand if this is a good course to take and if it was beneficial to you. Of course, we read all the reviews and are grateful for every single one.
So please give us your feedback. We want to make this course the best that it can be, and we'll take that feedback and we'll implement it, and we hope to exceed your expectations.
And one last thing before we go, we would love to connect with you and share your wins on social platforms. I am on LinkedIn and Twitter at EmilyCallMBA, as well as you can find the YouTube channel Salesforce Emily or join the email list at salesforceemily.com.
And to reach out to me, the best is LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out with any questions or if I can help in any way. And if you're at all interested, I invite you to join my career mentoring program, and that's at salesforcecareerprogram.com.
Yes. Thank you so much for watching it. It's already completed. Okay, thank you so much.
The web has made it possible for you to enroll in this program, where you will learn from the personal stories of developers and professionals. By the time you have completed this professional certificate, you can become a creator in digital this year.
Okay, run it. Instruction for front-end development. Okay. This is full stack developer, front-end and back-end from scratch specialization. Okay. And there's another
course, 1 to 10 was 1 to 9 backend, and
certificate. You can become creator of digital experiences. Connection is evolving, and so are you. You might not have enough learning tech at home. That's okay. Even if you have no experience, this program will get you job ready with a single year. So, how can this professional certificate prepare you for a job at an organization like Meta? The front-end developer professional certificate will help you build job-ready skills for a front-end development role while earning credential from Meta. For Meta developers, you will learn about how they collaborate to create and test responsive high-performance websites and applications. You'll also discuss interesting topics with other aspiring front-end developers and complete a range of coding exercises to improve your skills. It's important to complete all the courses in the certificate in order, as each course will build on your skills. Although we have a recommended schedule for each course, the program is entirely self-paced, which means your time is your own to manage. As you make your way through the first 4 courses in the certificate, you'll learn how to code interactive web pages using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You'll also learn how to use the Bootstrap framework before diving into the world of React. A widely used JavaScript library that was created here at Meta. Websites built using React are fast, scalable, secure, and allow for rich user experience. It's no wonder it's the choice of leading companies. For your final project, you will complete a beautiful professional website for your portfolio, complete with interactivity for your job search. You'll also be ready to collaborate with other developers, as you will have learned to use Git and GitHub for version control. If you're hoping to operate independently or in a smaller team, not to worry. We've also got you covered when it comes to the basics of user experience. You'll learn how to research a user's needs, create wireframes using popular industry tools like Figma, and design interactivity. In the final course, you will prepare for the coding interview. You'll practice your interview skills, refine your resume, and tackle some common coding challenges that typically form part of technical job interviews. Once you complete the program, you'll get access to the Meta Career Program's job board, a job search platform that connects you with over 200 employers who have committed to sourcing talent through Meta certificate programs. Who knows where you will end up? Whatever the future of connection looks like, you'll be part of its creation. Let's get started. Many of the activities you do every day can be entirely performed online. You can use applications on your phone, computer, tablet, or other devices to access the web, and perform tasks such as shopping, reserving hotels, and chatting with friends and work colleagues. With remote working becoming more popular, you can work, engage with your colleagues, and be productive all from the comfort of your home. All of that is possible with a combination of internet infrastructure and technologies and skilled professionals who build the apps that you use. Just to mention that when you come across the term app, it could refer to an app on your phone or to a web app that runs on a website or by some other online method. In this course, starting with Module 1, you will cover an introduction to how the web works, including an exploration of web pages, web servers, and web browsers. You will learn what each is and what their role is in bringing the internet to you. You will also get hands-on practice using core internet technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You will learn how developers bring these technologies together and build functional and interactive websites and web applications. As you progress, you will explore some of the tools used by professional developers, and you will learn the fundamentals of coding using best practices and standards. For example, you will learn how to use the web browser's built-in developer tools and code using industry-standard software known as an Integrated Development Environment, or IDE. Professionals use IDEs to write code more efficiently. In Module 2, you will begin your coding journey with an introduction to HTML5 and CSS. You will learn the basics of each of these languages and how they complement each other to lay out and style elements on a web page. This includes text, images, and multimedia elements like video. Additionally, to make sure that your web page is accessible to everyone, you will learn how to code for web accessibility. In Module 3, you will learn how developers use frameworks and libraries. This module will focus on responsive design. You will learn how to implement the Bootstrap library so that web pages can offer a great browsing experience, no matter what type of device is used. You will also learn about user interface or UI design and how to work with common UI components and position them using the flexible Bootstrap grid. Next, you'll be introduced to React, a free and open source JavaScript library that developers use to build user interfaces based on UI components. And you will then learn about the difference between static and dynamic content and the benefits of using single-page applications. And speaking of content, in Module 4, you will have an opportunity to put your new skills into practice by editing your very own biographical web page. In summary, this course provides you with an introduction to web development. It is part of a program of courses that lead you towards a career in software development. There are many videos in your course that will gradually guide you toward that goal. Watch, pause, rewind, and rewatch the videos until you are confident in your skills. Then, consolidate your knowledge by consulting the course readings and put your skills into practice during the course exercises. Along the way, you'll encounter several knowledge quizzes where you can self-check your progress. You're not alone in considering a career as a web developer, and the course discussion prompts enable you to connect with your classmates. It's a great way to share knowledge, discuss difficulties, and make new friends. To be successful in the course, you should try to develop a schedule for your learning regime. Ideally, commit yourself to a regular time slot and duration for the study. You'll probably encounter many new technical words and terminology in this video. Don't worry if you don't fully understand all these terms right now. Everything will become clearer as you progress through the course.
Yeah, nice.
When you eat at a restaurant, there are often many cooks preparing different parts of your meal. Similarly, for the websites and applications you use every day, many roles are involved in delivering these projects to users. If you were to look up a list of high-paying IT jobs, web developer roles would certainly feature prominently, and with good reason. The digital world that we all live in would not be possible without developers creating, architecting, and maintaining the technology that we use every day on our devices. But it can be confusing for aspiring developers to understand some of the terminology associated with web development. Finding the right area for you will depend on a greater understanding of web developers' roles, responsibilities, and technologies. For example, suppose you are a visual person. In that case, you might want to design a stunning website that offers an excellent experience for its end users. Or, if you're more analytical, you might be interested in working with the technologies that power a high-performing e-commerce site. Likewise, if your interest is mobile devices, your passion may lie in creating the next big social media app. While job roles and titles may vary, web developer roles are usually split into front-end, back-end, and full stack. In this video, you'll learn about each of these, their differences, and the skills required to gain a job in these areas. A front-end developer is someone that works on all parts of a website or web app that users will interact with. This can be anything from the style, colors, buttons, menus, or user interactions as they click, swipe, and interact with the site. The skills of a front-end developer can vary, but they will always focus on 3 leading technologies: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. For example, suppose Suppose you are a front-end developer assigned the task of adding a newsletter sign-up option to the homepage of a website. In this case, you would use HTML to build the display elements, such as the input area for the user to type their email address, and then the button to click to send it. You can then use CSS to position, color, and style these elements on the page. And finally, you can use JavaScript to process the activity when the user clicks the button. This could be something like checking the email address is valid, and then sending that email address to the website for storage under newsletter members. While HTML and CSS skills are essential, the most critical skill is usually JavaScript, which is the powerhouse of front-end technology. This is mainly because of its versatility and the fact that it is paired with powerful libraries and frameworks such as React by Meta. These can be used to build rich user interface-driven enterprise websites and web apps that are fast, secure, and highly scalable. The salary of front-end developers are competitive and can vary based on experience. Generally, front-end developer roles will be available for junior, intermediate, and senior level professionals. As an aspiring developer, this is a great area to get started in. Entry into the job market for a junior position is possible with some fundamental demonstrations of core concepts and skills and an eye-catching sample portfolio. A back-end developer works on the parts of a website or web app that the end users don't see. These activities occur behind the scenes, particularly on the web server, in the database, or in constructing the architecture. Back-end developers are responsible for creating and maintaining functionality when users request information or when the website needs to communicate to another part of the web architecture for processing. For example, performing an account login or completing an online purchase using a credit card. A back-end developer will facilitate the interaction of the website and the content stored in the database. As a result, back-end development requires different languages, skills, and tools. While these can vary, they generally consist of knowledge related to back-end programming language, database management systems, APIs, and web servers. Salaries are similar to front-end developers and depend on experience. Still, the salary may be higher in some instances, especially for entry and senior level positions. This is because getting started with back-end technologies requires more setup, configuration, resources, and general IT structural knowledge. This is in contrast to the front-end, where you can start learning some elements using only a web browser. The road to back-end development is generally long, as you must have a proficient understanding of the needs of front-end technologies. This can include things like the inner workings of the internet, networks, and servers. It's pretty common for aspiring developers to first start with the front end and then move to the back end once they have acquired specialized knowledge. A full-stack developer is someone equally comfortable working with front-end and back-end technologies. Full-stack developers have skills and knowledge in all areas of the web development project cycle. For example, they have relevant expertise in the planning, architecture, design, development, deployment, and maintenance of the website or web app. Full-stack developer positions are generally at a more senior level. It can take some time to gain the knowledge, professional experience, and skills to become a full-stack developer. As a result, roles in this area are in high demand and are some of the best-paid jobs in the IT industry.
I think the front-end development is different is you have to work with designers, you've got to work with product managers. It's fundamentally very collaborative. It's got like the right brain, algorithmic thinking, and how to make things performant and work, and it's got the left brain, like how do you make things usable and enjoyable to use. Well, I sort of found my way into front-end engineering, and now it's like, leaving. Hello, I'm Benedict Tovar. People call me Ben. I'm a software engineer at Meta. I think a lot of people that get into front-end engineering, they don't really think about front-end engineering as an engineering problem. You're building stuff, you're solving a problem. When what you're doing is building products for people and you're helping people solve their own problems. So there's a lot of collaboration that comes with that. With designers, working with PMs. You're not some programmer slouched over a desk typing away all day. It's a highly collaborative environment you're stepping into. I started when I was fairly young with building a fan website for a game called EverQuest. So I first started making websites around that time, but I never really considered it as a career path. I actually left building websites and came back to it later in university. I think where I really actually started treating it like a career was in my second year of university. I had a cool cousin who was a programmer, and he was like, "You should do this, okay?" What helped me initially was that I was building something I was excited by. I think it's the practicality of solving problems with software that was really appealing. A typical day is I'll start off be it working from home or getting into the office and reviewing code, helping giving advice on how things could be built better. I often have meetings with designers and product managers on the things that we want to build, and I support a lot of engineers, solving the problems they have. It's wide and varied, and I think that's the exciting thing about getting into software in general. There's a lot of space to be a different type of engineer. You can get excited about solving these really hard, technical, challenging problems, but if you're doing it without a purpose, I lose motivation. Right? So it's like knowing that there's someone at the end of the day I'm helping helps me focus my energy on the problems that do need to be solved versus the problems that don't. So I've been working on good messaging, which is seriously important for a number of reasons. You take it very seriously when you're building those sort of products that allow people to communicate safely and privately. When you're solving a really hard problem, it's easy to think you're not making any progress. And I think everyone talks about imposter syndrome in the industry. So if you're like not making progress and you're putting in these hours, you start to think, should I even be there? Can I solve this problem? That's like a hard thing to get over, and that's probably like the worst part of the job. Technically, I think you're going to learn a lot of what I do in this course, going through how to write code, how to make it work, how to make it accessible, and to shipping it to people. JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Git. These are all foundational that you'll find across every web development company. When it comes to soft skills, there's a lot of empathy, trying to understand other people's perspectives. For engineers, we care about performance, we care about accessibility, we care about things being correct, and it usually takes engineers a long time to understand a designer's perspective or a product manager's perspective, because you think so algorithmically, you need to solve every problem versus that 80% user problem. I work with a fantastic designer who actually jumps in on the diffs, and I can ask him questions in code, and he can code a bit. It's talking about empathy. He has an understanding of the work I do, and I've got an understanding of the work he does. At the end of the day, it's good to recognize that you're a software engineer, and your job is to bring a lot of their vision to life. Right? So, likewise, the designer won't get into your code and tell you how you should best architect and structure your code. You need to give advice, and you're there to support. When you find an issue, it's highly collaborative. A good front-end engineer will actually be, dip their toes into the back end. Problem solving is consistently hard. Whenever you're learning and pushing yourself, you're going to run into roadblocks. Best advice is go easy on yourself. Go in with the mentality that your goal is to grow, and be become a software engineer or a better person. Adopting a growth mindset to developing is going to be fun time for yourself. I mean, it's not my place to talk about the psychology of being easy on yourself, but that's just as important as any of the engineering stuff you learn. For me personally, the role grows. Like as you build things and you solve problems, you get perspective into other problems, and it's this idea of growing your scope. You sort of, as an engineer, you solve like how do you sort a list and how do you drop a list on a page, how do you make a button work, and by the end of it, you're working on encrypted messaging. I think we're at a really exciting point in the industry. There are a lot of new exciting technologies. There are a lot of new ways and new products that are going to be built in the next coming years, and finding those opportunities and solving new problems is deeply satisfying.
Okay, now going to this course is first series of the attempts to help you learn about development, prepares you for Bootstrap on a biographical page. You will get, by the end of the course, you will describe the front-end developer role, explain the code and underlying technology that power the internet, use HTML to create and web page, simple web page, use CSS to control the appearance of simple web page, explain what React is, describe the application and characteristic of the most popular UI framework. And first module, get started with development. Module 2, introduction to HTML5 and CSS. Module 3, UI frameworks. And module 4, graded assessment that I have to do by myself. Practice for the course, you will complete a hands-on graded assessment where you create a style and a stylish biographical page. Then you check that your page layout and then you meet the project requirement. Practical course forever instead of using new concepts. Okay. Okay, I will set daily goals for the studying, create a dedicated study space, keep yourself accountable, actively take notes, join the discussion, do one thing at a time, take breaks, do only start now. What you are a form screen with information on restaurant, a table, reservation system, a profile screen for user to enter